And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down that scratches, and there's a dent there. The broken taillight here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objections on the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dent that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent. I can see right there. As my hand's shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side taillight as well?
Yes.
And so, from what you observed of the driver's side taillight versus the passenger side taillight, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side taillight?
As compared to the left side of the taillight?
Yes.
So on the left side of the taillight, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, we can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we are obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just a generality, looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you expect?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The way the Lexus item was an analysis was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much did the vehicle weigh according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. They were headlights and taillights were both LED.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what if any significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED can, well, most comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. They sense, you know, there's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes,
And what does NHTSA stand for?
it's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexuses in general, make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lot of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
So similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you?
What, if anything, did you? What, if anything, did you? Good morning, fam. What's going on? Karen Reed murder trial. Here we are, day 26, week 9. Karen Reed murder trial. What's going on, fam? Got Joe Lanou somewhere. I just seen Mr. Johnny Cochran is going to be coming in pretty soon. Let's take a look at this brand new single, Hip Hop, by Alan Jackson. Let's see here. And here it goes, debuting for the first time.
Seriously? I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Pull up, bitch. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
Objection.
I will fuck you up. KO. Bang bang. I will fuck you up. You're a bitch, bro. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Oh, yeah.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Michael Proctor, Proctor.
You're a bitch, bro. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Wow. Well,
Good morning.
that was new.
What was new?
Oh, you didn't hear that song?
Oh, I just didn't think that. Okay, yeah, I did hear it. Didn't know it was new. I heard it.
Oh, you've heard that one a couple times?
Yeah, I've been around a couple of times.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting week, as a matter of fact. What is John saying? I don't have it. Have Thursdays is the last one. I just messaged
So the
him.
invite here, I got it. I got it.
I mean, I just sent it to him on X. John.
Well, he's got to be looking at. We got a super back channel for night court. He can get to him at the bat signal.
Oh, there's Big Ron. What's going on, Big Ron?
You know what? Big Ron does have some availability this week. We might be able to see him in the stream. So good deal.
Morning, all. Just finishing my cup of coffee.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, me and Big Ron, we've been up for a minute.
I was up at 6:30.
And that's 5:30 Central Standard Time.
Right, about the time Joe was going to bed.
Yeah. Well, you mean the new game show host?
Yeah, I completely missed that. I woke up this morning. I was like, "Do these guys ever sleep?"
I know. Yeah, we were going to bed, and I just turned it on just for a second, and I heard a little bit of the game show last night.
They go pretty good, Joe.
You know what? It was a rough practice. Still having issues. I can't bring StreamYard or Spaces into a stream.
That's crazy. We were doing so well there for a while, and everything just kind of stopped.
And I had two cables. One I assume was bad because when I plugged the other one in, it did work. Now I'm back in the same boat. So, but we have to. It actually worked great. People loved it. Got great feedback. Had even our extra Tickle was in. Who's, if you don't know, folks don't know, she's been on X since the very beginning, and like one of the original developers of our testers and beta testers for Spaces. But either way, she just happened to stop by last night. Loves it, loves the idea. We just need to get it refined a bit. If I can figure out once again how to get Spaces into this damn stream, then it'll be great. I think everyone had a great time. I intended to just play one game, and we wound up playing two, which they take a little bit, playing two and then talking about it for a little bit afterwards.
Sweet. Looking forward to it. We'll get the bugs ironed out.
I like that positive attitude. You know what? Look at that. Just when you thought O.J. Simpson trial was over, we have reincarnated Johnny Cochran. What's up, Johnny?
How you doing?
Hey. So Chick-fil-A has done cut you off from the free iced tea.
No. Olivia was not working.
Olivia? Oh, so there's only one person that cuts for you, and she was off that day?
Well, she was not. Well, let me say this: she was not outside in the drive-through.
Oh, okay.
See, you've got a misunderstanding. See, that only happened one time, which was the other day. This is not a every visit occurrence.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that was just one time.
Well, a man who builds 1,000 bridges.
Yeah.
But just one time, he, he's not really known as a bridge builder, if you know what I'm talking about.
That's true. This is true. why I'm not getting my hopes up. I got to
So
figure out
anyway.
maybe a schedule.
So yeah, for Friday I wasn't available to be on here, but I was listening to a lot of it, and I think what's interesting, a couple points that I was taking away is, one was like, oh, the first one was the jury person that was released. It was obviously juror number 5 that was dismissed. I stood corrected. I thought it was 3 or something, but it actually was juror number 5. So I'll take that one.
So, all right. So the timeline, did juror number 5, were they asking questions before the trial started or during the trial?
I didn't get it. I was watching Turtle Boy, and there was a couple people saying like, well, it was because the person was here or there and this, and he was like, look, man, I'm not talking about something that is just a theory or a rumor. I need concrete evidence that this happened or that happened. And he had on Mark Petero, which is an attorney that you see him giving his statements and stuff on podcast. And Mark really didn't say much about it, except for they just called a couple of jurors up, and they just said that this person's no longer a juror. Don't worry, keep on. But that was pretty much it. I didn't hear anything confirmed of exactly what it was, but I did hear quite a few rumors.
Wow.
So, did you guys hear anything about that?
No, I did not. I'm keeping up with this damn Fannie Willis, Ashley Merchant, Young Thug, David Steele, corrupt judge. This is and that damn witness, boy, he is a trip. He is funny as hell on the stand.
Yeah,
Wow.
so he's tripping.
This is something that they say in the
fun.
inner city, Lanu. This is not the upper class white people talk. This guy's a trip. Tell him what it means, John.
He's funny. He's like avoiding the questions. He's the answers that he's given is like now he has told the DA's office.
Who is he?
I'm
That's
sorry.
really what I was trying to figure out is who what are we talking about?
He is a key witness against Young Thug in his RICO trial. They've called him as a key witness.
Snitch.
Yeah. So last Friday, or Friday a week ago, they had granted him immunity on a bunch of charges, serious charges, even a murder charge, to testify against Young Thug. Well, when the DA was asking him how old he was, he said adult. It's like, when were you born? A long time ago. I mean, so he ended up pleading the fifth. So the judge held him in contempt over the weekend. So on Monday morning, they were supposed to start court at 9. They didn't start till like 11:30. Well, Young Thug's attorney found out they had an ex parte meeting between the DA's office, the key witness, and the judge. And basically what was found out over the week was that they were threatening him. That's why they didn't have the defense attorney in there. But anyway, so Young Thug's attorney found out about it, about the ex parte meeting. He raised hell to the judge. The judge wanted to know who told him, and he's not snitching on who told him about the meeting. So the judge held him in criminal contempt and was going to make him serve 20 days.
Talking about the attorney.
Yeah, talking about the attorney. Well,
the defense attorney, yeah.
Ashley Merchant, who was an attorney during the Trump trial down in Fulton County, Georgia, she stepped in to represent Attorney Steele on the contempt charge, and she's basically telling the judge, Your Honor, you're wrong here. This is illegal. Well, he stuck to his guns. When now the Georgia Superior Court has got a hold of it, they overturned the judge's charge for or his punishment for 20 days until Attorney Steele could get his appeal. And now they've got he's called can't remember what his street name is. Anyway, he was on the stand this past week, and the DA's office is asking questions about his police. He's not be honest with you. He said, I told the detective wanted to hear. He said, I was not trusting me these questions. I mean, he's throwing the damn case in a damn tirade. It is fun shit. But the judge is letting it go on because she's at Fannie Willis is wanting to prosecute RICO cases. And now, and he come out the other day, since he has been granted immunity, he's saying now that he killed the guy that they think Young Thug killed. He's like, no, I killed him. Because the judge in the DA's office said that they will not hold anything he says in his testimony against him. But if he lies,
plea bargain deals. I was going to say, I actually have some video of the attorneys arguing the, what am I trying to say? The contempt on the ex parte. Y'all want to listen to that?
Or we can watch the Karen Reed murder trial.
Here we go. We're into Karen Reed murder trial. Here we go. Awesome. Awesome. The way it goes here.
I object. I don't even know what's going on here, but I object.
Objection, Yana. Objection. Yeah. So far, we don't have any sounds. All rise for the.
You are unmuted.
For the jury walking in. Hopefully, they didn't do anything crazy over the weekend.
So Alan Jackson, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan Jackson wants to throw out that that last trooper's testimony.
I think the judge would be doing the prosecution or the Commonwealth a favor by not letting him testify, because what he's saying that happened is ridiculous.
All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Benoni, now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within the County of Norfolk, draw near and give your attendance, shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth, Mr. Court, that can be seated for the counsel.
Good morning again, counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you all enjoyed this gorgeous weekend. I have those 3 questions to ask you. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we please have Trooper Paul?
So they are going to bring up Trooper Paul. This guy, to say that the right forearm hit the taillight first, and then he spun around, hit his head on the curb, and then bounced 12 feet. Man, that's just,
I do.
Morning,
just hard to
Trooper.
believe.
He's an expert witness. The jury's going to have to believe him, and I don't know.
Yeah,
Still
he
should be able to see. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
He had 3 classes. He took 3 classes.
Again, please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's Paul.
And sir, if I could just take you back to a couple different portions of your testimony from Friday. With respect to the acceleration and braking tests that you conducted in the driveway area or outside of the Camden Police Department, was that before or after Ms. Hartnett from Crime Scene Services section had processed the vehicle?
After.
And so as far as anything that was removed by her, that was done prior to you conducting any of your tests, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you've investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time with the cars unit with the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles, collisions with other motor vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, What, if any, you talked a little bit
We
last
sure is
week about
breathing hard this morning, huh?
sort of area of impact and point of impact, correct?
Correct.
Now, that's with regard to the roadway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So with regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact or touch with each other in a collision sequence?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
So we look, well, it's two times of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's an induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's called as contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, start from beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal to make contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would normally cause induced damage.
And just again, in general terms, as far as vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to sort of transfer from one vehicle to the other event?
It's possible when you transfer, you can have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You got a tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another. Scratches that would come from one vehicle to another.
And again, sir, just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement?
Yeah, it depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So that kind of shows if one vehicle is taller, one smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height.
So based on respective heights, contact or induced damage could be in a different location from a bigger vehicle to a smaller, correct?
Correct.
He's lying.
Now, if I could turn you back to the text stream analysis that you conducted with respect to the defendant's vehicle. Now, the two events that occurred
Sounds like Godzilla breathing into the microphone.
on that
over
12,629 miles deep, there were two events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it what is your belief as to where the vehicle
Wonder if they
was?
turned the mic gain up on those mics.
3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet. Where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle?
So
Is that breathing one of us or
was
is it
the
him?
3-point turn? In this case, it appeared to be possibly on to it was a cedar crest.
That's why I made the comment that
which-
maybe they turned the mic gain up.
Because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest, and that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
And so that
He's nervous. When he joined the police, he didn't know he had to lie his ass
some
off
odd
like
feet.
this.
Where would that have occurred geographically from your review of the odometer reading?
It should occur in probably on Fairview.
But this is skinhead number 5, I think. That
Now,
they
sir,
produced.
based on the totality of your analysis and your investigation in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to how this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred?
Yes. Should I show my report for that, or should you want me to just kind of go off
Are you
the?
asking to look at your report? Is that what-
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
The report's all bullshit. You seen that damn thing the other day? This guy's taken 3 classes. One was 4 hours, one was 4 hours, it was like less than a week worth of classes, and he's an expert. Day 1 was something, day 2 was advanced collision. It's like fucking joke over here. He's an expert.
Let me continue.
If you could, please.
Okay.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to through the course of your investigation?
So on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45.
So you can look at your report, but you can't read your report.
I
So
read my conclusions based on what they asked me to do. Okay.
yeah. So I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So just take your time, read your report, and then answer Mr. Lally's question. And if you need to look at your report, we'll see about that again.
All right.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29, 2022 at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX 570 was traveling southbound on Fairview Road, in area 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah.
It appears that.
So,
Sorry, I'm trying to
so
upload it.
you know what? I don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask
Yes, please.
simple questions so that the witness can answer your questions.
Wow,
We
for
don't need a
witness
narrative.
is not doing so well on the stand.
From your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to where this collision occurred?
All right. So
Wait till Cross.
on the night of Saturday, January 2022 at approximately 12:45 hours, a 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Can you slow down, sir?
So yes.
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper.
All
Just answer the question.
Okay.
Where
Just
did it occur?
Fucking tell the
occurred in
truth,
area
man.
34
Jesus.
Fairview Road.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision scene?
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
And where was the vehicle located in reference to the residence of 34?
100.
It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front.
And as far as the vehicle, what, if any, directionality did it head in, and what, if any, interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
And at the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what, if anything, occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe.
And post-collision, what, if anything, occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was projected forward and to the left along the front yard of 34 Fairview Road.
And post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did the defendant's vehicle do?
The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area.
Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what, if any, role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision?
There were no mechanical defects.
As far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what, if any, role did they play in this collision sequence?
There were no roadway or environmental factors that contribute to this collision.
Now, sir, with respect to your investigation, what, if any, opinions did you draw based on your training and experience in regard to this collision?
Your 1 week of training and experience.
May I look at my report real quick? Just to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, make sure you got your lies straight. Listen to this fucking guy here. Rangeminder, you think I'm biased against the cops? Is that what you think, bro? Come on now. You know better than that.
Has he not already gone over this
Throughout
testimony?
my investigation,
That was
Mine is
appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when.
That was Voy Dyer. He's going to get killed on cross.
No, it was testimony prior to
The vehicle
Vordar.
accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John
We're
O'Keefe on
talking
the
about
roadway.
the accident outside
and
of Karen
subsequently
Reed's
left him at the
case.
scene.
And with respect to the backup safety system,
He's about to
that
tell you
observed
the
in this
collision with
vehicle
O'Keefe here and how
the
it
use
was
of
hit and
enforced
spun around.
visibility analysis, what, if any, role do you?
Well, you got to do the hokey pokey
played
first,
in how this
and
crash
then you turn yourself around. It's
Based on the
missing all
visual
of it.
analysis.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I think you're missing what I'm saying.
even
Funny,
if the camera
you're missing what I'm
systems
saying.
were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems if they worked, they didn't work, they would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
With respect to
Strike
your
is
observations
irrelevant
during
and
the
stupid.
visibility now,
He's
the
fucking
exemplar
nervous.
pedestrian place
Yeah, he's
in the
trying
right
too hard.
vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis?
Yes, it was.
Who threatened you to make you come up here and testify today? Is a better question. There's no way you believe what's on that paper. No
Thank you,
way.
sir. I have no further questions.
No further
Okay,
questions. Look at that. See?
cross-examination?
No
Thank you,
further
Your Honor.
questions. He said a lot of shit on Friday. That's no further questions after he barely got a sentence out.
Oh,
you're
Jackson's
about to
getting
get
ready to
killed.
tear him up.
So do you have any, do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
No.
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
At multiple classes.
You introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, George.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Big physics, correct?
String
Yes.
It
theory.
describes how points and objects, systems of objects, how they move, and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity.
Correct.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What
No, sir,
role
that's
does
the skinny
acceleration
pedal.
play in the field of
I'm assuming this
kinematics?
guy's never heard of a person
What
named
role does
Newton.
so what
Look,
role does
man,
acceleration play
it's a
in
Crash
kinematics?
investigator.
Correct.
It's not a
Talks
very
about, like you just
difficult
said,
course.
talks about the
Advanced
speed
courses they go
and
through.
talks about
You guys
motion.
are pretty knowledgeable in this, but he's not one of them.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry?
For some
of
reason, I
motion?
think that Newton's laws would be part of that.
Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect
Any
at the
emotion
moment.
is what I'm experiencing right
Constrained
now.
motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
I've got a question here.
Yes.
Maybe I'm out of line, but why is there a
Unconstrained
box
motion
of
is
rubber gloves next to him?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
It's been there the whole time.
Right?
In case he's got
Do you
a
remember
witness
that
has to
from
handle
class?
evidence.
For the most part, we don't go that in depth, constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? Motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right? Do
Yes.
you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
The word you learned in class.
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident
4-hour class.
is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said that was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian strike or striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, I can barely.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say
Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down and speak up, okay?
All right.
He's
You
the
said, I just want to make
only.
sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I apologize.
Okay.
You said you cannot say definitively that that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay,
That specific points, that time frame.
because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is consistent at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile. And the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes,
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes,
snow on the trees,
yes,
snow on the roadway.
yes,
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
in a way.
And obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitely say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier, it's that linear. We're going that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach you on this verb.
Okay.
I think it's interesting that Lally did not let him say, oh, he was hit in the arm with the light and then he spun around. He didn't let him say none of that.
May I approach?
Yes.
I just don't think he has the basis to be able to say that.
It just doesn't make any sense that
Your Honor,
could
may we
possibly
publish,
happen.
Exhibit 587.
Yes.
diagram 3.
But he's the only person that the Commonwealth can produce that's going to even come up with this bullshit. No real professional is going to say this.
Okay. Sir, you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you exposed to zeros on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest. Basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Donna, can we have exhibit 492 published to the journal, please?
Okay.
Should have never called this guy.
I think the defense would have called him anyway. They brought him out as an accident reconstruction investigator on calling it an accident, and this is what they
Well, that's
produced.
coming up.
Imagine how many accidents this guy's investigated that they
Have you
did
ever
listen
seen
to
this?
him did something.
No, I haven't.
Take a look just above the arrow. Your Honor, with permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that
Yes, I do.
right underneath fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3. See the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
That is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact where the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you,
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
in fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact
They planted
was
too
predicated
much
on,
taillight,
based
dude.
on
Too much.
the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, the one that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact.
You can't.
I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
Trooper, we were all here on Friday.
Okay.
It's exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe, the point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of
That
from
is
the
what he
point,
said.
final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's
This
body.
explains the give or take
Isn't that
10
what you
feet.
said?
I don't believe that's
16
my exact words.
16 feet.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not asking.
I mean, that's
if it
why
was
they're
your
saying
exact
that
words. I don't have a transcript of it.
Because of this.
I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, through after you walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now. Sorry.
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway, and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
Those
Take a
watching
look at
on
exhibit
Friday.
279, I want to draw your attention to that piece right there, of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
It looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and black on the top part.
Okay. Maybe in a triangular shape, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to, with the court's permission, exhibit 492,
Okay.
and highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, the diagram. Please. Okay. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now, the point of impact?
No.
Where's the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area of impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Okay.
I mean, only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it's a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. You kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Well, if the point of impact is along the roadway, where along the roadway, you can show the jurors where along the roadway in your expert opinion was the point of
Expert
impact.
opinion. That's funny.
It should be within, if you follow from the pedestrian's final rest here, just kind of follow back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can't.
Look how he's bouncing it around.
So now you've indicated an area, I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know, definitely there's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay. Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, is the area of impact?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
He's going to be bouncing that thing all around.
So what I'm trying to say is, so we follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay, can you?
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can.
Yeah, right.
Follow back to here. I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, just, I want to be very clear for the record, that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3,
It's
correct?
You would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
Sorry,
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right, it's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it. So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet, going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet, my mistake.
Okay.
I was terrible. 20 feet, thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors, I'm just gonna use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet.
Don't worry about
It's also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
She back
How
in the
much?
Superman.
50,
okay. 50.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, as the crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale, but it's me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. You need a piece of paper?
He's taking one
Yes,
for the
please.
team, range-minded. They're not going to fire him. The fucking Massachusetts State Police is crooked as shit, and they're making him do it, and he's stepping up trying to get a promotion.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you.
Well, this is something he did learn in class, how to use a piece of paper and a scale to determine distance on a scale drawing or diagram. So,
And his
So-
associate's degree is going to be hard at work
I
right
feel
here.
pretty confident that he'll give us the distance.
I think he's
So-
buying time trying to think of something to say.
Well, we go to another sidebar. I've got his testimony pulled up where he's got the laser pointer out, talking about points of impact.
It's a little around, it's
Right.
approximately 30 feet.
We're up approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I ask?
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and I'm finished with this, thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lally,'s last couple of questions, that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck pedestrian John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, that's sort of fly there, right? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time? Or,
Well, you tell me, you're the expert.
I mean, when we say projected, we mean he gets projected and they usually have a landing phase and they land and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay, how far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
Yeah, no
I
grass
don't know.
stains.
There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Or no, rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up at his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion, You believe that he was projected through the air.
There's Dante. What's up, Dante?
That's not what I'm saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Right? Exactly.
Objection. Sustained.
Oh, Lord.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet?
Oh.
Objection. I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So you.
He's a professional alcoholic that doesn't lose his drink.
Exactly. Years of drinking experience and practice. That's how that happened.
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing.
That makes
Could-
more
you know,
sense.
Did you say tucked in?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, made the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body.
And his
while he was
wallet
holding it.
landed, and he
I thought you
landed
said
on top of his
Friday
wallet,
you
right?
disagreed with me that people drop things and they're hit.
Yes, body think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and stuff, you know, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing.
Like clothing, like shoes. I mean, it's like shoes and stuff like that to come off the
The
body.
clerk at your
during a
local
pedestrian
Publix
crash.
could testify as an expert to
I
that.
know. I'm just saying. You asked me. You said what I just. I'm just responding to what you said.
I'm
I'm trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No one knows
but
what the fuck you're
I'll ask
saying,
another
dude.
question. Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone. Yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
And it was under his body.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto the cup with the other.
Objection. Sustained. Ask it differently.
If the cell phone was found under his torso, under his body, what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with him?
It just did.
Just did.
NASA would
And
have
somehow, as it landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so it landed on top of him.
Dante, we're trying to cut for the police, not trying to make this guy look like a liar. Come on, dude.
That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well, you didn't.
Yeah, you did.
But who did, Your Honor? Who put the
Jurors,
evidence
I've
there?
told you before, lawyers cannot make comments, so.
But here's the other thing this
Mr.
cat does. He's
Jackson,
like,
don't
he's
do
like,
it
we're
again.
talking about the shoe. Well, the shoes commonly
So
come
You
off.
understand, but
Well,
don't
commonly
do
would have
it.
to
Your
stick with
answer's
cell phone.
always, I
Oh, I
understand.
couldn't.
Don't do
I
it.
don't know. I mean, they could hold on to it. They could fall out.
Cell phone in one hand,
But with a shoe,
cup in the other
I can
hand.
tell you with my expert experience that
objection.
shoes commonly come off. But anything else you're holding in the hands, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
You were informed of this incident on
Weak.
January 29th,
Extremely weak.
2022 at about 2:30 in the
And I
afternoon.
think
Is
he's
that right?
weak as a law enforcement officer,
At
and
the
I
time
hate
you
for him
were
to try to
working
explain
out
to
of
me
the
how to
Cars facility, which is located
get to
on
an
West Grove
address.
Street in
He's
Middleborough. Is
piss
that right?
poor
Yes.
articulating.
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
The mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes.
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
No, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle,
Dante,
inspections, things of that
no.
nature?
We don't
No,
have
he's
Sally
not
ports
split.
for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced-in area inside it's a fenced-in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSD?
Yes.
That have sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But if,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know that
And
you could
put
be
this
used.
guy
Sorry.
back under
You know
oath
that
to
those
remind
bays
him of
could
what
be
he
used
already
for
sworn to be
inspections
under
or
oath.
analysis or evaluation, if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you'd want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right.
We just work on cars
You're
at
aware
that
that
one. We don't
Foxborough,
put cars
the
in there
Foxborough
temporarily.
location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dayton than Kent, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dayton than Kent. In other words, you have to pass by.
They said the
depending on which way
garages
you
were
go,
too
pass
small,
by
remember?
Middleborough, pass
They're
by
too
Foxborough
small
to
for
get
an
to-
SUV.
so from where?
No heat.
From Dayton, sorry.
So from Dayton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, right?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you've passed by Foxborough.
The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that sally port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
The guy really
You know,
doesn't have a lot of facts to testify to.
From Dayton, yes.
Right.
They put him up as an expert witness. So if you accept him as an expert, you can listen to what he say. If you don't
And you're
expect
also aware
him
that
as an
you've
accept
been
him as an
seen-
expert, then
Assuming, correct?
it's all bullshit what
Yes,
we're going
yes,
through right here.
And you've been
But it's
detained.
going to be a while with the Alan Jackson.
Yes, I
think.
have.
You know, those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this again.
Okay.
Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Chief Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Chief Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you given your instructions by?
Instructions for what?
Reconstruct this incident.
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information.
Yeah, if
that-
I'm the
that you were
sergeant, like,
told
don't
came
mention
from
my
the
name, dude.
case
Do
officer.
not
Is
mention
that
my
right?
name.
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that, yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. Car was going in reverse, it's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff, yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me about several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary?
Summary of the whole entire, of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like, that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved, that this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
My question is this: when you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
he gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved. The vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next,
I
keep
did.
going. He's answering. Next
trying to-
question. Then
You guys
go
how
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
your question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes.
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
Correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper, scratch the side of the car, quarter panel or something, right?
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time, rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second.
Okay.
You testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches we talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm
No.
talking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
If you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, if you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there, it's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you could engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say, you can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would came from.
Right. And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No.
If that's not possible.
The ones that are on from the taillight and the other
This
parts
guy.
of it.
Scratches anywhere on the car.
Depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date the scratch,
He's not a
it's
scratch
possible that
expert.
any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's a simple question, right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
No, he's asking about a very
I'm not being
specific
broad.
scratch.
Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it
Jesus,
again.
man.
Is it possible that any or all of the scratches noted on that car predate January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question.
that it predate. Objection. I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Overruled. So can you answer that question?
no.
You mean, will you
Testified
answer that
noted
question?
glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
Correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, could be matched to the cup?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
How are you not going to be able to
It's
answer a
told to me
question
as
when it's your
evidence.
opinion?
Got it. By whom?
By the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says this glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah. By
Very
crime-
nice.
I see
Just brought
by
him
crime
around
scene.
to confirmation bias.
While I was at my inspection.
Wait, what?
It was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
Did the crime scene say anything else?
Yeah, he just led him right into confirmation bias.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper are somehow associated with the cup?
No.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact, those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that question?
No.
I'm sorry. No, you.
I don't. It's a glass from a cup. It's a glass. It's not, it doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
But if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
your opinion.
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
Are we talking, which cup are we?
What cup?
We never
I have
said
no
which
idea
cup
what glass
talking
cup
about.
we're talking about all of a sudden.
How many cups have we been talking about, Trooper?
You said that cup. One from the scene? Okay.
That cup? I'm talking.
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear
What
path
cup do you
here.
think we're
I'm
talking
clear
about?
what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You want to try to spar with
All
him
I
now?
said,
Let's go.
it's
Found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
yes.
Okay.
Do you have the
That's
cup
the
in
cup.
mind?
When I say cup, that's the cup.
Okay.
Would it change your opinion
Anto's right. There was solo
If I
cups
told
involved
you-
in this.
if the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I have. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass from the car. That was my opinion on it. I never said it matched to the scene.
You didn't.
I never said that. My thing, I said it's glass from a cup.
Okay.
No range. I think he's drowning and caught in the current. He didn't know what he's doing. He's struggling.
Necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, right?
I did not do testing.
And Dante, I don't like this trying to discredit the police officers. We don't like that on the show. It's uncalled
Your
for.
report indicates, we talked about this a little bit. I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. The report indicates that John O'Keefe came to his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again.
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher, Paul Gallagher, Cat and PT. He told me this is where the body was found. So I used my devices to mark that location.
Okay, but before you used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
That's correct.
Lieutenant
Gallagher tell you that Gallagher never saw
Did I
John
just hear that we're calling a new
in
witness?
place at the scene? Did you say that?
No.
Well, I
Did
believe
Lieutenant Gallagher
that
tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
No.
If he had told you that, then it changed your diagram?
Objection.
Oh.
He told me this is where he was found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
Canton was
And
recused
you
at this
marked
point in the investigation.
basically
What are they
every other piece of
given
item- Sorry, it's a terrible question.
critical
Every other item you marked based on a distance
Reports.
from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just pointing at the ground, saying it was about here.
Correct.
Yeah, they were recused, but they ran the whole entire investigation pretty much out of their Sally port and through their offices.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
From, what do you mean team? Canton PD?
Whoever was there, who was there with you when you started doing your measurements, et cetera? Or therapy?
To Lieutenant Gallagher. That too.
Just you and him?
And myself, and I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so it was my mistake. I assumed that there were several.
This fucking guy's training people?
Yes, that's why I was confused by the team.
All right. And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't tell you that he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't think so.
You did document in your report that the items that you noted on your diagram that we just looked at a few minutes ago, those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated in your report that the members of the CERT team located a
Good morning, Lisa.
single Nike sneaker that was noted on your report. Is that right? On
Correct.
your diagram, right?
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a taillight was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe, right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was that on there. I can remember if that's on their
What
diagram.
glass?
Unless that's what I was told at the scene, but yes. Yes.
You knew that a cup was found.
Yes.
You were told a cup was found.
Yes.
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
Yes.
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
the
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. 10 feet from it, 12 feet from it, when you go over those numbers.
Yes, I used their report to place those items onto my diagram.
With accuracy rate of plus or minus 16 feet. So we're good here.
And I'm going to get to
We're
that
good.
question in just a second. I want to make sure that we walk through
Guilty
it
as
so
charged.
methodically.
Next.
You then use some calculation, some tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. There's a final rest place. I'm going to use that as point A, and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7 feet to where the shoe was found, or the first red plastic piece was found, or whatever, right?
Yes.
Who told you where the pieces were found?
They were in Lieutenant Tolley's report. He put measurements in his report.
Okay. And
Yeah, plus or minus 4 coffee tables.
you noted that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yes.
And you put that in your diagram.
Correct.
You noted that the glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
1 foot is not that long, right?
Yes. It was. They basically said it was found next to him.
Right.
Yes.
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, I measured from. He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately, because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're all guessing. That's what you're saying here. You're all guessing.
You had no
This
photographs.
is amazing police
John
work.
O'Keefe
You guys in
in place, correct?
Massachusetts should
Correct.
be super
There were
proud
establishing shots,
of your
there were
tax dollars
establishing
going to
shots,
the
correct?
training and the
Correct.
expertise
The
that
relative
these
shots,
jackasses
meaning
are bringing to the state.
This is relative to
Amazing.
that. I can measure that and figure out. this.
Objection.
What, like from a picture?
Yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out a relative position of something, so you take 2 or 3 or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like, I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure.
You get cross coordinates, right?
Sure.
Left,
Weird.
right, where the
It's almost
two
like it's a
coordinates match,
fucking
that's where the
thing.
items, right?
Correct.
None of that was done, right?
From the pictures.
None of that
None
was
of it,
done
dude. None.
to your
I've said this all along. This crime scene was
I
not
used,
documented. You
like I
can't
said, I used
trust
the
where any
measurements
damn
from.
thing was
I
at
used, I
unless you can just
measured
make an
on my
estimate off of a
diagram
fucking
in
picture.
itself, and I
Because that's
measured
all
from
any one of
those
these
points
super
off my
professionals
diagram.
did.
right. But the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did
Jesus
not
Christ.
guess.
Everything was
Next
an
question.
estimation. Why can't you say that? Everything I did, there was an estimation. You can make assumptions how you will. I had no proper information to go off of. I didn't have a documented crime scene. I didn't have measurements as to where everything was lying. I had to
You stated
estimate
in
where
your
everything
report
I said was.
that you
That's what this guy needs to say.
Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel. Well, let me ask you a different question. If I could withdraw that question with the court's permission.
He was a job when he cuts off the stand.
your
You have to be
diagram
careful what he says here.
And they got unions. They're not
has
going to fire
all
any of
those
these
arrows
jackasses.
pointing at
They'll lose some
specific
vacation
locations.
time.
Very, very specific, very thin arrows point, correct?
Yes.
I seen
If
Chief
you start
Berkowitz's
off
son is now on the
With an
police force.
incorrect assumption about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was,
Yeah, I don't want to
every
say about that
single
other than,
piece of-
okay.
every single item
New
I'm not
generation of
going to-
on
corruption.
that diagram would then
Well,
be
no,
off
I don't
as
do
well.
that either. I mean, I would assume that if your father was a bad guy, that doesn't automatically make
I
you a
guess
bad guy. But,
hypothetically,
you know, I
depends
guess
on how off you want to be.
depends how you look at it.
And the answer is yes, correct?
Hypothetically.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th, based on
I agree with Lisa.
what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the two events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event was what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns, essentially. I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay,
Yes.
well, did you say U-turn on Friday? I could have sworn I heard that.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still turning around. So you had to make a U-turn when that's a 3-point turn or not, but it's still.
Okay, but I mean, not to be picky, but it's sort of my job.
Okay.
A U-turn, traveling in one direction, turning, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear, since it's reverse or anything, just turning, right? A 3-point turn requires moving forward, stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using the steering input, and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You'd agree.
It's, in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say, when says they made a U-turn, it's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn. And it's, I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around. And obviously the diagram or the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That could have been a better way to say it. Yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn?
It's a 3-point turn.
Okay, because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
So when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection, Your Honor.
You got to understand, my entire testimony
objection
is just
sustained.
pretty much relative and an estimation, and you know, there's no
Let's
facts
get
in it.
to the path of travel when you began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel? Starting point and an ending point, tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, they just, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
You picked one of those, right? The path of travel includes freeways, et cetera, right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was, because it could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and then one of the possibilities of 36 miles. And that was after looking at all of them. At 36 miles is a possibility.
Right. Understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. There's 36 miles,
Mhm.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There are other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of had to guess. And there's no science to it. You said, I'm going to pick that. You put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that works.
Okay, why don't you tell me how
Well,
that
tell her how it works, dude.
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and the time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Ms. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to do cell phone extractions.
So that answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
No.
You did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Lauer, right?
Yes.
Let's don't
I want
forget,
to be
folks.
clear for the jurors, because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on. ignition
This guy's an
on,
accident
and
investigator.
that's one cycle,
If
correct?
there's
No.
an accident
What-
that involves
tell me what-
someone's
what I
death
got wrong.
and the state
Key
wants to
cycle of
put
the
you
car doesn't have
in
to be
jail
turned on.
for
Say that again.
Could go from
whatever
off
charge, they rely
to
on this
run,
guy's
the engine
testimony to
doesn't
sit
have
on
to
the
start
stand on
to off.
trials that are not on
Understood.
video on television where
so
other people can see.
if it
And there are
turns
people that are in the
on,
penitentiary off of
well,
this jackass's
every single
expert testimony because he'll get up there and say, I'm an expert. No one
ignition
challenges it. The jury believes
is a
it, but
key
you start
cycle.
digging
Every time
into
the
it.
engine
This
turns
guy's
on,
an
that's
expert guesser.
absolutely a key cycle.
He doesn't do
When it's
anything with
turned
any
on, right?
precision
It
at
gets
all.
recorded
He's
as
a
an ignition
jackass.
cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle,
Objection.
but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycles turn the accessories on.
All right. But it doesn't.
part
my
expert
question
is
was,
he
where we
on
started with
anything?
This conversation is it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, get your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them. Key cycles.
By key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
Doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right. But if you're seeing triggering events, I'm trying to be tricky here. Seeing triggering events, the car's in motion, what does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
The ignition's on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not going to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Right.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to
Not
go
yet,
from a
folks.
known key cycle.
Not yet.
that you can figure out, and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Once you guys get your mileage-based road taxes up there and the government puts your GPS in your vehicle, they'll be able to get on the stand and tell you with certainty where you're at because they'll have all that information. You guys are running it awesome up there in the Northeast.
Yes, it is.
I hope this socialist communist way goes exactly the way that you want it to. Seems weird to me, but y'all go for it. The government's got your best interest. This guy works for the government. He's precise. Just your freedom and doesn't mean anything to them.
Govern me harder, Daddy.
That is key cycle what?
I got to step away for a minute.
1164.
Go to vomit and do a couple of things I need to get done. But I'll be back listening.
I don't mind if that stays up. You can turn the lights on. I don't think it hurts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and at key cycle 1164. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were at 1162, going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Yes.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew, when you put in your report, or you know, that the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours,
Yes.
right? I mean, that's your testing.
Yes.
And you were very clear that the triggers that you recorded, that you talked to Mr. Lally about, were 2 cycles before that,
Yes.
meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes.
All right.
For that.
You report, well, let me finish the point. You said that the mileage difference between these 2 triggers and the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your CARS report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your CARS report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Larini, Carol Larini, is that right?
Yes.
Also, Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you who authored the report believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then
Yes.
the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. I need the text streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
if your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turn the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words. Right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of key cycles.
Say again.
The cornerstone, in other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting at 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that would record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why it didn't go on, why it did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles.
Okay.
Before 1164. Okay?
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question, the car was turned on and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
That would be ignition cycle. I'm going to use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different things.
Which word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. If you want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when its vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle, correct?
Well, if you want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or ignition cycles. I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
Every ignition cycle includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense.
By definition, it has to, right?
It doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because a key cycle is when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycle is when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, so.
Or the 2 seconds, if it's not on long enough, it might not record one.
Okay, let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That's a key cycle, correct?
For that intensive purpose, yes. This vehicle's not a key cycle. It's not a thing.
Keep turning,
Okay.
and that turns the engine on, right?
It turns the engine on, correct.
An ignition cycle, right?
Yes. Well, Then turns off.
Single ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
Fine. Okay, with that definition, I want to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. What? Just assume the engine.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
If you started your testing at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby indicating initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163 in that hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there, if the SUV was, I'm sorry, let me add one event that I just forgot. It had to get off the tow truck in Canton and be to be driven into the South Pole. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Being driven in?
No.
If there was a video showing that the car was actually driven into the Sally Port, that would necessarily be a key cycle, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, so that would be key cycle 1163. My mistake, I was missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton,
I don't understand why he's saying
that would be
possibly.
key
I mean,
cycle
that's a
1162.
given. I mean, that's just a fact.
Going back,
It's possible.
all right? Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed to the waterfall, I'm sorry, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
I want to be clear.
Hey, Kingdom, I got to
The
switch
reason
over to my
these
phone. Bring me back up when I
numbers
come back in, would you?
That's a big 10-4
Skip
countdown.
in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Not every single number is in order on this left-hand column because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering event at key cycle 1159. Was there?
No.
So assuming the driving events that I just told you, right? Assuming for purposes of my question, that the driving events started at 1159, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jenny Cave's house, 1160. Then driving to Dighton, her parents' house, 1161.
Kingdom,
Then
let's
the
say
car
the
being
trial
seized
ended
in
today.
Dighton.
What do you think the jury's going to lean?
1162.
I
Then the
think
car
they
being
were-
taken off
They would have said not
flatbed,
guilty when
driven into the
they
Sally
said
Port,
house long to die in cold. The rest of this is just more.
1163. Your testing starts at 1164. That would mean that at 1162, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical,
Your hypothetical?
yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
You're the expert, dude.
I mean, you've got to account for when Trooper Proctor.
On June 9th, 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
You're done, dude. You're done. Working Mindy, nanu looking ass, dude. You're done.
Yeah?
Yes.
It's awesome the Commonwealth has presented this guy as an expert
at,
because then you could tear him
middle
down
of
to
the
the
page.
ground.
I
Your
have
answer
come
starts
to the
about line
conclusion
12, but
that
the question above it
the,
is probably informative.
the level of training up there is minute compared to other agencies, and they use that as they are.
You have that in mind?
Yep.
What is I'm looking for is that it satisfies the state for qualification.
You were asked, does that remind you that you were asked by a grand juror if you could calculate how far a body would move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that, but figure out if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that? The grand juror's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
I'm sorry, me, the role me.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight, no.
Then,
You know the
how can you
weight of the vehicle?
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle, gross weight?
What's the gross weight?
Yeah.
I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Okay. Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand juror that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how far a person would travel being
How
struck
can you
at
not know
speed
the weight
in a
of
car
the
that weight.
vehicle and calculate that into how far he may have gone?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
You testified, again, my report isn't done yet.
This
I'm
basic
going to look into
accident
it. I'm looking
reconstruction
into all
is
that
knowing the
stuff.
weights of
End quote,
everything
correct?
involved.
Yes.
There's that word again.
Holy
It's been
moly.
more than 2 years since that statement at the grand jury. Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
I wonder if
Did
he
you
holds
engage
a
in any of those
certificate on that bit.
calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use a Searle throw formula.
A what formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that would use for a calculation of post-impact
So
or speeds for pedestrians.
that includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
Oh my Lord.
There would be physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion. Right? That's a basic principle.
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel having been struck by an object in motion?
So in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not ascertain, He did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple of things, Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right? Presumed by you.
Right.
You didn't see how he was hit, did you?
Based on the evidence, it appeared to be a sideswipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics is thwarted by a sideswipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
It's the calculations that are out there. You can get a speed, it would just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck, Paul.
I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you'd have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference,
Okay.
right? Would you agree with that?
No.
You wouldn't have to calculate
Objection, Dante.
what the
Objection.
initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Well, in that sense, are we talking about trying to find the speed of the vehicle? That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay, well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a single.
So sustained. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum. You're solving for that. M is mass. You multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
He has no idea what that is.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is the pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes.
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
It's in my math class. We don't use momentum for a vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The math,
Yes,
the
Dante,
fracture
that's my
construction classes
expert
that I have
opinion.
taken.
Got it. Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Do I need to calculate the conservation of momentum?
Or calculation, conservation of momentum?
Yes.
You even know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Based
Not
on
off
the
the
basic
top
principles
of my
physics,
head, but if I can look at my
is the
report,
total
I can tell you.
momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Trooper Paul, they're exactly equal in all respects under the principles of physics, right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change. It's
Yes.
transferred from one body to another,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified to quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
I
Are
can't
there any other
believe they
calculations
need
that you need to figure out
full day
the
of these
stuff that you were talking to
PhD
about with the grand jury?
report diaries
Objection.
for the FBI, and then they let this guy just
How
walk
about
right in.
calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? That be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir.
The,
Object
I don't,
you claim was flying through the air 30 feet.
Okay,
Objection.
sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
the displacement of the body.
In order to calculate how far the body would move based on the mass of the object striking the body, could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have gotten 100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle. You couldn't hit a person and side swipe them, spin them off to the side, and have that and get a speed from those calculations.
So you're saying that the discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move, but you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Third,
Sustained.
are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No,
Okay, next question.
Well, you just said because it was a side swipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes,
You have been,
it's incorporated into the classes.
right? You have a few classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Less than 1 week of
You haven't been formally
classes,
trained in
8-hour
kinematics,
classes.
correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated ignition cycles. And you got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson, ask the appropriate part of the question, you'll get it.
Let me ask you this. Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
How does the taillight, what do you, it gets, so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
It, based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Let the
His arm
jury reflect he
out.
got hit in the shoulder and
Just
has
struck
no
the arm
bruises in the
and-
shoulder.
Is it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It looked,
Here's exactly how his body was
So how
positioned
far is he
when he was
saying
struck by that.
from the point of impact? to
so
his
it looks
body
like his
to now?
arm was more,
How far is he saying?
more kind of like this, if I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes,
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm, right?
yes,
Not his torso.
yes,
Okay. So the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No,
Missing his
no.
torso.
I said it's yeah, from the upper part of the arm
Right.
down.
The
Yeah.
elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his torso,
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
so his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
He got spun around possibly the way he struck, it looks like it could have turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes, initially.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm, right?
Yes,
By an unbroken taillight, right?
yes,
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked. And as the car is driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that you see, those lacerations, those abrasions that you see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like a most likely possibility.
And then he hit his head on the curb,
Did you
and then he
account for
went
the
30
fact that
feet.
his arm is on the hinge?
Well, I just
It's
did
what?
a calculation on it, and it
Did
would
you
have been
account for the
16
fact in this
feet,
scenario that you just
170
told the jury that
pounds,
his arm is
vehicle
on a hinge?
22 miles
On
an
a
hour.
On his
hinge.
shoulder?
Okay.
And that's a
Right?
direct
So-
hit.
Arm got hit. Did his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
There's
Even if
no
his shoulder
bruising on his
got-
shoulder
pointing
at
to his upper
all.
biceps.
Mhm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder. Not a single one. Not even a bruise. Right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his
There's
arm.
going to be no
Yes.
bruising
That's
if it's done
limited to about
post-mortem.
mid-biceps, to about mid-forearm, correct?
okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso, no injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the back, correct? That right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically, to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
Yeah, it happened probably a little faster than that, though.
Actually said he hit his head on the curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your
I think
scenario,
he's
you
confusing
told us
somersault
he flew through
with
the air
pirouette.
onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
I wouldn't
Say
rule
that
out
again?
I didn't say
cartwheel
even
in
got
this one either.
thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. He got projected. Like a
Projected doesn't
Cartwheel
mean.
is
it's
Yeah,
a
I'm trying to
frame
figure out how he hit his
throw.
head,
Projected
his
just
head on
means
the
you get pushed
curb
forward.
and flew 30
There's
feet. I'm sure
two
it's got
parts of
something
that,
to do
just
with
the air,
the
then there's the
coefficiency of the
ground.
Earth's
Like I said
gravitational
earlier,
field,
the
the
tumbling, the
re-entry
rolling,
speed.
whatever. That
Was it a full
part of
moon?
the crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call
Was it a
what
full
happens to a
moon?
pedestrian post impact with a crash.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
We're gonna have to ask this guy about it. Maybe Alan Jackson will
his
take it down the Chattahoochee and find out.
arm, elbow,
I'm sharing the
brunt,
screen.
that entire
Kingdom
impact.
is- That's like 16 feet.
How do you account for the fact that
I'll show it in just a second when
Okay.
you're
there's
done
such a
killing this
broken
guy.
bone?
Okay.
I don't
I
know.
think he's dead.
Is that a real 16 feet or is that their 16 feet? Because we know that they're inaccurate up to 16 feet.
16.
It's give or take.
How do you
16
account
feet.
for the fact that
That's your give or
he didn't
take.
even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They reproach.
Yes.
Light flecting off Venus.
It was the Coriolis effect, guys. Come on. Get with it.
Now, was he round enough to invoke the Coriolis effect?
What you got, John? This is your impact force calculator.
Yeah. So if he weighed 170 pounds, was hit at 22 mile an hour for, let's just say 1 second, 193 inches is 16 feet.
So not 30 feet.
Nope.
But is that
No, that's
that's a direct, not a side swipe.
Right. That is a direct hit.
Thank you, Johnny Cochran.
I'm here to please.
I don't know, man. I agree with Dante on this one. Normally I'm cutting for the police, but this one, it is so hard to believe this guy's theory of how the injuries got there. Because if you got hit by a car and flew 30 feet, your body would be bruised. You'd have broken bones 100%. There's no way. There's not one bruise on your arm or shoulder or nothing. Come on, dude.
It can't happen if it's post-mortem.
Yeah, that's true.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you know, having investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, that John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, you came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation?
That is not true.
There's no
That's
objection
why
there?
You have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
Can't object
That
to
is
it. The
not
guy
true.
plain out said in court that that's what the scene told him.
Into a round hole.
Action.
Sustained.
Well, I think he made the mistake of saying
All
that's
right,
what they
jurors
told
will
me.
take the morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
And I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
Oh, boy.
Ladies
If I
and
was
gentlemen.
If I was the state, I would be embarrassed that I put this guy on the stand.
Well, if you're the state, legend, if you're the state, you have the burden to kind of prove that Karen Reed did this. Now, you have some big ones like the Hoslong to Dine Cold. So you have this terrorist that come up, or whatever the hell, that with her turco on, that come up there, and regardless of what she said, it was very confusing. Regardless of what she said, at the end of it, Yannetti comes up there and asks her, I know that you went into this big scientific, big long thing of it could have been that she logged out or she turned her phone off, but then again, she woke up because someone called her or whatever. But isn't it also a possibility that she just made that Google search at 227? And she's like, no. Just like there's no way she searched for pandas. There's just no way that she made that Google search at 227. It's like, that's not even a possibility. When she made the search at 626 something and she made this other one at 6 something, it's not a possibility at all. No, it's like, even that one is like, come on, dude. I was believing a little bit until you said that.
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems like every day reasonable doubt is put into the case even more and more.
You say reasonable doubt. Hell, every day it's more and more reasonable WTF.
Well, that's what yeah.
I mean, at this point, a fifth grader would be like, okay, what's going on here?
This is clearly, they're trying to put some kind of evidence together that says she did it. And then as soon as you say, well, what about these things? And then a few days later or the next day, then they come up with someone that, okay, well, shit, I didn't notice that, but here's someone who will say, he'll explain that away. And their explanation of these facts are, it's not even close to being something believable, but
Did we hear how long the afternoon recess is?
No, this is just a short break. Should be like 15 minutes. There should be a short 15 minutes. But, as far as Tully's concerned, why did Tully not get a search warrant? When you can clearly get a search warrant, why did Lieutenant Tully, Brian Tully, get a search warrant when there's a camera looking at the crime scene on Brian Albert's house? Why would you not get a search warrant for that camera that looks right at the accident? Then you wouldn't have to explain none of this. You would have it all in video, case closed. I mean, that was like,
because he.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. That was landing there. Good.
Because he probably already deleted all the video and they knew it. So what was the point of getting a search warrant if the video wasn't there?
Well, just the same as they got the Ring doorbell camera for, Karen Reed and they just searched it directly from Ring itself or this or whatever the surveillance camera is, that you just do a subpoena with the camera itself and then it will show who logged in and deleted something if something was deleted. Brian Albert's testimony was it just stopped working that day and then started working the next day. He don't know why it stopped working that day. And the next door neighbor that's across the street, that's the assistant chief of police at the time, his camera also was looking at the crime scene, would have showed everything. And he said it showed nothing of value and that's it. They didn't subpoena it. Well, let me just subpoena it so I can see it for myself. No subpoenas whatsoever, no search warrants, no nothing. And it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I think they already knew what was on it. So
100%. 100%.
Oh, completely agree. This is a whole situation. From the beginning, we've all said it looks like it's a cover up or at least a bad case of trying to pin it on somebody else. And too many of these people in this police department have been, well, yeah, this is what he said, so I believe him. It's gotten to the point now where I really believe this entire police department needs to be dismantled.
100%. Here's another one. So we heard the leaky balloon night testimony, right? So the leaky balloon night text messages, this was done February 2nd. So think about this. Michael Proctor, who has never met Karen Reed before, ever. The accident happens on January 29th. Now there's 31 days in January. So we're talking about 4 days later. How does Michael Proctor know of her medical condition of having a Crohn's disease? How does he know her medical condition in just 4 days? How would he know about the leaky balloon knot? That doesn't make any sense. That fast, unless someone is feeding him information.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Well, I think she made some comment about a stomach issue is the reason she didn't go to the party. So
I see.
There may have been something in her initial interview that divulged that, hey, I got Crohn's disease and I wasn't feeling well and I didn't want to go to a house where I didn't know a bunch of people and have this embarrassing issue pop up. So I can see where he might have gotten that. It's the fact that he was describing it the way he did and to who he was doing it that is extremely unprofessional.
Definitely raises a couple of questions. Another thing I think is interesting is like the pants. Like pants, if you get a stain on a pants, it's not like changing the oil or something. Like stain on the pants, blood stain on the pants, and there's 3 people that have their DNA inside this blood on the pants. And then even the shoe, your shoe has 5 different people's DNA on the shoe, and you're not going to get a sample of anyone's DNA that's inside the house or just anyone, just to cross them out, just to rule them out. Like to not get any matches 2 years later when you already have the DNA with 3 people in the pants and 5 people in the shoe. That's another one. It's like, what?
Well, we know stains can convict people. Just ask Clinton.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and I don't recall if the stain they were talking about on the different contributors was actually blood. It could have been. I just don't remember.
Well,
if it was a stain of blood or if it was just another area. I'm not sure how they came to that area to start testing, but having multiple people's DNA on your clothes after going out, I'm not saying it's probable, but it is absolutely possible. I mean,
but if Colin Albert's DNA was on his pants or his shoe, or Brian Albert, or someone who wasn't at the bar, but it was inside the house and their DNA is on his pants, but this person was never there. He never went inside and this person was never in contact with that body. If his DNA was on those clothes in any way, what's really the blood sample or whatever the stain sample is on the clothes, that would be like, well, if you never met him and he never went inside and you weren't there inside the house anyway, why would your DNA be in that stain on his clothes?
No, and I wasn't trying to imply that you could exclude anybody from what they did. The law enforcement didn't exclude anyone. They just went for inclusion, and inclusion was Karen Reed. It's exactly what defense attorneys say a lot, and we as honestly Americans should be leery of. is here's our suspect. Let me go find the evidence to support that this person did it, instead of taking the evidence and let the evidence tell you which person did it. But let's go back to this guy's testimony today. They put him up there, and what he is, he's an accident investigator, and every state has little classes that guys can go to. On the basic level, there's a basic, intermediate, and then there's an advanced courses that you can take. I know some guys that have gone through this advanced course. They'll work for insurance companies afterward as reconstruction experts. They'll be deemed and certified in courts as experts, and these guys pretty good. They can tell you what a coefficient factor is. They can tell you how they got to everything, but they wouldn't get up and testify on his guesses. And I'll go back again to the very basic foundation. The night that when the crime scene was discovered, it wasn't preserved and it wasn't mapped out. They don't know where any of that stuff was. Everything's a damn guess. His body was over here somewhere, and we think that it happened over here somewhere. And, you know, we got you down, we think, within plus or minus 16 feet of where we think it was. So even their plus or minus 16 feet is off of an assumption of guess, because nothing was ever marked. Is where his body was, it wasn't marked. Where these pieces of plastic and all this other stuff, let's say it was all found there, it wasn't marked. They just say it was somewhere over in this area. It's like me picking up a Google map overhead picture and putting my finger on it. Hey, it was over here somewhere. It was over here somewhere. That's great if I'm talking to my boys, but that's not good when you're going to convict somebody and put them in the penitentiary. Law enforcement officers, the known point there, I would say, is not the flagpole, is the fire hydrant. Because why is a fire hydrant a good location? Because the city knows where it's at. It's mapped out, and its location is plotted somewhere, and it's probably not going to go anywhere for a long period of time. I can come back there 5 years from now, take a tape measure, and start measuring off of that fire hydrant, and be able to lay every one of these pieces back out exactly the way they were there if this crime scene was done exact. So I say all that to say they didn't do it initially. Now, here's the layer that comes in. So you bring in this expert who wasn't there at the time. He's relying on how it was. Body was over here somewhere. Everything was over here. Here's where everything was to our best assessment. And now he wants to start doing mathematical calculations off of it and get on the witness stand as some sort of an expert and say this is how it happened. And the whole point that Alan Jackson is bringing up about the physics on it is that momentum is, and he's right, momentum is transferred like in pool. Everybody plays pool. If you hit a ball directly with the cue ball, the energy or the momentum that the cue ball's got when it hits the other ball will transfer it directly. The momentum is equal. It just transfers to the next object. But a glancing blow, like in pool, if I want to cut a ball or put some English on it, I won't get the exact thing. There is a calculation. Of course, I don't know what it is. There is a calculation to be able to determine how much was pushed through. This guy didn't attempt it. He didn't care. You're just supposed to listen to me because I've been to some classes and I'm the police and this is what I said happened. But he doesn't even know. This guy on the stand has no clue. Everything he's got there is just as good as me, Big Ron, and John and Kingdom giving our best assessment on it, which none of us should be able to be listened to put somebody in the penitentiary as an expert. It's ridiculous. It's sad. And if the state, honestly, if the state doesn't bring up a real accident reconstruction expert, a guy that's got the background to be able to, a person that's got the background to be able to answer some of these questions, this case it was bad before. It's even worse now. This guy holds no weight, and it's just it's ridiculous that he's even still on the stand. Go back to those who listened on Friday when he started trying to talk about the damage on the tail light wasn't consistent with what he saw in the video as far as striking John O'Keefe's car backing out of the driveway. You notice that didn't come up this morning, so we can assume that Bev did the right thing. He is not an expert. He doesn't have the background of the death to be able to determine whether the damage on her vehicle is consistent to a compression contact, which that's what that was. It wasn't momentum or speed. She backed into it very slowly, and which, quite honestly, I think most people without a physics degree can figure that out. That I could see that if you back into a plastic on metal, the plastic's probably going to give first when you're just applying pressure. So this guy's it's a travesty that he's up there. It's sad that the state would put him on the stand, and I think Alan Jackson did a good job on feeding it.
But who else are you going to call that's going to explain this? I mean, because the 3 FBI experts that are PhD doctors in this, the best in the country. You would imagine the FBI is calling. You need a full day of voir dire to make sure they can even testify. But this guy gets on the stand. He had like just less than 1 week of training. It's like, how is this guy an expert that's putting people in prison?
Well, now he's not testifying as a true expert witness. Now, FBI investigators, they may take a little long to do those, but they handled his voir dire in about 10 minutes, and it was no, he can't testify. But the reason they brought up the point of him giving his expert opinion in air quotes about the damage on her taillight and is whether it be consistent with the contact made with O'Keefe's vehicle is that he's absolutely not an expert. The court's already ruled on that. We haven't heard that testimony. We won't hear it. You can't bring that up. But he is able to come testify because the state pulled him in. Let's say he was an accident investigator. They just said, hey, Baldy, you seem like a pretty smart guy. Go out there and investigate this and figure out what happened. He's there as an officer of the state, a law enforcement officer of the state, and he's testifying on his investigation. It doesn't necessarily mean he's an expert. I don't know that the court would even deem him an expert as far as an expert witness. And understand what I'm saying first, and I'll let you talk. I don't know, I'm talking over you. But an expert witness is somebody that I had nothing to do with anything on this. You called me in and said that I'm an expert in broken glass, and I've been to college, and I've got so many cases under my belt. These people will testify in court, and they'll give that information, and the court will then say, okay, we believe that you can be deemed an expert witness, and that expert witness's testimony to the jury is, you can believe it or not. We're just saying that this person is knowledgeable in this area. We've checked it out, and this is what this person says. Take it for what you will. So, going to say this guy's an expert is not really what's happening here.
Well, first we have to make the determination that for bald people, range-minded podcast, we're not looping all bald people together. It's just these collection of bald people that work for the Massachusetts State Police Department. But speaking of the Massachusetts State Police Department, here's a question for law enforcement. Now, Trooper Michael Proctor has been a trooper of the Massachusetts. Let me bring Big Ron back up. The Trooper Michael Proctor has been a trooper for the Massachusetts State Police Department for 12 years. 12 years. And the reason that he said that he made these comments about Karen Reed is because he got emotional, just within one day, 24 hours, within a spirit of 2-3 days, he got emotional. Are you trying to tell me that in 12 years that this is the first time that you've gotten emotional with a case, this hit and run or whatever it is? This is the first time that you're going to say these comments about the suspect of your investigation because this is the first time you got emotional in 12 years and being a state police? What do you think about that?
I call BS.
I wonder what he says like when it's a black person, because they barely made it through the BLM, the Massachusetts State Police, if you see the history, what happened before this. But wonder what you think he says about other potential victims if, they're different of color or black people or something. I wonder what he says in those cases. Or this is just the first time he ever got emotional on a case.
It's the first time his cell phone's ever been pulled and examined and read in court, my friend. Just go know that. And I can see having an emotional investment in a case with the death of a police officer, being a police officer. But honestly, that's when you tighten your shot group up. You make sure that everything is done right 100%. When this goes to a jury, the jury's going to see it just like I do because I brought the evidence, I brought the receipts, and you can't question the integrity of my investigation. This one is 100% opposite of that. And you can agree with. I'd like your opinion, John. I'll say you should agree with me. I'm saying I wouldn't know. I'd like to know if you do agree with me. But as a police officer, when you have a real critical case that you're air quotes emotionally invested in, that's when you're doing everything correct. That's where you're crossing every T, dotting every I, making sure that when this goes up, you cannot question the integrity of my investigation whatsoever. You're going to have to accept my facts. And they did the opposite of that, in my opinion, on this.
That's what I was saying the other week. I'm not saying that it should be anybody should be treated any different, but when you're talking about a brother in blue, you want to make sure that you're solid. And I am real bad about second guessing myself and going over things 2, maybe 3 times. But like you said, Joe, this is one time like you want to make sure all your I's are dotted, all your T's are clearly crossed. And if nothing else, do a little more than what you are required to do. Go above and beyond. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it all the time with anybody. You should, but I'm just saying you would think that that with another law enforcement officer that your investigation is rock solid. Um, sit on it a day or two and then go back over it. See if there's anything you missed. Bring somebody else in that you trust and say, look at this. Based on what you know, do you see anything that I can add, or I should have done a little bit different, something. And as far as the emotional part, I'll be the first one to say when I first got into public safety, yeah, I got emotional over some calls that I went on, and then when I got in law enforcement, I was like, holy hell. Yeah, I got a little emotional, but after about a year and a half, you become numb to that stuff. And yeah, it does bother you when it's another law enforcement officer, but like back to Joe's point, you got to make sure that you're on your P's and Q's. Don't leave any doors cracked for an attorney to question, your professionalism, your integrity, or any of that. You're a rock solid witness, regardless of which way it's going to go. You're rock solid, and then you can only do what you can do. This was sloppy. I'm sorry, it was sloppy.
Yeah, I want to bring up a point that our friend Lisa. Yeah, actually, she and I have talked about this, and in particular about Massachusetts, the court system, not just law enforcement, the court system. I will blame the reason that these officers did an investigation this way and thought they could sit in court and say the things the way they did, that they didn't know Alan Jackson was going to be there, that this defendant was actually going to bring a defense to bear. But the court should require every bit of testimony and every person that testifies in there. The court should require that the cross-examination is deep and thorough. All areas are checked out on every piece of evidence and every piece of testimony. Never to, and a lot of times courts do this. They have a tendency to lean towards the state. They have a tendency to lean towards the police just for the fact and the nature that it's the state and the police. I think everything should be under scrutiny when it comes to court. When it comes to a trial and someone's life's on the line, whether it be 5 years or the death penalty, that's still life-changing for that person sitting in the defendant's seat. Everything should be scrutinized. Everything should be cross-examined, and the court shouldn't stand in the way and shouldn't cut for one side. I'd say that these police officers and this DA's office has enjoyed a court system there that has leaned their way, and they've never had to stand up and answer up on some of the way they've conducted investigations. The police said it, so therefore it is. Jury, take that as a fact because the state said so. So I agree with Lisa. I think a biggest problem you're seeing in Massachusetts is really coming out of the court system. The court system's not holding one side of two parties in a contest to the same standard.
What you got, Big Ron? What do you think about that? The getting sensitive on this particular one.
I'm going to agree with John on that one. At this point in his career, the guy should probably be pretty numb to it. I get it that it's a fellow police officer, but like Joe said, this is just the first time he's gotten caught. This is probably a common way he acts. Oh, coming back.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
This guy's a joke.
How do you clean this up? I have no idea.
Let's see.
With regard to your testimony, as far as that triggering event, well, the two events on 12,629B, you testified that was consistent with the pedestrian collision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you could tell the jury, why is that consistent with the pedestrian collision?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
22 miles per hour in reverse for about
Right. Okay. Yeah. So why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because of the sudden change in the speed. It drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now, your overall opinion is based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes.
Other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your opinion?
Like from other reports and stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Sustained as to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements.
In witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a three-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes.
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
Yes, it is.
Now, we asked you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's a bigger area. Point of impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask, the cell phone that was located under Mr. O'Keefe's body, that location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as let me ask you this. You were shown some photographs of some taillight pieces near a fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was within that. What I've had for non-initial evidence, I said the area impact was a star in that area prior to the sneaker. Sorry, so what I was saying was the area impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that is the first point of evidence.
And first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence
fire
was
hydrant?
figured as it was
Well, that's ignoring the other evidence.
That
That's
was
the
pointed
first
to
piece
me.
of
It was the
evidence he
first
wanted
point
to
of
go off
evidence
of.
away from.
It was explained to him.
first
It's all
point of evidence
bullshit.
At that
You're
time,
supposed
that
to
knew
believe it.
away from the pedestrian.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think the state police department's punching
So I'm
each other
showing
in the
you
arm.
remarks.
Why did you
It's
plant
Exhibit
the one next to the
68.
fire hydrant?
Recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I publish that for the jury,
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
Yeah, and look at it from the other aspect. Let's say she did do it. They're doing a poor job
Yes, I do.
proving that she
When do
did
you
it.
recognize that?
It's a
There's
crappy
34 Fairview
investigation.
at the left side, and there's the fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and the photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd, 2022?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Now, Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
And as far as that linear path that you were talking about from the area of impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
Should I say? So from, I think it's from like this way.
Hey, Ms. Gilman, you can take that time. May I approach this for tree count?
This guy is so full of shit.
Now it
Now,
appears
if
like
you
he's
could-
just making stuff up as he goes.
Explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the wall.
Lowley's trying to coach him.
Yes.
Trying to.
So he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm. And then he was in post impact with the Lexus. He rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to
Everybody,
final
that's
rest.
conjecture, no foundation. It's just
And
like me
the
standing
ground,
up
based
there.
on
That's
your
what I think
understanding of the weather
happened.
conditions, was
Bullshit.
frozen at the time. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes. So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No,
So there's a rotation, is that correct?
correct.
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I do not have any evidence that he would have flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience,
Yes.
based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveled in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe. So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about it. You're talking about the Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics.
Did he just
specifically
say that if he
construction
used the
by someone named
calculator,
Dr.
it would
Searle,
underestimate
Correct.
the speed of the
That's
vehicle? Does that mean that they're
SEA.
overestimating the speed of the
That is
vehicle?
correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that?
I think you're correct.
applicable in side
Yeah.
swipe collisions
And he
versus
kind of
some other
mentioned
types?
that a while ago also.
Because it takes in, it's looking for more, it's not so much the formula, it's how much projection efficiency that would occur, how much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role does that play in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of striking vehicle due to the center mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him, being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in that same way. Could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in midair. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
I do like the professional alcoholic that doesn't spill his drink and all the way
Now-
to the end. I do like that one.
And speaking of collision sequences, particularly collisions involving multiple vehicles, vehicles are affixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope,
Yes. Yeah.
sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to sidebar?
Massacre.
Is there normally this many sidebars in a case?
Dude, stop the fight. Stop the fight. It's over. I'm calling it, man. Get that man off the stand. This is too much. He's a glutton for punishment. I understand that. but it needs to stop. It needs to stop. How's it going? How are you?
We are great.
Yeah. Oh, to say the least. So look at, I just love the courtroom, man. I can't. I mean, there's been a lot of bad days for the Commonwealth, a lot of them. But day 26, man, this is the worst. This is so bad, man. Get that man off the stand. Stop it.
Actually, if you're pulling for Karen Reed, you want this guy to stay on the stand as long as possible. But glad we could hear that from Turtle Boy.
Yeah, I mean, I think like just like Michael Proctor when he was done, and then Lally's keeping him on the stand longer. I think this one you'll just say no further questions and let him get off the stand. Don't keep him up there so Alan Jackson has another reason to talk to him again.
I think that sidebar, they're discussing the depth of his, air quotes, expertise in his opinion, how much some of that truly should be even admitted.
I'm sorry again, if I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you were also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of this wasn't more of a direct on hit with the bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass,
Well, that's the first I'm hearing about
are
DNA on
are you
plastic.
aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway was not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? If you know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the roadway?
I'm not sure what the lab said.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams, your testimony, I believe, was that you had used certain diagrams in the process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The 3-point turn that you observed in the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet. How far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other tech stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included the 3-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some questions about the defendant's cell phone, as far as GPS locations. Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
I never looked for it in the first place. It wasn't a
Now,
concern to me.
as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event,
They didn't tell me to do that, just to prove that he's guilty.
Did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage.
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
Because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you can physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key cycle, is that necessarily recorded within the text stream data?
No,
And why not, sir?
it only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate.
And why so?
Because it also be, you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle. So those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger. And plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he's holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why.
Objection.
Sustained. It's asked to answer.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle, and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Judge Romeo. Very briefly, I just want to make sure I clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes. It's basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
And the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
So in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that, because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Right. Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing.
No.
No. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with the key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you were going to ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Wow.
You know what I don't understand is they keep having all these objections. The judge keeps saying, ask it a different way. It's the same question that's going to get the same answer. What's the point of rephrasing it?
I think
It has to do with
legal lawyer.
Yeah.
There's something in the way it's phrased. You have to phrase it differently or something based on something.
It can't be leading. You can't say, well, when you got there, you'd already seen that the defendant had shot the victim, right? Yes, that's a leading question. Only if they're deemed hostile can you have leading questions. You're supposed to ask a question, and the person testifying gives you a truthful answer. So you don't get truthful answers that way if I'm putting words in your mouth.
Yeah.
Sometimes
like
it can
Lally's
be,
doing.
he's doing it very badly here. And that's what most of the objections, and she's been sustaining them. So some of it could have to do with, once again, the state's kind of treating this guy as an expert, but I think the defense has been and the judge are on the same sheet of music that this guy's not an expert. He did do some investigating, and he could talk about his investigation, but giving an air quote expert opinion should be out the window. And I think that you're also seeing some objections on that as well, that he doesn't have the standing or foundation to answer the question you asked him.
But he is, Lally's kind of giving the answer and saying, right?
You indicated pretty clearly that your
And that would be
analysis
leading.
based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing at 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is the odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is your analysis that's based on the odometer reading. 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what
You got the path of travel wrong.
So what I
yes,
purposely
moron.
put down a range on my Google images shown because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way, but I know that it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, and that would mean the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Into the doctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Couldn't that be when they took it off of the tow truck at the Massachusetts or at the Canton Police Department? When they took it off the tow truck, he went in reverse 24 miles an hour.
All right, so jurors.
I don't know, but he did establish a snowy road. You could have a tire spin, tire break.
All rise for the court, please.
We doing lunch?
Yeah.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial.
It looks like it.
That guy was a train wreck for the state, just all the way down. I think the jury sees it the same way we do. I mean, most of us in here are normal, average people. I think they see it the same way we do. This guy's a train wreck. He doesn't know within 10 miles of what he's talking about. He's up there giving his opinion as if he does.
What do we know, Big Ron, about the video that we've seen that has the pedestrian collision system on the Lexus that says it's impossible to hit a pedestrian because it automatically applies the brake?
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting one that you posted today. I know with my car, if you move wrong when the car is pulling forward, it'll automatically lock the car up and alarms will go off in the car. And we're talking 1 or 2 miles an hour. We don't have to be moving fast. And I think John had made a point that through Lexus, they actually have that system disabled all the way up to 20-something miles an hour. So I thought that was kind of odd that Lexus would do that with what people would quote unquote call a high-end car. But with what I'm driving, it's standard, equipment in the car to be able to stop if somebody walks in front of her, gets near the car within 1 or 2 miles an hour.
Yeah. You want to see that video, Joe?
Guys, take a look.
Stuff.
Same year model?
I don't think that's the same car, but it's a new Lexus. This is without hitting the brake, just putting it in reverse, and it automatically hits the brake.
Well, do we know if that was available for Karen Reed's car? Was it on there? That'd be huge. I think we'd heard it by now, though.
That would definitely be a good question. Was this an available option for her trim package? I know my last variant of the car that I'm driving, we didn't opt for that package on the car versus this version of the car that we have. We didn't really have a choice. It was built into the trim package. So that would be a great question. Was it that trim package installed in the car with those features?
You know what? That's a great question. If it was available and she declined it at the time of purchase, this could lead into intent. She bought that vehicle particularly with the ability to back over someone so that she could kill John O'Keefe at a later date. That's damning to the defense right there. Damning.
An expert that way. Yeah, it's a $90,000 Lexus SUV. I'm pretty sure it has that. Pretty sure. But
Kingdom, you would be surprised of what people will skimp on a vehicle. We bought our first variant of the car. The exact words out of my wife's mouth were, "I don't need that on my car. I know how to drive. It's all the idiots around me that don't know how to drive." And then when we got this variant of the car and it has all that stuff in it, she's like, "Oh, I really like that." So it, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Well, in the car business, I can just give you a little bit of, the Toyota and Lexus, it's not like Honda has a EX or EXL, or they have where it's just standard options with that trim. The Toyota or Lexus, they have a bunch of different options you can have. But if you go to the dealership, you don't say, "Well, I want this or I don't want that." It's like, we have 3. If you want a black Lexus SUV, I got 3 of them in stock, and this is just what it has on it. And you just take it or leave it. We're not taking off this package or adding this one. I just have an inventory of 3 of them, or there's 3 or 4 in the area that are black. That's that trim level. And this is just what it has on it. So you can say that you want this, but you're not going to have the Toyota or Lexus manufacturer make it and send it to you exactly like that. You're just going to be subject to whatever they had on the lot. And more than likely, that $90,000 Lexus had it, but let's just say it didn't. But I would imagine this safety features, blind spot monitoring and stuff. Most of these things are standard on Lexus, but I'm not sure about the anti-pedestrian collision sensor. Or that, I don't know if
Well,
that's an option.
do we have the year, make, and model of that car? Because it wouldn't be hard to run that onto the internet and find out exactly what options were available.
That's a good one.
I bet we can get that information.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, usually the safety features are mostly standard, but I don't have any knowledge about if that's standard or not.
And I don't know what year they came out, if it's just something in recent models or it was on the year that her vehicle was produced.
Yeah.
Big Ron's got a good point. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah. Also, I have a little clip this is live from the Boston Celtics NBA game where another podcaster, reporter, someone who has a little show, he has a little interview where he's interviewing people at the game if they know anything about the Karen Reed trial. It's pretty interesting. I'll just play a little small clip.
Karen Reed guilty? Is she not guilty?
Karen Reed is not guilty. There's no conceivable way that happened. I don't know how much impact the taillight would take, but I know it would have to hit something a hell of a lot harder than somebody's arm.
Is you familiar with Karen Reed?
I am.
You think
free her till it's backwards?
You think she's guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
She's
on the record, not guilty.
So you familiar with the Karen Reed trial?
No.
Karen Reed, the one who supposedly killed the Boston cop.
I've
You
heard
think
it,
she's
but I don't
guilty or
keep
not
it up.
guilty? You don't keep up.
I'd say I can't say yes or no because I don't keep up with it. So
Let's go Celtics, baby.
let's go.
My man, always good to see you. Are you familiar with Karen Reed?
I am.
You think she's guilty or not guilty?
I don't know enough about the trial to comment on that. Yeah, I can't comment on that.
I dig it, brother. Thank you for your time, my man.
Sir.
My man. I dig it. Are you familiar with Karen Reed?
No.
The girl that's fighting for her life on the trial about supposedly killed the Boston cop?
Oh, Karen Reed trial. Yes.
Is she
Yes.
guilty or not guilty?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a really good question. It's actually the trial's happening in my town.
Where you from?
Dedham.
Oh, you're from Dedham. Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I am free Karen Reed.
Free Karen Reed?
He says free Karen Reed.
Come over here, brother. One word to describe this Celtics team, what would it be?
I would say they're murderers like the Canton Police Department.
Oh! So let me ask you this, my man. Let me ask you this. Is Karen Reed guilty or not guilty?
Karen Reed's fucking not guilty. It's not even a question. It's not even a question. Kyrie's guilty. Karen Reed is not guilty.
Kyrie.
Not guilty. Cut it.
That's what. Where you from, my man?
I'm from Hampton, New Hampshire.
From NH all the way to,
Yes, sir.
to Canton.
Yeah.
Karen Reed, man, not guilty.
Free Karen Reed!
Let's go.
No, I think it's obviously a cover.
So, I don't know if that proves anything, but it's just, a little interesting clip about what people are saying in the local area. What'd you think of that one, Big Ron?
Well, they like the Celtics, and according to all of them, except for two, she's not guilty. I don't know where else to go with that.
I know
they don't really have a high opinion of their police department there either. It seems like.
I mean, when you don't know anything about the trial, you're thinking, oh, I've heard of it, but I don't really know a lot about it, so I really can't make a decision. I mean, I think that would be a gauge of if they had a poor opinion, like, I haven't heard about the case, but statistically, we just don't trust the police department. I didn't hear anything like that. But the people who've been actually watching the case, they think that she's innocent. But the people who haven't seen the case, they don't have an opinion one way or another. So that's just what I gathered from that one. What you got there, Mr. Lanou? John, anybody? All by myself, I don't want to be. All right, who else has an opinion? Who else knows what's going on around here? Looks like we're on a lunch break. All right, fair enough. Let's take it on to this cool Alan Jackson song. Let's see what we got here.
doing a little traveling right now, if you guys can't tell.
No, yeah, you're on the road. You're on the road. I think our Johnny Cochran and Joe Lanou seems like they might have stepped out for a little latrine break, if you will. But yeah, have you heard the new song, the hip hop song from Alan Jackson remix?
I'm scared already.
Yeah, it's really good. Joe said he had to step away here, and Dante said when he argued the physics equation would have underestimated his bullshit scenario was enlightening. All right, what do we got here?
I maintain what I said last week. How much longer is this flogging going to go before the state gives up?
I don't think they are going to give up. It doesn't make any sense that they would.
You think they're going to maintain the theory of you give me a person and I'll show you the crime?
I think at this part of the trial, I mean, you're just what they call in poker pot committed. I mean, you're just pot committed on this deal. You've gone too far. You've drugged this lady into court. In theory, she has about 2 more weeks of freedom, and then she could be in prison for the rest of her life. I mean, you've gotten her in this situation. She's lost everything. She's paying for this new Lexus. It's not driving. She's probably paid over $1 million in legal defense fees. They've come up with a scenario. They're trying to just manufacture experts that are just trying to say that whatever the pieces of taillight and where he was found, just somehow trying to make it make sense that there was no other conclusion of he went into the house or anything else. It had to be this. They're trying their best. They're pot committed, but it just doesn't make any sense. But they're trying their best. You know damn well that Adam Lally does not believe all this shit. But that's just me talking. Here's the new video. And I would say a new remix single from Alan Jackson, the hip hop version. Let's see it. Let me get here.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass.
It's kind of catchy.
I will fuck you up. Pull up, bitch. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
Objection.
I will fuck you up. KO. Bang bang. I will fuck you up. You're a bitch, bro. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang. Bang bang.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand. Please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Michael Proctor, Proctor.
You're a bitch, bro. Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
Well, there you go. What do you think about that? Bang Bang, Alan Jackson, a new single out there in the hip hop world. All right, so since I've been abandoned. Let's go over something I think is pretty, something I just stumbled upon. His name is Steve Scanlon. Steve Scanlon is the original whistleblower in the Karen Reed case. So let me share this tab instead. This is what he looks like right here. So Steve Scanlon had a call to David Yannetti's office, was the turning point in Karen Reed trial. And so this is Steve Scanlon on the right. And then, of course, Brian Albert. Steve Scanlon, very athletic guy. Looks like a little Sylvester Stallone type of situation going on here. If you look down here, it shows how he knows everybody and the chief. He's not a villain in here. He's just, you see him right here with a picture between him and Brian Albert. Him and Brian Albert were on the Boston Police Department kickboxing team, which you see here. But moving down here, Scanlon told me that he spoke with Brian once every 5 years and that they were merely acquaintances. However, the pictures of them together on his Facebook page, which they use for stories below, right here. And almost every picture Brian Albert is in, he's the focus of attention. This 30-year-old image is the only time I've ever seen him smiling. So basically, Scanlon in June, after his name kept getting brought up by tipsters, said that he knew about what happened inside of 34 Fairview Road. He said on February 3rd, he contacted David Yannetti after seeing Karen Reed being arraigned on the news, and he told Yannetti that he believed that John O'Keefe was beaten inside the house. Scanlon said, "This thing stinks, and an innocent person should not be blamed if they did not do it." He said that he reached out to Karen Reed through Facebook Messenger and he offered free PI help, but this is when he never heard back, and then he decided to go directly to Yannetti. This dude got beat up, quote unquote, he reported to Yannetti. Stunk on February 3rd, and how would Scanlon know that John was beaten inside the house if he wasn't there? Said if someone backs into a guy, they're going to have a bodily injury and bruising, and John didn't have that. The autopsy photos had not been released by February 3rd, but he's told me that he knew what John's body looked like from hearing the news report about the swollen eyes. And that's what the autopsy report looks like right there. Scanlon told me that he had told Yannetti he had heard from Brian Albert's nephew. So check this out. So he has family friends of the kids, his kid and the other kids, Colin Albert and all these kids. They're all in the same circle of friends. And so basically Yannetti had heard that Brian Albert's nephew was involved in a beating and that the ATF agent was also in there. He did not know the names of either of them at the time, but they fit the profile of the Colin Albert and Brian Higgins. This was likely the first time Yannetti had heard of the Colin Albert was inside the house, which was a huge clue since Colin had previously disputes with his former neighbor, John O'Keefe. Prior to Scanlon's visit to Yannetti's office, Karen's only attorney at the time was publicly skeptical of the Commonwealth story and said that his client should not be charged with manslaughter. However, at the time, Yannetti hadn't made any comments alleging that O'Keefe was beaten inside the house. Scanlon's tip likely confirmed any suspicions Yannetti had and was the official beginning of the defense's pursuit of a third-party culprit defense. Scanlon seemed very invasive and nervous. He denied having firsthand knowledge of what happened. He said that someone in the house told him what happened, and it was only my opinion. But why would the PI approach the defense attorney if he was just another person with an opinion? I got the impression while speaking with Scanlon that he knew more but feared the wrath of Brian Albert. He admitted to me that once they started to pursue Brian Albert's involvement, he refused to speak with them anymore. Scanlon genuinely sounded like he felt bad for Karen Reed and had it on his conscience that an innocent woman was being charged with a crime that he knew she didn't commit. However, he wasn't willing to go all the way because he knew Brian Albert and he wanted to help so long as his name was never brought into it. He wanted to be the whistleblower without actually being named as the whistleblower. So that is interesting. I didn't know that Scanlon was the original whistleblower that heard from the grapevine, allegedly, that John O'Keefe went inside the house and got beaten. And then he's the one that brought it to people's attention that this is what happened because I heard through the grapevine. And then he tried to reach out to Karen Reed's Facebook. And then he actually went into David Unetti's house, told David Unetti. But then when they started, blaming and pointing the finger at Brian Albert, all of a sudden he backed off and stopped. So that's interesting. I didn't even know that. Did anyone else hear about that? Or
no, have they called this guy as a witness or
no.
That?
This is just, he went in and talked to Unetti, and that's when the defense began to run with the conclusion that they think there was a physical altercation inside of the house based on this guy saying he heard that's what happened. So that's when they started to pursue that. But at the time, they didn't know what happened, like February 3rd. They weren't saying that, oh no, he went in the house and got beaten. They weren't saying that at the time.
Yeah, I really don't know what to think about that other than it's a news story. Wonder if the defense is going to call him.
Doesn't seem like he wants to be involved from what I heard, but who knows?
No, a subpoena doesn't give you an option. But
yeah, it's true.
Lisa was gone for a bit. Any earth-shattering events? They concluded with the Mickey Mouse
Yeah, Mr.
accident.
Lally, you just need to tell me when I need to give that instruction.
Yes.
But wouldn't that be hearsay that you heard someone say? You can't bring that in.
You start with investigating. So, well, who'd you hear it from? Then you go to that person. Who'd you hear it from? I mean, you go to the next person until you no longer have hearsay. Do we know who the state's going to call this time? Who's this guy?
Good question.
Looks official. Confident.
Just raise your right hand, please.
White
Do you
tie,
solemnly
looking
swear
mafia.
that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, he didn't want to say anything to God?
Yeah, this class act.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
What a loser. A loser.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And if it's at all helpful, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can put it in any direction you wish.
I don't believe in God. Try the other
Thank
thing.
you.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell
I
your
thought
last
everybody
name?
from Boston
Yes,
was
it's Ian
Catholic.
Whiffin. So IANWHIFFIN.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently the decoding product manager at Cellbrite.
And,
Oh, this is the
what is
Celebrate guy.
Cellbrite is one of the world leaders in mobile forensics software.
And when you say forensic software, can you explain to the jury a little bit about sort of what is forensic software and how is it used, specifically your Cellbrite?
Yes, so forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, cell phones primarily, to extract that data and to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions.
There's no way
going
he's
back
going to say that
some of
Celebrite's
your
not accurate.
Educational and prior work experience with starting sort of with your undergraduate work. What, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
This might be
And what
Dante's
department was
cousin.
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol,
before moving to the digital forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics, was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there?
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Cellbrite as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist the developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use. And finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Cellbrite?
Yep, so right now in the position that I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
Now, with regard to your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite coursework since joining Cellbrite, but other than the 3-week course in Ottawa, and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
And in addition to your work with Cellbrite, what, if any, other areas of the field have you worked in?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Have you given any presentations? Have you published any work in relation to this area?
Yes. So since working as an examiner, I identified that there were times that I needed to parse artifacts from applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community. And directly related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
Over the course of your work, have you had occasion to testify in other courts in relation to this specific field?
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times. Mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Now, as far as questions that come into your company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions, what parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is your product?
So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across an artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
You determined there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regard to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellbrite.
And if you know why was that initial, as far as the initial contact, or initial request from Cellbrite, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network. So the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellbrite's possession. And I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be, correct?
Correct.
And as far as this particular issue, has this arisen in other instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
Now, as far as the full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at in this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on just the web history artifacts.
And what, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifacts?
So the 2:27:40 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 2:27:40. And I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 2:27:40 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
Is he really saying this stuff?
What is your opinion as to when the search
Cellbrite is not accurate?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27 and 40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
And before we get to that, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I don't believe that's what he's saying. It's not saying it's not accurate. It's saying it's not being interpreted correctly, I believe.
He's saying that Jennifer McCabe did not Google search Haas Long to die in cold at 227 is what he's saying.
He is, and this would be the second expert to say that as well.
But he's actually with Celebrate.
Right. The other was a third party as well. It wasn't a state employee that said that. It was a third party.
Do you recognize that,
Would,
sir?
uh,
I do, yes.
determine
What do you
that.
recognize that to be?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
May I approach General?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
I can't believe I'm hearing it.
14.
Is anything on Celebrate correct? Or just that one incorrect?
I don't know. I think you're jumping to some conclusions there to say that.
Well, they're bringing him up there knowing he's not going to say something too damning.
Yes.
I believe he's going to tell you that it's not inaccurate. You're just interpreting it incorrectly, is what he's going to say.
May I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
And for those who don't know, when you do a Celebrite pull, it gives you a data dump, and you've got to try to decipher what all that means. Some of it's pretty straightforward. Some of it may not be so straightforward.
Now, Mr. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen now as the exhibit you have before you?
I do, yes.
And Mr. Whitman, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, you're significant to observe within this exhibit.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator. So what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit. The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title. Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website is visited in order to make suggestions to down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database. History_visits is the name of the table. And then the number is the unique identifier, which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
Mr. Whitman, probably a couple of foundational questions that I should have asked you first. My apologies. With respect to the cell phone extraction,
One of the main things people should take away from this is how much Apple tracks what you
Jennifer
do.
McCabe, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her.
Correct.
And as far as a extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellbrite?
It's decoding product manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation does what you do have with relation to an extraction and how that's, what's sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellbrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellbrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do that what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from the Cellbrite tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Ms. Gilman, if you could shrink that just a little, or zoom out a little. Now, again, Mr. Whitman, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed depicted in this particular case.
Yeah, so the lower two records, which are highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hockamocksports.com.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1, the second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap and deleted data in that database.
Now, you used another term in there as far as the SQLite database. If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training.
Yeah, a SQLite database, essentially it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file.
Now, with reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship did the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range, what if anything, did that tell you?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
What, if any, observations did you make as far as those contiguous identifiers in the range they had in relation to the web history that you observed?
Okay, so within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records had been deleted during that time.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So if I could ask.
That one back.
Do
Thank you.
recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost. We have no objection.
Okay. Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Permission may we publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Counselor, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit, and what any information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation.
Okay. So this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Searched items looks at all of the web history items that we found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted. So for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, and then it contains the query string that you've typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file The search query itself was Hoss Long to Diane Cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now, with respect, I think you've used a couple of different terms within that as far as a knowledge C database. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case. Yes, the knowledge C database is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information about the activity on the device at any given time. Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for. And important to this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
When you say when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that as far as what exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you had used the term as far as a browser state DB, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates to it?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change. And the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
Now, this search here, what, if anything, did you observe as far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe either?
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
When you say deleted records, as far as your self-rights tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be deleted by the system, and which are you talking about, the phone, or are you talking about your tool?
The phone. Right. Our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way. Just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Now, with respect, let me just ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes. So Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an old version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that's been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what, if any, tools have you designed and or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years. Since being an examiner myself and struggling to parse any particular application that I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it's still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
And could you just say the name of the tool?
Artex, A-R-T-E-X. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the situation depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
And what are those 2 ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content. Or you can delete all content altogether. If all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history, so I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
And I guess alluding to what you just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those 2 methods of user deletion occurred in this context? Objection, may we approach, please?
Who's this
sorry?
guy?
I said objection, may we approach, please?
Okay.
Celebrate rep expert.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. He doesn't have any formal education whatsoever, which I guess you don't need because he's just a brainiac. But something I think is interesting is Jessica Hyde, the lady with the headdress. She said the Google search was not deleted. And then here, Ian Whiffen, this guy who's testifying now, says the Google search was deleted. And both of these people were called by the DA. So it's like another contradiction.
I don't know that that's. I don't know if that's exactly what he's saying. I don't think they're explaining it well. What they're trying to explain is that the tab was opened at 227 with an original search, and then people have gone back in, or like you can, instead of opening another tab on your phone, you just do another search and that tab's open. The tab is going to be labeled at the last search that you did, and then that tab was eventually deleted. What am I trying to say? The little Google search tab was deleted, and they're both are trying to say that the search at 227 was about some hockey or sports league. That there was a search at 227, but it wasn't the house long. But it makes it appear, evidently, when you pull it from Celebrite, it appears to be since House Long to Die in the Cold was the last search on that tab. It appears that search was made at 227, is what they're both trying to say. Not very well, in my opinion.
He doesn't believe in God. He believes in the money the prosecution's paying him to say this bullshit, dude.
Can I have one moment, John?
Sure.
But Dante, is he from the same place across the pond
So
that you
moving
are, or what's
from
going on
that For
there?
a moment, may I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
And here is what the first lady said. When you see her, it says at 624 recent web search. It says recent web searches as it was searched before at 227.
Recognize that?
I do, yes.
So what do you recognize that?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobile Safari.plist and the method of searching.
I approach again, John.
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce the as the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
Joe, I didn't realize how much Celebrate, what the system cost until the other day I was Googling it. I was like, holy moly, we in the wrong business.
It costs a lot of money. Then it has like updates every like 20 minutes. You got to pay for all those and service plans.
Yeah,
Of course,
the
Mr. Mayor,
base
public
system's
system.
like
Jury.
30,000, 26,000.
I think it's from Australia.
Oh,
Australia actually makes a lot of law enforcement
Mr.
surveillance.
Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
You did use a term in there, I believe, called a P list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about?
Yes, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that later point, direct the jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what, if anything, is significant to observe in this particular slide or table.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobile Safari.p list. The term shown down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the P list. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Campton.
Now, aside from this, just for a moment, with regard to, you're familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to this?
Yeah, so private browsing mode is a setting that you can set on iOS devices or primarily most devices that prevents any of your browsing activity.
Building a home.
Did that have to what your analysis of the distraction in this case?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Now, you also familiar with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury and how that applies to this?
Yes, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs, and that records the visit to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, so for example, you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If, however, the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. And if you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Or would that be written to somewhere else within the phone as far as any other storage areas?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Now, with regard to the P-list files, does the P-list file save all sort of history items or no?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari P list, you need to actually type into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.p list.
And so what, if anything, were you able to determine about those two searches with regards to what you observed?
So in these particular two searches were conducted at 6:23:51 and 6:24:18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within HistoryDB and that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the Celebrate record that says Haas long to die in cold at 2:27, it can't be because she searched it at 2:27. It has to be something else. And this sounds like some straight bullshit.
What he's saying is that if it were deleted, it would be in another database, and they're not finding it in a database, so therefore it was never deleted. And this is consistent with what the other experts say.
That new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the additional, the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She also deleted all the messages to her daughter, and she deleted like 15 messages.
Did you bring it?
So are those not true too, or just this one?
Well, it's because it's a browser. The text messages, they actually come out pretty clear: sent, deleted, sent, and date deleted on your report. But the browser can be tricky because it's kind of a window into places where you can go other places. So it has backup databases produced by Safari. Because when you delete it from your phone, you're deleting it from your Safari database as well. So there has to be an action that makes that happen, and there's a log, database log inside the phone, and that Celebrate can pull. When you look at it in of its face, it looks like the last search. All the searches on that tab were for House Long to Die in the Cold. But when you go back to look to see if one was actually deleted, it's not in the delete log. So therefore, they're saying that's not what it was, that the original tab was opened up to search for some sports team at 2:27 in the morning. And she used the same open tab to make the search at 6:20. Instead of hitting the plus sign, she just went to the first one up and hit the Google bar and started to search, is what they're saying this data shows.
You are unmuted.
Sound like some bullshit to me.
Yeah. No, I get it. Anything that's going to push down that House Long to Die in the Cold for you is going to be bullshit. You're not going to believe it because you're hanging your hat on that one.
Come on, King.
May I return to the witness?
No, you followed that.
Yeah.
If you could just
Joe did a
repeat,
very good
exactly
job of
what that is
explaining
in the
that.
next exhibit.
Yeah, so it's a comparison between the search terms found in the P list, so the mobile Safari P list, and the search terms found within the history.db database.
So the items contained within this table are items that were contained within the extraction that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could display that for the jury.
Yes. Yes.
I agree, Dante, but you're not gonna get anyone agreeing with you here except for me.
And Mr. Whitman, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury what we're looking at in this table and what, if anything, is significant between sort of the two sources of information.
Okay, so the first list, the P list term, shows the term within the mobile Safari.P list, excluding the two that we've already mentioned, which are of note. And the first timestamp column shows the timestamp according to that P list. The history item shows the search term as recorded in the history database. And then we have the timestamp as per the history database. So the purpose of this document was to show that we have a search for Raining Men and a history item related to the Google search for Raining Men, and they show within a second of each other. Again, the next one down, Antoinette Ock and basketball, and the associated Google search. And again, the timestamps are within a second. This list was non-exhaustive. There was hundreds of examples within the history.db, but limited examples within the mobile Safari P list. And as I mentioned, the two searches of interest, the How Long to Die in the Kikdi and How Long to Die in the Cold, didn't exist within the history DB at all.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, sir, if I could ask you just a little bit now about the browser state DB. Again, can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it, if at all, it plays a role in your analysis?
Yep. So initially, pre and including iOS 14, the browser state database would show all tabs that you currently had opened. So as soon as I go into my browser and open a new tab, a record is created. It includes information such as the time that I opened the tab or the time I last viewed the tab, the current URL, which is being displayed within that tab. It shows information whether it's in private browsing mode or not. So in that kind of case, in iOS 14 and below, we're able to see current private browsing records and subsequently recover deleted ones. But in iOS 15, things changed. The record was no longer written as soon as the tab was opened. It was only opened when the tab was closed. Sorry, the record was only created when the tab was closed. That meant that our ability to recover that kind of history was significantly lower. It means that it no longer makes use of the private browsing field because now private browsing records simply are never written to that database. So now we can only really see a list of all of the tabs that have been closed, not which are currently open.
Now, with regard to the browser state DB, is there something referred to as a last viewed timestamp?
There is, yes. That's one of the fields within the database.
And can you explain specifically with relation to that field, sort of what kind of information is kept there and what it means?
Yeah, so from my research based on this, that timestamp relates to the time that the tab took focus. So that's either when the user creates the brand new tab, when they switch between tabs and bring a tab back into focus, when they close a tab, which automatically brings one of the background tabs into focus, or if Safari has been completely closed and reopened, that essentially acts like almost a new tab, and the timestamp gets updated at that point.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done, how that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search?
I think
opening it.
I think I followed that. Okay, so if, for example, at 12 p.m., I create a new tab, I can do a search for whatever I want. And at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me. However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m., do a search, close it, like completely close down Safari and reopen Safari, that would also update the same timestamp to show that I'd opened it up again. What I meant to say at that point is that if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari, I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
All right. I think this is a good place to take our break.
Yes.
Mr. Whitmore, of course, ask you to stay with us, okay? As the jurors file up, you can file up behind.
Thank you.
Board, all rise for the jury.
And could I see counsel regarding timing, please?
Yes.
Yeah, it's true. How did they hire him? The same with the other one, Jessica Hyde. They didn't go through the phone book and was like, oh, let me just find an expert. They hand selected this guy and the other one because of what they would say. I bet you they had to probably interview 20 people. But how did they actually solicit this person to come here and say this bullshit?
How about call and celebrate and tell them They need an expert witness to testify on a case.
This guy ain't a Celebrite guy. He's working at the Canadian Police Department. That's a Celebrite expert for the Canadian Police Department.
He,
And then
he works for Celebrite.
He works for Celebrite.
Yeah, he works for Celebrite. And Celebrite's got experts just for that. He was referred to. Celebrite sent him because they will come and testify for their devices and their software. But also the defense reached out to this gentleman as well. The defense reached out to the previous, I think it was Bodie, is the place she worked at. They reached out to them as well, and they provided analysis to the defense. These analyses is to the defense as well.
I have one. So Jennifer McCabe, they're just going with the story that you turned your phone off. You made that search, you turned your phone off, and then when you turned your phone back on, then that's when you made these searches and stuff. So somewhere you turned the phone off, but her testimony is so conflicting. Check out this tab right here.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
Now you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I woken up to my phone ringing.
And when?
I mean, not to, kick a dead horse, but there's so many things that doesn't make sense in here. Like John O'Keefe did not get hit by Karen Reed's car. They did a terrible job explaining that. All this other stuff is bullshit. I mean, whether Jennifer McCabe made that search or didn't make that search has nothing to do with whether the jury is going to find Karen Reed guilty or innocent. This is just in the defense of the prosecution pursuing this case, and for Jennifer McCabe's defense that they didn't have anything to do it once they find Karen Reed innocent. I think that's the only reason they're going down through all this shit. Has nothing to do with the guilty or innocent verdict, in my opinion, at this point, because they haven't even proved that she hit him with the car. The guy that tried to do it, the last bald guy who tried to do it, it just didn't make sense. He had to back off. It just didn't make sense to his theory. It has to be something else. And that house long to die in cold, they're trying to mop that up, knowing that she's going to be acquitted here. My opinion.
Yeah, I don't know where to go with that. I don't think anybody's committed to the outcome of this jury on the defense. I mean, this trial on the defense or the prosecution. Prosecution's putting on their case, and they're doing what they can do to try to prove it. I think that they're making this complicated, in my opinion, that it's just not that complicated. The trying to explain the house long to die in the cold. But they're making it complicated. That's bad for the jury. Sorry, John, go ahead.
I was just I was being funny. Do you have an invested interest in this kingdom?
Me?
Yeah, like a side bet or something.
No. Why would you say that? Does it seem like I do?
No, he's completely looking at this from unbiased eyes. I don't know
you
why
are
you'd say that.
I'm sorry.
All rise, court stands
As
in
long as
recess.
Turtle Boy says it, then by God, that's the way it will be.
Well, I'm
Turtle
glad
Boy
that
said it, so that's fact. It's evidence, and if they're not accepting it here, they're liars. And because Turtle Boy said so, he's the truth sayer. Anything that contradicts that, you're a liar.
No, I agree with your Michael Proctor point of view, Joe, that there's zero evidence that says that Turtle Boy is lying or making stuff up or has unfactual stuff. But the fact that he's saying that Karen Reed was framed, it just fucking, you can't count on it. It's definitely, you shouldn't be taking that, but just a grain of salt. He's just making shit up. I agree with you, Joe. He's just discredited all the way based on your theory that has no fact whatsoever. But just the fact that he's getting on your nerves because people say Turtle Boy, he must be lying and is not credible.
No, what I'm saying is that I can say anything, you can say anything, but what we hear on the witness stand is what the juries are going to deliberate, and that's the only thing I give any credit to. They sit on the witness stand and say it. I make my judgment whether I believe that testimony or not, and that's how I come to my opinion on this case. I don't come to my opinion on what other people think or what other people say, because the information they're giving you could be correct, and I'm not saying that they could even believe it's very correct. But it's not tested. It's not subject to any type of examination whatsoever. Whereas this way the system's designed, People that sit on that witness stand, that's why the jury is not supposed to listen to anybody else. Jury's not supposed to give Turtle Boy $500 to give him a comment online. They're supposed to stay out of that. And the only information they use to weigh their decision should be from what comes from that witness stand. And that's the way I try to do it as well. So that's why I don't listen to a lot of Turtle Boy, and then I just don't give it a lot of credit. It's not that I say he's discreditable. I just don't give it a lot of credit.
No, nobody is credible. Nobody's credible. Even an eyewitness who's inside the courtroom that just says, hey, my observations as an eyewitness inside the courtroom is this. Not credible. Especially if you use the word Turtle Boy. You have some fascination about Turtle Boy for some strange reason. But a lot of these witnesses that are talking in here, you and I and all four of us or all of us are coming up with the conclusion that this shit doesn't make sense. These people are clearly lying.
Oh no.
But who, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. You can see for yourself that this shit ain't making no sense. And people are stretching the truth, and there's some fabricated stuff. And why is Michael Proctor saying, hey, why didn't you pursue maybe going into the house? Maybe there could be an idea. Maybe no. Jennifer McCabe said that this is the way it happened. And the fact that Karen Reed said, no, he went inside the house. Nope, not credible. I'm not going to go after that. No way. No, whatever anyone says other than Jennifer McCabe, it just can't be right. It's not credible. We're definitely just going with Jennifer McCabe's story of what happened. And that's what Michael Proctor did. And that is complete bullshit. And I'm not doing that. I'm listening to what everyone's saying because I wasn't there. But eyewitnesses and people who've been interviewing people, I'm listening to what they're saying. And then I'm watching the testimony and I'm matching these two things up together. And they're right. This stuff does not make sense. And all of Boston knows it. I think more than half the country knows it. But I did listen to Turtle Boy say that, his sources were saying inside the state police that most of the state police department, when they're asked about the guilt or innocence of Karen Reed, most of the state police think she's guilty. And, there's a good reason, in my opinion, for that is because they're doing a lot of work that is going to be their credibility of the police department is going to be turned upside down if it's proven that they're making up stuff or manufacturing. So for their sake, she has to be guilty, and the defense is making up some kind of smoke and mirror shit to distract people. But in fact, I think there is some truth to that she is innocent and she was framed. It's looking like it, but I know Turtle Boy says that, so we can't believe anything Turtle Boy says.
I still believe that he went in the house. There was an argument. Things went south. Things got out of hand. I'm not saying it was done intentionally, but he ended up dying. They tried to cover it up. And then when law enforcement got there, they said, look, this is who we are. This is what happened. It wasn't intentional. I know that may sound far-fetched, but
Okay, well, let me ask you this. What evidence have you heard in court that leads you to that conclusion? And I'm not saying it's not true. And I'm not saying Jennifer McCabe, hold up. I'm not saying Jennifer McCabe is telling the truth. I'm telling you what's been said in court, and that's what the jury's going to weigh on. And I'm also you keep going back to this warrant. I'm saying at 9 o'clock in the morning, they did not have probable cause to get a search warrant. Now, did they have the suspicion to look for probable cause? Absolutely, yes. But they didn't have probable cause at the time this man's body was found to go bust in somebody's door and forcing a search. It's called the Fourth Amendment. And you can agree with it, don't agree with it. You don't have to. I understand. It's all emotions for you. And you that's the way you feel around and determine someone's guilt and they go to prison for the rest of their life. I say no, that's not the way it goes. That you need to have evidence. If you're going to say that this man went into this guy's house and was beat to death, that's great. If Turtle Boy says it, we can go to Turtle Boy or any other news outlet that you can put out there. You can throw it out there all you want. But tell me what evidence you've heard in court that's been tested and examined, cross-examined, that says that man was inside that house. Now, I'm not saying we won't hear it. The defense hasn't put on a case yet. But tell me what evidence has been put into court that's subject to cross-examination. That means Alan Jackson gets to go up there and make a little video about fuck you and step up and all this other stuff. What evidence have anybody here heard that said he's been inside that house?
Well, okay. So I get what you're saying about initially on a search warrant. I got you 100% there.
Well, hold up. On that point, that's the only fucking time I said that they should have gone. They didn't have probable cause to go in that house. That's the only time I've ever said that fucking period, is that at 8 o'clock in the morning, they didn't have probable cause, but I shouldn't have to say that. Turtle Boy knows better than me. He's probably authored a fuckload more search warrants than I've fucking had to do and have to sit in court and fucking testify against them.
Yeah, I agree, man. When there's a dead body on your front yard, you should just leave the person alone. On
No,
that.
but I get
number one. Number
All right,
one.
look here, meathead. First off, meathead, I didn't say fucking leave them alone. I'm saying they didn't have the fucking ability to go in and get a fucking search warrant at that time. That's what I'm telling you. Now, it's not if there's a car crash in the front of your house where you live and somebody's dead there, it fucking is the next step you need to. Well, y'all come on in and search my house. If there's a dead man found in the median in front of your house where you live, does that give fucking police automatically open up? We're coming in to fucking search just to make sure you had nothing to do with this out here. I don't have any reason to believe you had anything to do with it out here, but we just need to make sure. Is that the way it works in fucking the world for you?
Yeah, here's the way it works, Joe Lanou. I'm not a fucking meathead, first of all. And if you find a dead body on my house and there's a fucking video camera in the front of my house that's shining on it, I'm knocking on that door talking. If you don't want to talk to me, I'm getting a search warrant for that fucking video camera. I don't know what police force that doesn't want to say that I'm going to go look and find out, did they see anything? Did they hear anything? Oh, he's a police officer? Oh, then never mind. Can't be him. Let's look somewhere else. I don't know.
And I've never disagreed with that. I've never disagreed that they should have been up on that door. They should have been talking to people inside that house. They shouldn't have given them some time to meet somewhere else and come up with a story. They should have treated it that way. Absolutely. I've never said that. I'm saying we never got to the point where I have a probable cause to get to a search warrant. Maybe a ring camera. I can buy that part on a search warrant or even a subpoena for the ring camera to see what kind of records are on that camera. Because it's based online.
So what I was saying was, like, when she was being interviewed, and y'all got to remember, I come in a little bit late on this. Did she not say to the detective that he went inside? What my thought process is at that point in time, whoever was interviewing her should have called somebody and said, "Hey, she's saying he went inside." Then go at least try to get a search warrant and tell the magistrate or judge, "Hey, he was supposed to have gone inside. We've not been in. This is why we want a search warrant to see if there's anything in there." And he may limit the search warrant inside the house. He may not. He may say go pound rocks. What I'm saying is that I just find it odd that even at that point, I get you 100% at the beginning. I get that. What I'm saying is after she said, no, he went in the house, at least to either include it or exclude it. That's been my only issue as far as that's concerned.
I haven't heard that she has said through any of the testimony on the interviews. She's never said he for sure went in the house. He was supposed to have gone in the house. She dropped him off and she didn't see him go into the house. And then you got Jennifer McCabe, and I'm talking this early morning dead body in the yard. Then you got Jennifer McCabe's like, well, I was at the party. He was supposed to come here, but he never showed up. Well, I dropped him off. He was supposed to go in. Well, you don't really know at that point. But I don't think that Karen Reed has said at any point that she saw him go into the house.
I don't think she said that she went in the house either, but the audio part, because they're not allowed to record video apparently of her in the police department on the interview, but they played the audio part, and she said that he was beaten up by Brian Albert and the people inside the house, and then took it out of there. And she was like, "How could you say that my taillight did the damage that was on his body?" She did say that, and they played the recording in the court, but I have not heard one person say, "I seen him go into the house," with the exception of Brian Higgins said he seen someone that matched the description of John O'Keefe enter the house in the federal grand jury. But in this trial, no one has said, "I know for a fact that John O'Keefe was in the house." Not one person has said that.
And that may have been where I got that from.
It's just Brian Albert is a police officer, and I think they purposely did not pursue it based on his word that he did not come into the house, and the neighbor across the street saying there was nothing caught on this camera worth mentioning. It's nothing there. And they just said, okay, sounds good, and just press forward in different directions, which I think is opposite what you would do if he was not a police officer and was not friends and, this conflicted stuff. The whole thing stinks. Every single testimony that you hear that you're bringing in here, the defense is poking so many holes, not because Alan Jackson is so fucking good and he's a white Johnny Cochran. It's because there's so many holes in their story. It's not because he's so awesome. It's just their story's not matching up. Even the what we heard today, the accident reconstruction and their theory of what happened. It's like, man, I'm just having a hard time buying that, man. It's not making sense.
No, I don't buy the accident reconstruction. There's a whole lot I don't buy, but you'll attribute it that as if I do. But I've been critical of law enforcement from the very get on this, all the way through.
Yeah, and I don't mean to keep the dead horse, but I'm shocked that the way they have neglected to follow policy and procedure. I have skimmed. I hadn't read it. I have skimmed through their policy and procedure, and then kind of like try to relate it to this case. What we know so far, they have. That's like what you call it, a derelict of duty. I mean, it is jaw dropping. I'm like, how can y'all not do this?
Well, it's definitely incompetent, but that's as far as I can go with it. I can't say it's criminal. I hadn't seen enough evidence on that, but it's definitely incompetent in a tragedy. You know what? I want to push back on Lisa. She said exigent circumstances would have given them the ability to go in the house. I'd say that they didn't have that. There may be enough exigent circumstances to knock on the door and talk to everybody and say, hey, we're just going to hold things up right here and wait on a warrant. I think you can do that, but I don't think you could do an exigent circumstance to actually conduct an evidentiary search inside of a house. To hold it, yes, but not actually search it.
But I don't know that you interview all of these people. I mean, they did interview Brian Albert, Brian McCabe, Jennifer McCabe. They did interview them that day at Jennifer McCabe's house. Later on that day, but all the other people in the house, they didn't interview them until like a year later. And you're like, a year later, I mean, I would at least interview them and say, did you see anything? Did you hear anything? No. Okay, boom, next. I mean, but a year later, they had their mind made up that it was Karen Reed. And I think one of the most damning pieces of evidence that's not really evidence, but it's when Michael Proctor is saying, I wish she would die. I think he took this hey, do me a favor, and here's what we think happened. I think it was Karen Reed and the tail light and whatever. And then he started getting a little, remorse, like, man, maybe I shouldn't have done this. And once you started on that one, you're stuck in there. And he's like, man, I just wish she would die, because I think it's just regretting that he started down that that trail. And now he's just regretting, like, I wish I would have never made that decision. I wish she would just die. It would just make it all easier for all of us. I think that was kind of, when he said that, it makes sense in that line of thought that I'm thinking right now. But I'm not thinking that all the fucking police are fucking guilty, and I'm not cutting for anyone against the police. That's not my opinion. I don't know any of these people, but this shit don't add up. And if it wasn't for these amateur, well, I wouldn't call them amateur journalists, who press credentials and his own press thing, but for these journalists to dig all this stuff up when the police didn't even get involved with, like, say, Lucky, the plow truck driver, until they found out the FBI interviewed them. Then they want to say, what did you say to the FBI? But a lot of these people, they had no interest in interviewing all of them. It was other journalists doing the police work for the police. Then they're trying to figure out how to make those statements not correct. It's, the police are working against these journalists that are doing private investigations the police never did. And that's the part that's just so crazy, is it's obvious the police are involved in covering it up. Maybe it's just 2 or 3 or 4 of them, and the rest is incompetence. But there's definitely a cover up, and there's people sticking to their story inside that house. But someone did say something that got this Scanlon guy to report to Yannetti that he has an idea that he got beat up in the house, which of course, once Brian Albert was implicated, he was like, never mind, I'm out. But there's definitely something fishy going on right here. And all these people who are testifying in this case, I don't see how, after the prosecution is not even done, you're like, there's no way Karen Reed did this. I mean, even right now, to this second, anyone who's watching this testimony, there's no way that you're going to say Karen Reed's guilty here. And it's for a reason. It's not just because we're like, man, fuck the police, like NWA back in the day. This is because she didn't do it. It's like, no, show me one piece of proof that says that she did do it. I mean, there's nothing. None of this stuff makes sense. And that's the part. It's just an outrage, a public outrage. And this Google search for Haslong to die in cold at 2:27 is the most damning piece of evidence that says that someone in that house knew that he was dead, lying in the cold before the 3 hours before the body was found. That right there, you got to at least, even if she's not guilty, you need to explain that one. And they have these two experts that are trying to explain that one away. But man, it's just hard to believe. Hard to believe.
Dante says, if Jen McCabe threw her phone 24 feet at 62 miles an hour, how big is the gash on the back of your head?
I think if I was going to make some shit up, I said, well, what happened is she hit him with the car and he gashed his head on the fire hydrant, and then he went to the, I mean, that would make more sense than the curb. The curb doesn't make any sense. You know, I would have made up a better story if I was going to make up stories. How you like the fire hydrant one, John?
Well, I mean, there's so many possibilities because you're out there. I mean, you got the curb, you got the fire hydrant. I mean, that's one of those intersections you don't know which way to go. Where's the pot of gold?
Well, the state's problem with that is that he was hit with such force that he was thrown, say, 30 feet. But on the way there, he has to bump on something to account for all these injuries on his head. So, well, he must have hit the curb. Well, the curb's pretty low. I mean, it's literally 4 inches off the roadway. So, I mean, he's traveling low and fast. Or does he hit the curb and bounce? Where's the evidence of that? I mean, even if you had snowfall, you'd see hard, compacted snow underneath. Of course, they hit it with a snowblower. Maybe they didn't see it, but and to go back to the cover up, and this may be a hard thing while you talk about the state police. I don't think everyone in the state police knows that if there's a cover up. I don't think everyone in the state police knows that. I don't think it's a incomplete law enforcement wide cover up. But you have to believe, since you've got the taillight pieces there, you have to believe if she did not do it and all this happened to the house, you have to believe that you've got a very, very serious law enforcement conspiracy and cover up, criminal law enforcement conspiracy and cover up and tampering with evidence to frame another person, down to a lot of folks. And I don't know how deep you can go with that without some hard evidence. But once again, we haven't seen the defense's case. We have not seen what the defense is going to bring to bear. Now, the prosecution has an idea, and I think they're basing some of these last witnesses off of what they think the defense is going to bring. But I think Red-Eared Lolly is going to have some tough days ahead when it comes to the defense putting on witnesses.
Well, did that guy say a while ago that there was DNA on some of the plastic lens?
I don't remember that.
You know, I don't recall the DNA, the people who actually sourced the DNA. I don't recall them saying that.
Right.
Now, I know that they claimed there was some plastic transfer into his clothing, but I don't recall them actually saying his DNA was found on lens pieces or the vehicle itself.
I'm not talking about the DNA experts. I was talking about the guy that was on there just a few minutes ago before this Celebrate guy, because Lally asked him something about the taillight lens causing the lacerations, and he said, and that's where the DNA, and you found something to the effect DNA on the lens. And
I think he was asking, did they the lab officials, did they at that point tell you that they had found DNA? I think they're talking about the single hair. The only DNA I've heard witness testimony on is the that links to the vehicle to John O'Keefe, is that single hair, which once again, it's another weird thing. It's a single hair. They've got pictures of the hair in two different positions. Everything here is just crap. Competent. We've proven that case. They're incompetent on the way they handled this investigation.
Dante said it was like touch transfer. It wasn't blood or anything like that.
Huh.
Touch would be oils from your fingerprint, hair, skin cells, but there's got to be something left, or it's not DNA. I mean, you've got to have a sample to sample.
So where do you prove that this is not incompetence? They planted that one single hair. I mean, where do you prove this, or is that even possible? to say that you guys covered this up and we're going to hold you accountable. We're going to clean house and all that. Does the union step in, or you have to have a smoking gun, like a video of them doing it? You have to have something like that, because I don't know that you have anything here that
You know what?
can hold them accountable.
I haven't seen anything to hold them accountable. That's why we talked about the shoe. I did hang my hat on the shoe. If you showed me a black shoe in that courtroom, then I don't know who did it, but I know somebody did do it. It's not a mistake, or it's not incompetence. That's a deliberate action to do. He says touch DNA on your living girlfriend's car is not a surprise to anyone. On the taillight lens, I don't know that any DNA was found on the taillight lens. The only DNA I'm aware of is the hair on the metal. I'm not aware of any DNA.
That they are saying was John O'Keefe's hair, but it looks like it was planted there. How could it not be on the quarter panel like it is when you're driving down the road and it's staying, just a one piece of hair is staying on there?
Well, it could be frozen. I mean, we got cold weather. It could have been placed there when it was with moisture, and then ice held it there. But it's, once again, Dante makes a good point. It's not unusual to find any of his DNA anywhere on that vehicle with his living girlfriend that he'd been riding around in the car with. So you would expect to find DNA in that vehicle, inside and out.
Well, think about the hair, and think about the taillight, and think about your right arm was not from a dog. He did not go into the house. Just get that out of your mind. It came from the taillight. So he's saying that he maybe braced himself and kind of put his arm out there. Like, you would have so much bruising if you traveled 30 feet or even 16 feet or 10 feet and you got hit by a car. Oh man, you'd be all bruised up. There was no bruising that was consistent of that. You hit your arm on it, and then you cracked your arm, and then somehow your hair gets stuck to the car, and then you go 30. It's like, man, just none of that shit. And who's believing any of that? That shit makes no sense.
Yeah, the state doesn't have a clear picture on how this happened. The guy they brought up, accident reconstruction guy or investigation guy, weak. His testimony was weak, and he didn't bring any facts to bear. Dante says, yeah, he's talking the tail light. Cops have a fetish for touching tail lights on every traffic stop video he's watched. The reason they do that is if there were to be a shooting or something were to happen, but they don't want to touch the tail light. They want to touch the vehicle to leave their fingerprint, and they do it on video so that you can see that if I'm shot and I'm killed here, I touched the vehicle there. That would give an opportunity for police to be able to put a vehicle to prove that he was there, so to speak. So that's something that some officers are trained to do. I think it's kind of weird myself, but they don't touch the tail light. They touch the metal.
We actually, years ago, there was an officer in adjoining county stopped the vehicle in the middle of the night. The guy ended up shooting and killing him and leaving him laying there, and somebody driving by 30 minutes later found him. But it took them, I think, like 3 years. But they had a vehicle in mind, and they had swabbed it and all that, and they actually found the officer's fingerprints right there underneath the tail light on the quarter panel. That's how they ended up solving it.
Yeah, it's I know a lot of officers that do it. I never did, but I
did.
Never did.
Yeah, that whole accident reconstruction doesn't make any sense. And I'm telling you, the reason why they didn't want to say, I found a piece of taillight exactly here and exactly here, is for this exact reason, what just happened in the courtroom today. You're saying, okay, so you're saying that she hit John O'Keefe here. Well, then how did that piece of taillight that actually was documented land right next to the fire hydrant?
Yeah.
But it's when you're documenting where the evidence was found and where the taillight pieces are found, that's one of the reasons why they had to say give or take 16 feet, because you're thinking, why the hell are you saying give or take 16 feet? It's because you don't know what the train that's coming later on next week is. He's going to try to reconstruct that scene, and it doesn't make any sense that there was a piece of taillight that was found next to the fire hydrant. If that piece of taillight wasn't found right there, then it would have been a lot easier. But you didn't take your snow shovel and shovel the fire hydrant to it and find it. You found that a week later, or 2 weeks. I mean, they went 5 times to find taillight, not documenting it, because you're like, if you found a piece of taillight exactly here, That's where the other piece of taillight was found. You didn't find both of them while you were there, you know, so that doesn't make sense. So the whole thing just gets a lie compounded on each other. But that piece of taillight that was found next to the fire hydrant, that one was like a smoking gun of your theory doesn't make any sense based on that.
Well, you got to remember too, they used a blower. There is no telling how many pieces of taillight got blown around before they realized it. I just found it odd that many pieces are laying that close to the fire hydrant.
Well, here's a fact, is that nobody can get on that witness stand and say with any certainty of where anything actually was. They can give you some roundabout. It was over in this area and it was there plus or minus 16 feet. But nobody can go up there and say at 19 feet and 3 inches at this direction, I found Exhibit A. And at 22 feet in this direction from the fire hydrant, I found Exhibit B. The way it should have been done was absolutely not done.
And think about it, you have 5-inch pieces of taillight. You have huge pieces of taillight, and they have a leaf blower, and they're blowing around the snow with only 2 inches of snow. They're blowing around the snow, and not one fucking person found any pieces of taillight. Not one. Nobody. Until there was 18 inches of snow or more. And then, you know, another thing that was weird is he calls the Dighton police officer and gets a warrant, he doesn't get a warrant, but he gets a tow truck to take Karen Reed's vehicle, not knowing that there's a busted taillight or nothing, only based on what Jennifer McCabe said. Then they went inside and concocted the story that she did it, but he was just ready to tow the vehicle without even knowing, you know. But they only use that assertion towards Karen Reed and not towards any other direction. Like when you say, my theory is this, like, I don't know, let's just say we're all police officers and I come back there and you have a sergeant and people and say, okay, what's your working theory? Well, here's the evidence and my theory is this. And then when you play it out, then you're like, that theory doesn't make sense. It must be something else. Go back to the board, you know, think of something else. You know, I would have definitely said, or let's keep searching. You know, I don't know that we have a theory that we're going to stick to and not address any other theory after one day when you didn't even find any taillight on the original search. That shit don't make no sense.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say makes sense on what they did, other than they gave everyone else's account a lot more weight than they did Karen Reed's. Now, you know, and some of that could be, and I'm just playing devil's advocate for the police officer, some of that could be if you get the start, she's there on the scene with the body, she's upset, and she said, oh my God, I hit him. And you believe that, then you're like, okay, well, I mean, she's saying she did it, so I guess we'll keep on going with that. I can see the vehicle getting scooped up pretty quick, just on that statement alone.
Well,
but of course, we find out at trial, like, you know, 2 years later, we find out at trial that that's not exactly what she said. But at the time, you know, officer told me this, 3 officers down the road, you're not getting it directly from yourself. Then you could say, okay, yeah, that's evidently, we all believe it, so it must be what happened.
Working theory. Yeah, well, something that was interesting is, like, talking about false information. Michael Proctor, it was known between this little circle of the police officers that, I don't know what they call these guys, the massholes, or I don't know what the hell, what the terminology is, but they said that when Michael Proctor was going through Karen Reed's phone, when they were looking at the sensitive information that was lawyer-client protected, that in that message said that Karen Reed admitted that she hit John O'Keefe. That was what Michael Proctor was saying, and but they said that was not admissible in court. That was a story that all of them are saying, and they're still saying online right now, that if they could just show that the text messages when she was talking to David Unetti, she was saying that I did it and I need legal representation and this is what's going on, but they couldn't allow that. That's why they're all saying, I know for a fact that she did it because what was on her phone, but none of that came up in trial. And he said he never even looked at the phone until, what was it, like April or August or some shit that was like way far away. But this was their little talk in those circles that you still see online today, that she admitted she was guilty on those privileged text messages.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to comment on that.
Yeah. Well, it's just another hearsay stuff that can't be admitted in court, but it does weigh your thinking to, well, if that's what you're saying, then it must be that she did it, because if you're saying that you had privileged information but she was admitting guilt of it, there's no reason to look anywhere else, because I seen it with my own eyes, but we can't bring it up in court. That's why he was saying, I just stopped. As soon as I seen that, I just stopped. I didn't look at anything else. When we seen police officer Jason saying, well, that's not the way you're supposed to do it. If you just see something privileged information, you stop looking at that, but you continue looking through the phone. But Michael Proctor's like, no, as soon as I seen that, I stopped, which that's bullshit too.
Yeah, that is bullshit, and Jason's absolutely right. Honestly, you can see it. You just can never. You can't bring it up in court. That's the way that really works. But yeah, it doesn't stop you from continuing going through the phone. It's called minimization, and there's a term for it, and there's a process for doing it when you run across privileged communications doing what he was doing. You minimize that. You stop as soon as you know what it is. You're supposed to stop looking at that and move on to something else. But you can't continue down the road once you realize you're in something that would be classified as a minimization product.
What are we thinking about when they asked this so-called fucking expert with 3 classes with 1 week worth of training of physics and accident reconstruction? What are we thinking when Jackson was asking him, why didn't they bring the car to any of these other 2 locations? And have you seen the Massachusetts State Police barracks? I heard the original testimony was saying, oh, the garages are too small, or there's not enough for it. There were like 10-foot tall garage bay doors. And then today, whoever the guy was, he was saying, oh no, but that's just where we work on cars. You're like, okay. Well, and then I heard you even say, well, there's no heater. I understand that they're saying no heater, but if you just put it into a garage is not going to be freezing cold. And even if it is, you can put a fucking heater in there. It's going to thaw out, maybe not in 10 minutes. It's going to thaw out in a couple of hours inside of a garage. You put it in your garage in your home, doesn't have no heat, but it's going to thaw out. You know, why did you have to take it to Canton Police? I don't think they did a very good job of saying the reason why we took it to Canton Police Department instead of these other places is because of I don't think they did a good job of that one. That one stinks too.
Yeah, I agree. I find it astonishing, and maybe I shouldn't, that their resources being up north are not conducive to the weather that they are subject to. Like you would think when they plan this stuff out, it was like, we get a lot of snow, we get hard winters, whatever the case may be. We need to have, garages that we can do stuff like this in.
Okay, let's not forget, murder investigation collected evidence in Solo cups because you didn't have packaging in your vehicle. So how much forethought you went out of these guys?
Never mind.
Jeez.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And I go back in incompetence. I don't know why they didn't do it. It's dumb, but I don't know why they didn't do it. I don't know why they would. As an investigator, it would concern me is like, man, if this vehicle is essentially my murder weapon, how many places do I want it to be? How much chain of custody do I want to have on this? I want a pretty short one. It goes here. It doesn't change from here. Anybody else sees it, I'll be there with them. So I'm on the chain of custody as well. So when we could go to court, I'll be able to say, damn well, it went from point A to point B, never went anywhere else, and it was locked down, and I'm the only motherfucker that had a key to it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, especially if you've got a so-called reconstruction team, you want to be able to take the vehicle to point A and leave it at point A.
That guy wasn't a reconstruction team. He was a joke. And his whole testimony was a joke, and all of his testing was a joke.
He had 24 hours of training, Joe.
No, he had, I think it was 3 days. There was 3 classes that were 8 hours long over the course of a week.
24?
But yeah, that's true. The Massachusetts State Police Barracks has 10 garages. I guarantee there's people that work there, and they work there whether it's the summertime or it's snow. I guarantee they have a fucking little heater that's inside the garage. They don't just work in the below zero temperature inside that garage working on cars. I guarantee they have a heater in there. Give me a fucking break, dude.
Here's part of the issue, and now this doesn't make sense as to why it went to Canton. I'm not saying Canton is a better candidate, but if you're going to store evidence, especially a vehicle that's involved in a homicide, You want it in a place that's a secure facility. It's got an alarm on it. It's got you'll be able to ensure that it hadn't been tampered with. These places where these garages he's talking about, if it's a service center, they're working on cars every day. They're constantly working on cars. It's not a place where you got to let me put it over here on the side and keep it out of the way, because you can't control who gets around it. Now, that being said, you can't control who gets around at the Canton Police Department either. So I don't really have an answer as to why. None of it meets logic. I've got to step away just for a second.
Yeah, well, the problem is the Canton Police Department had been recused off the case or conflicted off the case. That was the major problem.
I think when this is over, if it's not already, I think you're going to see this company doing the audit drum up some business, because I think some people are going to demand that these agencies be audited.
Well, they've already approved the audit. I just don't know that they started or have any conclusions. I think a lot of people are waiting, including the FBI, are waiting for this trial to be over with before they proceed with, next step. And from what I've heard, I haven't heard anything in court that says, hey, you know what? We don't need to go through this audit. They made a great case. I didn't hear anything about that. But, also this guy's doing his reconstruction and everything. What he was saying, he was doing his reconstruction. There's no video. I mean, there's video. There's no audio. There's no, this is the vehicle. Can the vehicle even go 28 miles an hour and 60 feet? Can it even go there? Another thing I thought was interesting is Alan Jack in the snow we're talking about, around the curve. But another thing I thought was interesting is when Alan Jackson said, these keystrokes. Can you tell me when these keystrokes are? Isn't there a chance that she went on this route, and that keystroke you're talking about is when they took the SUV off the tow truck at the Canton Police Department, and then they went backwards 24 miles an hour for 64 feet? Isn't it possible that that's what the keystroke is about? And he's like, well, shit, I can't say yes there. I have to say no. Because if I said yes, then, I'm popping a hole in the balloon for everyone.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at the events that took place, and then look at those that computer readout and match those together. What was being done at this, between these, and what was being done between that.
Yeah, like did you look at her cell phone and find out the location, and then well, did you know that she turned the location off on her phone? It's like, dude, you grabbed her phone so you can manipulate her phone right then and there. You took her car 30 miles down the road and said there was a hair stuck into it. And then when you took it off of the tow truck to get it off, and it's coming down and you're connecting it, you put it in reverse, didn't you? And you probably, I don't know, it was in the snow. It was a lot more snow at that point. There was like almost 1.5 feet of snow. So isn't it possible that you sat there and spun the wheels coming off the tow truck and out there in the parking lot? Because you're like, man, fuck this bitch, this cunt, fuck her, she's fucked. And then you're just slamming the gas, like, I'm in her fucking car, hell yeah. And then you're thinking maybe I can run into something and whatever, or I don't know. I'm sure they had this all planned out. Then they pulled into the Sallyport, and then you bring it to the Canton Police Department under the assumption that the cameras are motion activated. And it doesn't catch anything incriminating or anyone there that would be incriminating. It only captures 5 minutes out of 40 minutes. And there's people moving around. You're saying it's motion activated. There was nonstop motion the whole time. So what motion active cameras that are in the Sallyport? That's the last place I would bring a vehicle that doesn't even have cameras to secure the damn thing. In that one too, it's like, it's not just that, it's everything. And there's nothing that's credible. There's nothing that's believable in this whole thing.
Yeah, if we'd have had the forethought to start writing stuff down and then look at it now, yeah, I think we'd be surprised. But yeah, I mean, even my Arlo cameras, I mean, they're motion activated, but they go back 15 seconds before, and they record, I think it's 10 seconds after the motion stops. But then if there's another motion that it kind of like overlaps in the next video clip, there's different video clips, but there's no break in the video, if that makes sense. And
I agree.
Those are Arlo.
Yeah, I agree, Dante. The Adam Lally is I mean, it's just pointing out how just terrible he is at his job. Most of the people he's calling to the stand is making the defense's case for him. I mean, most of the people. But the thing is, like with Proctor, he had to call him because the defense he had to call him. But other ones, he's just calling people. It's not really help. And he's even having them say information that's not really helping their cases. Just, I don't even know what the hell he's doing. Here's a question from Lisa for you, John. Did Alan Jackson raise standard required to make opinion?
Yeah, I think so.
And another thing is the blower tainted the evidence. I think the blower, that you have a blower, or, you know, you're on the ground, you find the broken glass next to him and his wallet underneath him, but he got hit by the car and all of those things flew 30 feet. It's just no way, dude. I'm sorry. There's just no way. But going out there with the leaf blowers, I think they were destroying the evidence of how they placed the body out there. And the red Solo cups, they said they got from a neighbor, but out there, because the homeowner wouldn't, you know, open the door or even acknowledge the fact there's a dead body on his, and he's a first responder. But the blower out there, you can't tell me that there's 48 pieces or 50 some pieces of taillight and you didn't find not one piece of taillight with a blower out there blowing off to the grass. And there's no pictures of fucking taillight. There's no pictures of nothing. You know, you didn't find not one piece of taillight. There's 40 some pieces, not 1 and 2 inches of snow, no taillight nowhere. And all those pieces of taillight are out there. No way, dude. No way.
Well, it's like, and we've done this before. I mean, we don't have very hard winters here, but we have done this before. You set up a 20 by 20 pop-up tent, throw the vinyl walls up and turn on a heater. And then, I mean, let the snow melt. That way everything is going to fall wherever it's going to fall. It's not going to be blown around or blown 16 feet or 30 feet or whatever the case may. I don't know. This is, for a state agency, it just blows my mind how incompetent they are.
Yeah, I mean, I can see people who haven't been following the story, and you're giving police officers the, you know, just you trust the police officers to protect and serve the community, which they were sworn to do. You trust the government, you know, is going to protect you from, you know, foreign countries that may want to attack America, don't like America. You trust that these things are happening, you know, but when you peel back the curtain and you see this window into this one particular situation, it doesn't mean every situation's like that, even though there are many situations that do happen just like this. But this particular one, like Lisa was saying earlier, it's the fact that it's on TV and someone shedding a light into this dark, you know, hole, that this is how they're convicting people. And think about all the people that they've convicted on the, hey, well, Your Honor, public defender. Oh, Your Honor, I'd like to say something that makes my client, no, objection, no. But then they let the prosecution bring all this bullshit that doesn't make any sense in there, and these expert witnesses. And you're thinking, like, this guy is an expert witness. All they're doing is just bringing someone that says, yeah, she guilty, girl. She guilty. You know, she guilty. Oh, yeah. Well, anyone else got anything to say? All right, then. What do you think, Jerry? Guilty. You know, this is terrible. This is not justice system.
And justified or not, you're going to start seeing some appeals pop up after this.
There was already one. It was the guy who killed his wife.
I mean, and that's the bad thing about it. I mean, I hate it for the good cops. I mean, because
anything that Michael Proctor has touched in the last 12 years is subject to another look.
Yeah, it's going to be called into question now.
Anyone who was convicted by a search from Celebrite, especially in the state of Massachusetts, is going to want to take another look at it, in my opinion. Looks like we have some audio coming back from the court. And show enough. But any final final thoughts as we get ready to start here?
No, I can't think of anything.
Yeah, Joe was a little upset. Called me meathead. My feelings are still hurt. No, we'll get into it later. Here we go with the Celebrite. That Celebrite's really not credible.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Wally.
Yeah. I don't believe in God.
Start showing you another document. Do you
Thank
recognize
you.
that?
I do, yes. And what do you recognize that? This is the entire Google URL that was found on the browser state record. So broken down into each of its important sections.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take this to submit as the next exhibit.
Same objection as before.
Okay, there are a couple of different objections. I need to see it, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that was quick.
Yeah. She's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I need to see you at sidebar.
Lisa's saying, come on. You know these jurors are looking online. It's kind of hard not to if you live in that
Oh,
area.
yeah.
When you go on Facebook or anything, you turn on the TV, anything, or the newspaper. I mean, everything's in your face. There's no way you're saying, oh, no, I'm a jury. I can't see that. I can't see that. Da, da, da. You know that they're saying public opinion. 100%.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, and because they are being allowed to go home, you know, they're hearing it from family members. And
oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's right. It's not, but
it's just hard not. I mean, most of the time you have that trial by media that the media says you're guilty. And then as soon as you go to court, you ain't got a fucking chance in hell.
Yeah.
But in this one, the media who originally said, oh, she's guilty, da, da, da. Now the whole entire media is changing this tune, even newspapers. And we can say what we want to, but if all of those
You are
pieces of,
unmuted. That will be the next exhibit.
if all of the media is saying that she's innocent, I don't know. It's got to be a reason.
618. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
you know what would be neat is to get Alan Jackson on the show after all this is over.
Now, Mr. Whitcomb, what's up on the screen now? Is that what you have before you went to 618?
It says yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at in Exhibit 16?
Okay, so the left side of the table is the entire URL that was recovered from the browser state record. What I've done is broken it down into each of its individual components and explained what each of those components means. So the very first row is google.com/search. That just tells the browser that we're going to the Google website and that we want to run a search. The second part, the Q equals, is telling the browser what the query term is. So the query term here is host long to dying cold. The little plus symbols in between is in place of a space because spaces can't be part of a URL. Next, we have the input encoding and the output encoding. Just explains what kind of characters to use and what language to use when you're accepting the search query and giving it back to the user. And finally, the important part is the and client equals Safari. This is something that just tells Google that this query is being done using the Safari client. Again, if I was to use Safari and just visit the Google webpage and type that in, or type a search in, that part of the string wouldn't be there. That's only there because I used the Safari search bar as part of the Safari application to do that search.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that one. Now, sir, with reference to that, what, if any, relationship does that have to the information you were discussing just prior to it?
Again, that confirms that this search was conducted via the Safari search bar feature that's part of the Safari browser application, the same one that caused the records to be recorded in the plist.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
To another document. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the live records from the browserstate.db database.
May I approach on?
Yes.
I'm Walter seek to introduce the smoke detector.
All right, thank you. So that's 6 minus 1.
May I return to the witness?
Thank you.
May I publish after the jury as well, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is what you have before you as Exhibit 619?
I do, yes.
Now, turning back to the browser DB database for this particular device, with regard to the timestamp and the last view time, what, if anything, do you observe in reference to that depicted in this, and could you direct the jury's attention to it?
Yeah, so this timestamp is the last viewed time according to the database itself. It's already been offset so that it's in local time. This particular table, we can see there are records missing. Between records 4025 and 4031, we have, 4025 and 4031, we have 4026, 27, 28, 29, and 30 missing. And typically the timestamps that we do have here, some of them are separated by as little as a second or two.
Now, with reference to the house long to die in cold, that was record 4028, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so based on records missing from this portion of the phone as far as that database, what, if anything, did you endeavor to do with respect to ascertaining what?
So first of all, the task was to try to recover the deleted messages. The deleted history records from browser state. So first of all, I was reading the deleted pages, essentially, to find the records that had been deleted from this current version of the page.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you another document. I'll ask you to do that. Up on the page.
Yes.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
This is the same data source. So it's still browserstate.db, but now looking at it with the unique recovered records.
And what is that last term that you use? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
So typically there can be lots of different versions of a page within a WAL file. So you may have several page ones, several page twos, and so on. What I looked at is doing is recovering the data where the records that I recover are different from each other. So if I recover the same record multiple times, I can ignore it. But if I recover the same record with a slight change, then I would show it in this view.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the medicine.
Okay.
I want to tell you about my queer E.
With court permission, may I publish that for the jury?
What do you think about his queer E?
Oh, that's interesting.
Again, Mr. Whitman, if you could, move the way the corner to find it helpful to direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at here and what, if anything, did you uncover during this portion of your analysis?
Yes. So again, the very first column on the left is the unique identifying number. You'll notice that there are some numbers here which are repeated. This is, as I say, because the records are recovered from multiple versions of the same page. There was actually 16 versions of this record across 23 different versions of this particular page. These three had some difference. Primarily, it was what's called the tab order field, but that's the only difference that showed up across these three Host Long to Die in the Cold records. All the rest show the same URL, the same ID number at the beginning, or tab ID number, and the same timestamp. Worth noting, there is no title shown in this particular record. Again, that speaks to the fact that this page didn't successfully complete loading. Otherwise, there would be a title of Google search, Host Long to Die in the Cold, as you saw on some of the other examples earlier.
Now, sir, with respect to the table up here, is there any indication in regard to private browsing that you were talking about before?
No, in iOS 15, as I mentioned, if you are using private browsing mode, there is no records recorded in this database at all.
So the fact that that's not listed in this table, what, if anything, does that tell you?
Everything that was recorded in this database was conducted not in private browsing mode.
Now, with respect to your work within your field, are you familiar with a term called a session?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you want to understand that term to mean and how it applies to this specific instance?
Essentially, the life of the particular tab. So when I start a tab and I start to use navigation, I go to different websites. All of my navigation events would be considered part of the same browsing session, essentially.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the Knowledge C database for a moment. And again, if you could, maybe repeating, just as far as, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is the Knowledge C database in respect to the other databases we talked about?
Yeah, so far the bulk of what we've discussed, the history.db, the browser state DB, and mobile safari.plist are all particular to the Safari application on iOS. Knowledge C is much more global. It's much more ingrained within iOS. Everything is essentially recorded in there on iOS 15. So again, backlight activity, unlock activity, application state activity, and web usage activity is all recorded as part of Knowledge C.
May I approach that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another document, we can just do that for a couple of minutes.
Yes.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This is a document I created based on the Knowledge C web usage records.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and exhibit. No objection.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree on that.
you.
That's what I was going to say
Thank you.
earlier.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish that to the jury?
FBI does
Yes.
sometimes.
Sir, again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's before you as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
And if you could, again, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down to the green tabs. Okay. Now, if you could, sir, again, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's, well, first, can I ask you, what is it that we're looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, this is a particular what's called a stream within Knowledge C. A stream is basically all like information being grouped together. So in this particular case, the stream is related to Safari, and it's telling us what web page was visible on screen, what time it started and what time it finished.
Now, with respect to this particular tab, there are portions that are highlighted in green and portions that are highlighted in blue. is that correct?
Correct.
You explain to the jury what the portions highlighted in green represent.
I highlighted the sections in green due to their timestamp. So typically these items last between 2:27:37 a.m. and 2:27:53 a.m. So around the time of the Google search, if you were to believe the browser state.
And with respect to the items highlighted in blue, what if any, what are those?
The ones in blue are the actual Knowledge C records that show when the How Long to Die in the Cold and the How Long to Die in the Kikti web pages were actually visible on screen.
And so from this, what if anything were you able to ascertain as to the searches or the time associated with the searches from your analysis?
At 2:27:40, the only websites that were visible on screen were related to Ozone Basketball and Hockomock Sports, and that the How Long to Die in the Kikti first appeared on screen at 6:23:56, and How Long to Die in Cold first appeared on the screen at 10:33 a.m.
So those two searches from your review of this extraction in this device never appeared on the screen prior to 6:23 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Now, from all this, sir, what, if anything, were you able to conclude with regard to these searches?
So essentially, ignoring the browser state timestamp is important because that is not a reliable timestamp to show when that URL was visited. We have mobile Safari.plist record searches that show 6:23 and 6:24, and we show the same searches with very similar timestamps within half a second as showing up on screen in Knowledge C for the How Long to Die in the Kikti. And the How Long to Die in the Cold was actually several hours later, which took a little bit more explaining, looking at Knowledge C and when the applications were opened up.
Now, with respect to your view of the extraction of the device around these times, were you able to ascertain as to what time this particular device connected to Wi-Fi sometime after 2 a.m.?
I actually didn't look at any Wi-Fi connection information.
And with respect to 2:27 in the morning, 2:27 a.m., what were the websites that the device had visible, and what were the websites the device was connected to at that time?
So according to the Knowledge C records, which were mostly also reflected within the History DB as well, it was the Hockomock Sports, YouTube, Ozone Basketball, and that's it for the main domains.
Now, with regard to the Wi-Fi connection, is your memory exhausted as it pertains to that?
Yeah, I don't remember looking at Wi-Fi history.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a copy of your report.
Thank you.
You got a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And sir, I'm sorry, in the interest of time, if I could ask you just to look at the next page as well, just briefly. Question.
Okay.
Do you remember a refresher?
I do, yes.
May I approach to retrieve
Yes.
them? So, Mr. Whiffen, From your review of the extraction report in regard to this device of Ms. McCabe's, about what time was the connected to a Wi-Fi network called McCabe?
I believe it was 0207. I didn't actually remember the timestamp just then.
And with respect to the disconnection from that, you know when that was?
I can't recall.
Your Honor, if I may, bro. I mean, if it's the time, Your Honor, may the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, if you can, from looking at your report, if you can just indicate to the jury as far as the Wi-Fi connections with.
The Wi-Fi was connected at 0212 and disconnected at 0539. There was no further Wi-Fi activity until 11 a.m.
Thank you. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, are you familiar with something called a write-ahead log or a wall file?
I am, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it applies in this specific case.
Yes. So a write-ahead log is essentially a temporary store for database pages. When I'm talking about database pages, it's not something that the user ever sees. It's part of the structure of SQLite databases. Just as chapters in a book can span multiple pages, data in a database can span multiple pages also. And it's not necessarily in the expected order. It's up to the database application to find those pages and order them correctly in order to display the data to the user. The WAL file, on the other hand, it still contains pages, but they're organized in frames, essentially. And a frame is the same as a page, but with additional information at the top that identifies what page it is. So I mentioned earlier that it's possible to have multiple versions of the same page within the WAL file. That's because every time I write a record to the database, a new frame is created and the page is updated. So for example, if I was to have a new database, create a record, a new frame is created with page 1 and it adds my record. As soon as I add a second record to that database, a new frame is created again. So I now have frame 1 and frame 2. Both of those frames would contain a version of page 1. The first frame would contain only record 1. The second frame would contain records 1 and 2, and so on. Forensically, where it gets interesting is on the edit or deletion of a record, because the same process is applied. So now a new frame is created. The page number is the same as previously, so we'd still have a page 1. But now only the records that I don't want to delete are copied across. So I could end up in a situation where I have 4 versions of page 1. One has record 1, one has records 1 and 2, one has records 1, 2, and 3. But the most recent version of the page only has record 1 and 3, for example. Now, a normal piece of database software will only look for the most recent version of the page, so you would only see records 1 and 3. The forensic software can look at all previous versions of the page as well, and that's how we're able to recover record 2 in that instance. And that's essentially how we were able to recover the browser state record from WAL.
Now, sir, turning to that issue as far as deletion, what, if anything, well, let me ask you this first, just before we leave the WAL file. So with regard to the WAL file, what, if any, relevance is there that certain data only exists within the WAL file?
So again, if I create a record that's in the WAL and delete it before it gets committed, which means when it gets merged into the main database, then it exists only in the WAL. It could be that it's a brand new record that just hasn't been written yet, or it could be one which was deleted from the database prior to the commit occurring.
When you say commit, what exactly is, what does that mean?
Commit's a process where essentially the database looks at all of the most recent versions of each page in the WAL file, copies them out from WAL and puts it into the main database, and then deletes the WAL file altogether. So at that point, we lose the ability to recover data from WAL because the WAL doesn't exist, but we have all the most recent versions of the page.
Now, so turning to the concept of the topic of deletion of data, what, if anything, did you find with regard to deletion of data with respect to this search as applied to the P list that you discussed before?
Recovering data that's been deleted from the P list is not really possible. So all we can say is if this record exists within the P list, it hasn't been deleted.
Now, same question with regard to issues of deleted data with regard to the history DB.
There was no records of any, there's no evidence of any records being deleted from history.db since early January. I think it was like the 3rd of January up to February 2nd.
And how were you able to tell that with regard to the history DB?
Again, every record is given a unique number, and there'd be a gap in that numbering system if a file or if a record had been deleted. The fact that there was no gaps indicates that nothing had been deleted.
And with regard to deletion, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain with regard to deletion versus web usage in the Knowledge C database?
Knowledge C contains such a large amount of different type of data that's always being added and deleted for various reasons, none at the discretion of the user. It's a completely system-driven event to delete information from Knowledge C. So we can't say what was deleted from Knowledge C, but we can see that during the times of Safari usage, records exist within Knowledge C that indicate, or certainly appear to indicate, that nothing was deleted.
What, if anything, were you able to find with regard to deletion in respect to the browser state DB data?
Browser state did have numerous records that had been deleted. Some we were able to recover. 3 records from browser state all had a timestamp very similar to 22740. These were 3 records that had been deleted at some point.
What are some of the options for deleting data from that particular, from the browser state DB?
So the first most prominent option is to delete absolutely everything from the device, or delete all history from the device, which, as I mentioned earlier, we know that didn't happen because we still have other records. So the only other real option is to delete selectively. That could mean delete one at a time, and it could mean delete either the full day, the last 2 days, or last hour. But in all of those cases, the record must exist in history.db in order to be deleted from browser state. The fact that this record, the host-long and the how long today and the kickd don't exist within the history database would mean that the user would never have the option to selectively delete that record.
May I approach, Sean?
Yes.
Showing you another document,
Thank you.
sir. If you could look at that. Finished.
Yes,
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
So this is a list of the browser state DB records showing a red line where a record or more have been deleted.
And again, the term deleted, as far as it applies to this particular area of the database, what exactly does that mean again?
It means the record has been marked as deleted. If you were to read this database in a regular database application, you would not see it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't recover it.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce and there's the next exhibit.
The exhibit,
I have no objection to the exhibit if that was the question.
that is the question.
We're good.
Okay.
Your Honor, with court permission, may we publish exhibit 622 to the jury?
Yes.
Again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 622?
It says yes.
And if you could, please, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, that's significant you observe in this.
So again, we can use the number down the left side, which will identify the unique identifier given to each of these records. And we can see that the red line between the first two records indicates that records between 3986 and 3993 have been deleted. We can see that record 4001 is deleted. Records between 4004 and 4019 have been deleted. Record 4020 was deleted. And then finally, records between 4025 and 4031 had been deleted also.
Now, sir, as far as records 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as far as the dates and times associated with those?
Yeah, so these particular records show up at 227.31 and 227.33 respectively. And this matched records within Knowledge C that showed that at this particular time when the tab took focus, that particular website was also shown visible to the user in Safari.
Now, as far as the date and time for 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the date and time for 4026? And what can you tell about that?
So 4026 was approximately a second or two after the record here, 227.33. I believe it was at 227.35. And then again, there was another record, 4027, which again was another 2 or 3 seconds after that time. So within a 9-second period between 227.31 and 227.40, there were 5 records within Browser State DB that had a timestamp within that 9 seconds, all with completely different types of website, ranging from PayPal, banking, YouTube, and the Hoslongstein code.
Now, sir, with respect to, are you familiar with the term called spontaneous deletion?
I believe so.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's not a term that I would use, but essentially a cleanup operation would occur on the device where it would look for orphaned records, records that are old enough to not be required anymore, and they would just be deleted by the system without any direction from the user.
Now, during the testing that occurred, your testing, which occurred with respect to this device, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to spontaneous deletion?
I wasn't able to replicate the spontaneous deletion. I was able to replicate completely orphaned records. So a record that existed in browser state without a corresponding record in history.db. And it meant that there was no way for me to delete that record manually without deleting everything from the device regarding history.
May I approach on?
Yes.
May we approach, please?
Okay, could you turn the lights on, please, Tony? Thank you.
We're approaching again. What do we got on this, Johnny John? Or Joe?
Oh, I don't know. I literally just sat back down.
Well, he's basically saying she did not Google that at 227 because if she did, we don't have a case. And that pretty much is a great case of saying that John O'Keefe was inside the house. So he has to say whatever he has to say that makes you think that she did not Google search Hoslong's Diet Colt.
But why does it have the timestamp of 2 something? That's what I don't understand.
They're saying that, well, his own spreadsheet he made himself is she may have Googled searched something and then maybe 4 or 5 different things. And then, but he has this little sheet that says that nothing actually was on the screen. She might have Google searched it, but nothing popped up on the screen because
You are unmuted.
I don't know, some bullshit. It sounds like all bullshit to me, but you haven't missed much. He's just sitting there lying.
All right.
Missed nothing.
So you're introducing those 4 pages or whatever it is, Mr. Lally?
Yes, sir.
As one exhibit?
As the next 4 exhibits.
Okay. All right, so those will be admitted. 23.
I actually wouldn't mind flying in there and going to one of those court days if I could actually get in there. I believe it's invitation only.
Well, I'm not being funny, and I'm sure he.
Were you
gets a
going to
buttload
publish
of
those? Because you can go ahead and publish them while this is.
I don't think that's.
You said you're not being funny. What?
No, I'm saying I'm not being funny, and I'm sure he gets a ton of them. But send Turtle Boy a DM and say, "Yo, I've been following this."
Just one moment, John.
Sure.
I don't know.
I don't think he can let you in. You have to be invited. By the
Your Honor, if I can't take them just one by one, I think that might be.
Okay.
I'm showing your document. You recognize that?
He had on a show.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That he would get. Karen
This
Reed
is a
to
report
invite
from
you.
my Artex tool showing the history database at 21:39:34 on the 27th of January and 22:55:09 on the 27th of January.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
All right, so all 4 are in. Okay, so you don't need to, you already marked them?
They have not been marked.
Lally, I have to mark them and put a sticker on them with numbers.
I have one moment, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the court's permission if we could publish that to the jury.
Yes.
Now, sir, with regard to this, we're looking at record number 4026. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe we are.
And again, if you could direct the jury's attention to what exactly are we looking at in this exhibit with regard to record 4026?
Yeah, so in the right column, we see the source of the information. So history.db is the database. History_visits would be the table. And then the unique identifying number of 31407 and 31408. We see that the start time or the time that particular website was navigated to, according to history.db, was, as I say, both on the 27th of January, one at 21:39 and 34 seconds local time, and one at 22:55:09 local time. And both of these websites are related to Hockenmock Sports. We have the URL at the top, followed by the title of the page, followed by a visit count that tells us how many times that page has been visited before.
Sorry, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That next document, you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same kind of report. This is related to the YouTube record that was part of the browser state database related to It's Raining Men on YouTube.
Is that the record number 4027? Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
That's the marker.
Okay. Exhibit 624.
Your Honor, very briefly, may we publish that?
Yes.
And sir, what's up on the screen now, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this record of 4027.
Yeah, so again, we have 5 records related to the YouTube video, It's Raining Men, starting at record 31398, 31399, 31400, 31401, and 31402. These were all accessed on the afternoon of the 27th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
It seems like an interesting
Do
query.
you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same again, related to record 4029. Shows that a website was visited on the 28th of January 2021.
You want to ask if this be marked?
Okay.
Excuse me, as the next exhibit. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that brief?
Yes.
Sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit in regards to record 4029?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at.
Yeah, so this URL, cantonma.org, relates to the URL that was provided in record 4029 of the browser state database. It shows that this web page was accessed at 1 p.m. And 17 minutes and 0 seconds, and 1 p.m. 17 minutes and 8 seconds on the 28th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
You know the document, sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Again, the same kind of report, again, this time for record 4030 from browser state, and it shows access to Ozone Basketball.
And with regard to that report, as far as the same kind of report, that's from your tool, the ArtX tool, is that correct?
Correct.
And that ArtX tool, is that a widely available tool used within the field of forensic investigators?
Yeah, it's something that I say I've worked on for around 5 years. I've given it away free to the digital forensics community for 5 years. There's approximately 600 users globally, and it's taught as part of the SANS digital forensics training courses.
Thank you. May I approach again just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want that as the mark as the next
Yes. Thank you.
May we publish that for the
Yes.
Your Honor? Regards to this exhibit up on the screen, record 4030, again, if you could just draw the jury's attention or direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this exhibit.
Yeah, so again, we have records from the history database related to Ozone Basketball, and it shows that this website was accessed at 11 a.m. and 26 minutes on the 25th of January 2022.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
I think what's going on here is she said, oh shit, she Google searched 227,
Now,
realized how incriminating it
with
is,
respect,
deleted it, and then started searching for a bunch of stuff thinking it would go away.
Totality of your analysis, Mr. Whitman, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to the timing
But those
of the
dates are
searches
before.
in question with relation
God, that was on 27.
observed in your analysis and testing of this device?
Yes. So in conclusion, I determined that the tab that was used was focused at 227.40. So the tab was opened at that time, at which point it was being used to show Ozone Basketball and Hockamock Sports websites. The 6:23 timestamp is when the search was first conducted. Never loaded the page, otherwise there'd be a record in the history database. And while that page was still loading, a secondary search was conducted for Hoss Long to Die in the Cold. Again, that page never loaded either, although these both did show up in the Knowledge C database to show that the browser was trying to display these pages. Safari was closed prior to the Hoss Long to Die in the Cold record being shown on screen at all. But when it was reopened at 10:33, in regards to whatever other safari activity was to be conducted, it appeared on screen. So we have a 10:33 record where Hoss Long to Die in the Cold was shown on screen, even though the page never successfully loaded.
And with respect to your analysis and your testing here, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether or not any of the data marked as deleted was actually user deleted, or a user actually actively went through the process of deleting it?
Yeah. So again, we know that she didn't, we know that nobody deleted the entire history. So that leaves the only option to be selectively deleting records. The fact that there are no missing records in HistoryDB shows that it's impossible that that record could have been deleted by the user. It would have just been orphaned in the database, and I believe would have deleted itself at some stage whenever a particular cleanup function ran. Although, as I said earlier, I haven't been able to replicate that. I was able to continue to read the various versions of the page that contained Hoss Long to Die in the Cold browser state record, and found that it existed at the same time as another record that was created at least 2 days later. Therefore, I can determine that that particular record was not deleted until at the earliest 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. And that it's not possible that the user could have created or caused that deletion to occur.
Now, over the course of your analysis and testing or review of the extraction in this case, did you have occasion to review an affidavit of a Mr. Richard Green?
I did, yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions do you have as to that affidavit?
I had issues with several of the statements being made as part of the affidavit.
And what issues were those?
Namely, it specified that Cellbrite report identified that the search was conducted at 2:27:40. And as I've explained, I believe the tab took focus at 2:27:40, not when the search occurred. The report mentioned that Cellbrite report identified it was deleted by the user. We don't do that. We'll tell you that a record is deleted, but we don't specify how the record was deleted. That's something for the examiner to determine. I forget. Oh, and then there was a mention of the purpose of the browser state database. The explanation given was correct for iOS 14 and below, but not for 15 and above, which is relevant in this case.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up, obviously, in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything, have you or your company, Cellbrite, done with regard to rectifying this issue?
Well,
I'll allow it.
Okay. We recognize that this timestamp could be misleading. Regardless of how we label that timestamp, the very fact that a timestamp is there, we feel would be or potentially misrepresented. So the decision was taken to remove the timestamp altogether from that information. So now we show the web page was visited, but we don't attribute a time to that purely because it could be wildly inaccurate.
Your Honor, this may be the appropriate time for the instruction.
Okay. All right, so
Wow.
jurors, we're about to see a demonstration by Mr. Whiffen. It's simply a demonstration to help you to understand the evidence that you've heard. It's not evidence from this case, but it helps you understand the evidence in this case. You must decide this case based solely on a fair consideration of the evidence and nothing but the evidence. But this is a demonstration to help you understand that evidence.
Is this a demonstration?
Yes.
Looks like
So
he's
to
going
that
to
point, Mr.
demonstrate it
Whiffen,
and keep
were
the
you
browser
able to
open.
prepare a demonstration in regard to what you've
I
been
think he's gonna
discussing through the course of
demonstrate
your testimony?
I was, yes.
And that demonstration doesn't specifically reflect on the searches or the extraction report that you looked at in this case, correct?
Correct.
But as far as the overall issues that you've been discussing in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And with court's permission, may the witness now illustrate that.
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, on the left there, you can see a screen of an iPhone, and that is a phone that I have in front of me live. It's just demonstrating what I can see on the phone. This is my RTEX tool, and the feature which I continuously use this tool for, which is not available really in any other vendor tools, is the ability to create a live connection between my computer and the phone. The live connection is what I've just started here, and what's going to happen is all of the files and folders that exist on the phone will be mapped to my computer so that I can navigate it. I can look around and I can take a look at near enough live records on the device. Prior to the availability of this tool, I would have to test a theory on a phone, do an extraction, and then pass the extraction, which could take anywhere between 20 minutes and several hours. The reason that I'm using this tool today is because I can do those same tests within 10 or 20 seconds, typically. So I just need to wait for this section to do. So it's already mapped out all of the files and folders. It's now asking for a few important pieces of information, which it will then populate on the screen. So information such as the device, serial number, etc. What we're interested in, though, is the browser state record. So I can go to the browser state database and take a look at that and open that up. And you can see that at this moment in time, I have no records in the database at all. If I go back into the live view of the phone, you can see I have Safari open from last night. So it's been sat in the background overnight and not doing anything. But at 10 past 8 last night, I performed this search in a brand new window. So started Safari, opened up a new tab, immediately searched for new tab at 2010 on the 16th of June. If I now search for the time right now, 1442, what I can do is go back to my RTEX tool and press this reload button. That's going to delete the database from my computer only and copy the most recent copy of the database and WAL file from my phone back to my computer, where it shows me I still have no records. That's expected behavior because at the moment I've not closed the tab. So if this, again, was iOS 14, there would be a record there to say what tab I had open, but iOS 15 doesn't work that way. If I now go back to my tabs and actually just close this window, I can go back into RTEX and hit reload again. And we now see we have some records. I can look at this particular record and you'll see the title is 1442 Google search. You'll see the Google search record here. So I just need to change the time zone as well to Eastern time. So you see it's the most recent search which I conducted, the 1442 search. The last viewed time, though, still shows as 8:10 p.m. last night, because that's the time the tab was focused, not the time that the search was conducted.
Thank you, sir. I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you had spoken a little bit about what was your assignment here in terms of the data that was sent to you. And I believe that you testified regarding that 2:27 a.m. or 2:27 and 42nd a.m. timestamp that it didn't make sense to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that one of the investigators was Trooper Michael Proctor?
I don't recall any names being mentioned. The ticket came to me, or the request came to me via another Cellbrite employee who'd been asked about this case and asked whether we could offer any help.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that when your making or doing a simulation, you want it to be as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as you can get?
As best possible, yes.
And to get truly accurate research results, you want to eliminate as many variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use an Android operating system to try to replicate the activity from Jennifer McCabe's Apple iPhone, correct?
Correct.
What version of iOS did you use for your testing of Jennifer McCabe's data?
So this test has been undertaken on various different versions of iOS, from iOS 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and most recently on the beta version of 18 last week. This particular demonstration was on 15.8.2.
Okay. And you're aware, you said 15.8.2.
Correct. I've also tested on 15.7.
Oh, fair enough. You're aware, however, that Ms. McCabe was using iOS version 15.2.1, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the way that an artifact is stored would depend on the iOS version that you use, correct?
Correct.
And your simulation did not use the iOS version that Ms. McCabe was running on her iPhone, correct?
Correct. I used the closest version I could find.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about the characteristics of browserstate.db-wall and record number 4028, if I can.
Okay.
That record number, I believe you testified, was found to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to recover the date and time associated with it, correct?
The date and time of the last viewed?
Of that record number.
Yes.
And what was that date and time?
2:27 40 seconds AM.
You were also able to recover the content of that particular Google search itself?
I was able to recover the URL for it, yes.
Okay, and what was that Google search?
Hostelong to die in the cold.
And it's true, however, that the session history could not be recovered, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
see that I have two really big monitors on here?
given those characteristics that we've just discussed, did your testing result in a WAL file record, a WAL file record, that matched the characteristics of 4028? In other words, deleted with session history not recoverable?
The issue with the session history, I was able to recover only the first page of session history. What happens is when there's a large amount of data that's split over multiple pages, if it's a live record, all those pages point to each other so that you can chain it together and get one large amount of information. Once they've been deleted, some of those pages can be overwritten and therefore the pointers don't make sense anymore. So the amount of information in this session was way larger than one page, and I wasn't able to recover anything further.
Okay, and you'd agree that the simulation was done using a different operating system, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate the other deletions that appeared before and after that record 4028?
Which deletion, sorry?
Well, you had testified, and I believe there was an exhibit that was introduced that showed that there were multiple deletions both before and after, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate those deletions?
When I manually deleted records from the history, then the records also were deleted from the browser state.
Now, I believe that you testified, and if you didn't, I believe it's in your report, that there are essentially 5 mechanisms for record deletions in the browser state database, correct?
Correct.
You ruled out 4 of them pretty quickly, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you've testified to that today, correct?
Correct.
The only remaining option was selective deletion by a user, or there's some internal mechanism for record deletion that is not fully understood, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you know of, as you testified today, you know of no internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, correct?
I've not been able to replicate that function, no.
All right. If there is no unknown internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, that would leave selective deletion by a user, correct?
Not in this case, no.
All right. Well, selective deletion, you would agree, means that a user selects what to delete, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the user, the term user, what is that? Who is that?
Whoever's using the phone at the time.
Okay, so it's actually somebody who is using the actual iPhone itself, correct?
Correct.
Not necessarily a computer expert, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that somebody who had access to the data before it was extracted and sent to you could have made selective deletions of the data?
Objection.
I'll allow
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If someone had access to the raw data, again, before it was sent to you, and used that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're talking about opening up the extraction, taking out the particular file and editing it?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're right, Ron. I apologize. And I apologize to you. If you could restate your question or answer or give me your full answer.
Okay, so it would be possible with the extraction to take out particular databases, alter them, and put them back into the extraction. But there's something called a hash mechanism that we have in place that would, it essentially hashes the original data, and then it can be hashed again at a later date. It results in a long string of characters, and if there's any changes to the original data, then we'd see that it's been modified.
Would you agree with me that someone with access to that data and an appropriate application or program could also delete and renumber history.db and knowledge.cso so that it would appear as though there was no break in the numbering, so that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
It's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of knowledge and skill to do in a way that can't be detected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Lally?
Like that FBI guy that works in that department?
Any discrepancy between the iOS version and Ms. McCabe's phone and the iOS version in the demonstration that you
I'll be honest with you.
what any impact does that have
I
on?
don't see an avenue for
So
anyone
in this particular
FBI
case,
to
every
have access to
iOS
even know
version
how
that I
to use
tested, as I mentioned, from 12,
I'm not
13,
saying it's not possible.
14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, the timestamp is always referring to the time that the tab took focus. So even though there are some differences with when the record's created, the meaning behind that timestamp has been consistent.
And what you were asking about what you were asked about in regard to selective deletion, you indicated that there's no evidence of that in this case. Is that correct?
Correct. Selective deletion would require that the record existed in the history database in order to be selected to be deleted. The fact that there's no missing records indicates it was never written into that database and therefore could not have been selectively deleted.
Now, the hash mechanism that you testified as far as detecting whether or not someone had surreptitiously gone in and deleted things, did you see any evidence of that in your review of the extraction of Ms. McCabe's phone?
I didn't have access to the hash information to see whether any changes had been made. That's something that the original examiner would have had access to. From my point of view, there was nothing in there that would indicate that tampering had occurred. The timestamps all made sense for the files. The historical pages all made sense. So it's probably possible, but it would take a large amount of skill to do.
Now, with regard to your analysis and your testing in this case, again, what is your opinion or conclusion as to when these two Google searches were conducted?
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of the 29th.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further on. Prior to today, have you ever heard of spontaneous deletion?
It's not a term that I'm familiar with.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you are all set. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Do you need a couple minutes to take your stuff down?
I can probably be quite fast. Thank you.
Dude's smart. I mean, I give him that.
He's not the only person on the planet that's smart. I think that someone could have manipulated that, is what he's saying, that has access to that software. If not him himself or someone he's associated with, or the person from Cellubrite who gave him that information, or that lead, as he says. But I don't know. It doesn't prove Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. It's just trying to discredit that he went in that John O'Keefe went in the house and got beat up.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Trooper Nicholas Carino to the stand.
After Garino, all we have next is the medical examiner. There's two medical examiners that are coming up as the final two witnesses.
So they're not calling the veterinarian?
No, it's Garino, and then there's two medical examiners that are coming in.
Okay.
And that's it. So just this person and two more. That's it. Expert last words, not something I'm familiar with.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Wonder what he's gonna lie about.
Well,
grab your popcorn. Here goes another police officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the Massachusetts State Police?
This is my 9th year now.
Now, prior to working with the state police, what, if any, prior experience did you have in the field of law enforcement?
I was a local police officer in Norwood for almost 11 years.
Now, with respect to your role within the state police, where is it that you work now?
I currently work at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to that, what, if any, specialized role do you have within the detective unit attached to the Norfolk DA's office?
Yeah, I conduct cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and I also do sexual assault investigations.
Now, with regard to the electronic forensics, what, if any, specialized training have you received in that particular area?
I have about 300 or so hours at Cellubrite, CCO, CCPA, cell phone repair forensics, Berlin motor vehicle forensics, Axiom magnet, cell phone and computer forensics, X-Ways. These are all different programs used for cell phone and computer forensics.
Sir, at some point, did you become involved in the investigation involving the defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And with respect to that,
Yeah, he has a head of hair. He's more trustworthy.
did you become aware of an affidavit from a defense expert named Richard Green?
Yes, I have.
And sometime following that, did you have occasion to reach out to Cellubrite with regard to what had been posited by Mr. Green as in regard to two Google searches contained within Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And eventually, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with the gentleman who came in here right before you, Mr. Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I did.
So that wasn't Trooper Proctor that had reached out to Mr. Whiffen or had any communication that you're aware of with Mr. Whiffen, correct?
No, I reached out after the defense expert's findings were released, and I read his report.
And did you also have occasion to review a report from a Miss Jessica Hyde?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to those two reports, what, if any, conclusions or opinions did you come to independently in relation to those opinions of Ms. Hyde? Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Trooper Garino, you had mentioned that you've had specialized training in regard to something called BURLA, correct?
Yes.
Could you please explain to the jury what BURLA is and how is it used in criminal investigations in your line?
So Burla is a specialized hardware and software used to download the infotainment and telematics modules in a vehicle. So telematics module is basically like the SIM card for the car. And the infotainment system is your radio head unit that enables you to have Apple Play, CarPlay or Android or Google Play for the vehicle.
And at some point,
He's also going to say that there was no Google search at 227.
That was authored in regard to seizing the infotainment system from Ms. Reed's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And just so the record is clear, can you describe Ms. Reed's vehicle as far as what type of vehicle we're talking about?
Yes, it's a Lexus LX 570 SUV.
And specifically on February 2nd, 2022, did you have occasion to remove that infotainment system from the vehicle pursuant to that search?
Yes, I did.
And once that item was removed from the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you do with it?
After we removed it from the vehicle, it was brought back to the Norfolk DA's office for a data extraction or attempt to.
And that data extraction, if you know, based on your training experience, sort of how is that conducted or what is the process of extracting data from using BURLA?
Yeah. So depending on the system, it's dismantled. They have the specialized hardware that actually goes on to the motherboards of these systems, and we're able to pull the data. Or the other option, if that's not viable, is to do a chip off where we have to basically destroy the motherboard and take the memory chips off the devices to try to get the data that way.
Now, with reference to this specific device, what, if any, efforts did you undergo in order to extract the information without using a chip on?
So at the time that we pulled the system, it was not supported. I emailed Burla and called them, see if they had a timeline of when this might be supported so we could get the data. We deemed chip off as a last resort because it is a destructive process. So once those memory chips are taken off, the likelihood of trying to reattach them and get it to work again is very slim.
Let me stop you there for a second. When you talk about an item being supported, what does that mean?
Whether or not Burla has the ability to pull the data from that vehicle.
And how is that sort of determined, or how are you able to ascertain whether or not a particular vehicle, make, model, manufacturer is supported by the Burla device?
They have an app, and they also have their tech support. But if you put in the VIN of the vehicle, or if you don't have the VIN, you have the make, model, and trim level, like limited or XLE or whatever, you would be able to go in and look it up and basically say, Burla will tell you, yes, it's supported for GPS points, or it's supported for diagnostic data, or, whatever that they're able to get out of the vehicle. And they work with the automakers to get these, get this data. So
that's funny.
And approximately how many different types of
Haas fast to kill in reverse.
if we're looking at sort of the entirety of different makes and models of manufacturers, if you know sort of what percentage of those types of vehicles are actually supported and Burla can actually extract information?
I don't know as of right now. It's a lot, and they're constant.
Welcome to the Waiverhood. With Wayfair, finding your style is fun.
2024 vehicle defendant was operating on January 29, 2022. Is that vehicle available or supported by Burla at this time?
The trim level that the defendant had is not still supported. There is Toyota and Lexus support now, but it's not, unfortunately, for her model.
Now, you mentioned that you had reached out to the Burla company for updates as far as the availability or when the defendant's vehicle might be supported. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And about how many times and over what time period are we talking about that you reached out to ascertain?
Immediately, when I did the extraction, I should say extraction, but when I took the system out of the vehicle, I had to reach out to Burla because where it wasn't supported, they actually had to send me tech diagrams so I could go in and, again, not destroy the whole vehicle as I just took those components out. Over the next, almost 2 years, year and a half of going back and forth with them, with their support and their sales team.
And when you say going back and forth, about how often were you out to them, or how often were you getting a response in regards to the birth?
Usually every few months, I want to say every 3 months, give or take. I forget the exact number, but phone calls or an email to them asking.
Now, beyond that, are you familiar with a national cyber crime conference?
Yes.
And do you attend that on an annual basis at least?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that, what, if any, time at those conferences did you spend dedicated to ascertaining the availability or the supportability of this vehicle with reference to Burla?
So Burla has a booth at the National Cybercrime Conference. I spoke with their sales team there. Their response was to keep calling Burla, keep pestering them, and they might actually get the support sooner than later.
And again, were you ever able to ascertain or get the support to download the information from them?
No, unfortunately.
Now, at some point, were you able to download any information from that particular infotainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
And not from the infotainment system, but Burla released a new item similar to a mechanic scan tool. It plugs into the OBD2 port, which is underneath the dash. So we're basically, if a mechanic went in there with a scan tool to tell you why you have a check engine light, this does something similar. So you plug it in, and then it pulls the car diagnostic data from that.
And as far as the data that you received from that, what, if anything, did you observe?
Again, I got a series of 14s was the numbers. It was no readable data. I reached out to Burla and asked them, I said, is there a reason why it pulled this data, but when I put it into the software, it's not telling me anything. It's not giving me any readable data. And they said they know it is diagnostic data, but they haven't got anything from Lexus to say these 14s, these codes mean this. Oh, they only know it as emissions.
So was Burla itself able to read that information and transform that sort of binary code into any sort of readable data for you?
Other than the number 14, no.
Now, from there, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the Burla and the defendant's vehicle?
It was placed back into our digital evidence lab, and then we did eventually do a chip off to the device.
Now, with respect, to the chip off, that was done sometime in December of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, if you could expound upon a little as far as, can you describe for the jury sort of the chip off process, why you were reluctant to do it, and what's entailed in it?
As I said before, it is a destructive process. As soon as we do it, we take those memory chips off. It's applying extreme amounts of heat to the motherboards to take the memory off. That'll heat it. You lose a lot of the soldering and capacitors, anything that's on that motherboard. So, like I said, once the memory chips are taken off, it's going to destroy the board.
And as far as that,
I agree.
chip-off
We need a guilty
process,
verdict for this
if
emission
anyone was present
situation.
with you, or who, if anyone assisted you in removing that or conducting that chip-off process with regard to the motherboard from the entertainment system from the defendant's vehicle.
I'm sorry, at the time that we actually did the chip off?
Yes.
Yeah. It was myself, AG Speak, and Maggie Gaffney.
And who is AG Speak?
AG Speak is has his own forensic company, I guess you could call it, for Burla. I could consider an expert in the field, former California Highway Patrol officer that exclusively handled stolen cars.
And who is Ms. Gaffney?
She was a defense's expert. She's the one who actually did the chip off, applying the heat and taking the chips off in our presence. And she, I believe, works for, I'm sorry, the name of the company escapes me at the moment. Now, with respect to the information that you, Ms. Gaffney, and Mr. Speak were able to remove pursuant to that chip-off process, what, if any, usable information were you able to glean from that?
As I was told by AG, there was no data that was recovered off the infotainment system or the telematics module from the chip off.
And as far as Ms. Gaffney, did you have any conversation with her as far as the information that she was able to glean or read or decipher?
No, once she did the chip off, I've not spoken with her since.
Have a moment, John.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Carino, at some point in late January, early February 2020, were you provided with some a laptop and/or desktop computers from the home of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you do with those?
One was a Dell laptop. The other was a HP all-in-one desktop. I removed the hard drives from both systems and used.
Objection, may be seen, Your Honor.
Okay.
So it's a fact that her Lexus model, which is the Lexus LS570 2020 or newer, which hers is, did come with the Lexus Safety System 3.0, which is a pre-collision system that's designed to help alert you to oncoming traffic. At an intersection, the technology can intuitively slow down a vehicle if it detects a pedestrian in its path, which we've seen that video during the lunch break. The comprehensive suite of standard active safety and convenience features helps bring added peace of mind if you're about to back over your boyfriend. So this Lexus feature right here would definitely help prevent you from running into a pedestrian. Also in the snow, could you actually go 24 miles an hour in reverse, hit somebody, and then slow down within 15 feet in the snow to avoid hitting a white Jeep with a snowplow on it parked right at the mailbox? And the answer is hell no, dude. This shit doesn't make no damn sense. It's just more and more evidence that's supporting the same exact thing. And
Well-
John, do you have something right here, buddy? What you got?
Yeah, it is not activated under 29 miles an hour.
Is that what you got right here?
Yeah.
It's not activated. We've seen a video of one that they were only going 5 or 10 miles an hour, and the vehicle automatically stopped when it was about to back into a pedestrian.
Well, from what I have read, I saw your thing this morning. It wasn't a Lexus; it was another vehicle. So that same system, I've actually seen it. I was actually driving a rental vehicle that had that, and yeah, it does work. But I was going down the interstate, so that's why I researched that. I was like, well, so over the years they have perfected it. Hers is a 2021, so I don't know where they were in. That right there is from a 2021 LX 570, which is.
Well, if it works in reverse, I don't think you'd have to be going 20 miles an hour or faster for it to work in reverse. I know that mine has this brake thing. If you're moving and someone stops in front of you, it'll go beep, 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 beep with this big light that's flashing brake, 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 and it starts to apply the brake. But that doesn't apply if you're going, 20, 25 miles an hour, something like that. But in reverse, it's different. I mean, when are you ever going 29 miles an hour in fucking reverse?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, that was, and I know I didn't say it, but that's kind of what I was getting at the other day with the, when we were talking about the electronic control module or the computer. It should have all that if that stuff is activated. I know with the Lexus, they're top end.
Yeah. Unless you turn off the traction control prevents you. Oh, here's Big Ron. Unless you turn off the traction control, you can barely even go that fast, whether you're in the mud, inclement weather, especially in the snow. It's just it even if you floor it, it doesn't, it's not going to spin the wheels. It just kind of gradually takes you back. You have to literally turn all that stuff off for you to actually peel wheels and get yourself out of a muddy situation, that I deal with. I don't think there's a way that you can go 24 miles an hour in reverse and 60 feet in the snow. I don't even think it's possible. But
All right, Mr. Lally, you can continue.
I'm with
that's me.
Trooper Guarino, there was a Dell laptop and an HP Pavilion all-in-one desktop, correct?
Yes.
These were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to those?
As I said, I took the hard drives out of both machines. They were imaged, and the images were loaded into Axiom to view the data that was on them.
Now, when you say something was imaged, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
It's a bit-for-bit copy of the hard drive. Instead of us turning it on and going through it, which would change data, by taking the hard drives out and imaging them, it creates a one-for-one copy, so that way we can view it without changing anything in the system.
And you mentioned a tool called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is that Axiom tool and how does it work?
Yeah, it's another forensic tool that we use. Can do cell phones, computers. You'll use it to load the images so we can view the data.
And with respect to the imaging that was done with regard to the Dell laptop and the desktop, what, if anything, was it that you were looking for specifically on those devices?
We were looking for Ring video to see if either computer was used by Officer O'Keefe as a login machine to handle the account.
And from your review of what was extracted or imaged from each of those two respective computers, what, if any, information were you able to glean in reference to Ring.com or anything else?
Neither computer was used. One appeared to be used mostly by the kids, and the other, I believe it was a laptop, was used mostly by O'Keefe, but there were no Ring logins.
As far as the Ring connection, what, if any, devices were you, throughout the course of the investigation, were you able to ascertain were actually connected to the Ring cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Officer O'Keefe's cell phone.
Now, if there were any other devices, whether they were Mr. O'Keefe's or someone else, ascertained from either the Ring footage or the information provided by Ring, whether or not there were any other devices beyond Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone that were linked to that account?
Not that I know of.
And I'm sorry, just not that there weren't any devices, or not that you could tell?
Not that I could tell, or that I ever heard of.
Now, Trooper Guarino, let me ask you some questions just in general about a cell phone extraction. You familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is involved in that, and how a cell phone extraction is performed as far as your experience with regard to investigations that you've been involved in?
Yeah. So most investigations, we get the cell phones from the scene, from a suspect, from a victim. They're put into airplane mode to preserve the data, so that way a remote wipe can't be sent to the phone from iTunes. If we can't put it into airplane mode, we'll put it into a Faraday bag, which blocks the cell phone signal. And then it's brought back to the lab and put into a Faraday box, which is has
involved in the extraction of data or the examination of extracted data from any particular phone?
Yes, I did John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Reed's phone, and we had two witnesses' phones, but I don't remember doing the extractions themselves.
But as far as the data from those phones, have you had a look at that data? And specifically, I'm asking about both Jennifer McCabe's phone and Ms. Carrie Roberts.
Yes, I have.
Now, were you also at some point provided with some material from Brian Higgins' phone?
Yes, I saw screenshots of text messages.
And from the material that you were provided with reference to Mr. Higgins' phone, were you then able to cross-reference that eventually at some point with respect to the information in both Ms. Reed's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, I was.
From what you reviewed, was the information contained within the material provided by Mr. Higgins, was that consistent with what you observed in Ms. Reed's phone as well as Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I didn't see any differences in those messages.
Now, with respect to, starting with Ms. Reed's phone, that was received by you on January 29th, 2022, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what time it was and where you were when you received that phone?
I want to say 6 or 7 o'clock at night at the Norfolk DA's office.
And who did you receive that phone from?
Trooper Proctor.
And with reference to that phone, what condition was it in at the time as far as you referenced airplane mode, Faraday bag, things of that nature? How was it sort of when you received it?
I believe it was in airplane mode. The phone was in good working order. And it was placed downstairs in our lab plugged in to keep the phone battery charged.
Now, the same with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. When and from whom did you receive that, and what kind of condition was that in when you received it?
I also got that from Trooper Proctor the same time as Miss Reed's phone. Same condition.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, at the time that you received it, did you have any passcode or any way to get into the phone?
I'm sorry, whose phone?
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no. The software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, I should say the extraction of the data to look for evidence, her phone at that time was not supported.
Now, what, if anything, did you do with her phone in regard to that?
Again, made sure it was in airplane mode and just kept it plugged in until such time as the phone was supported, and then we could download it.
Familiar with the device called the Gray Key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and what, if anything, you did with regard to the defendant's phone and the Gray Key device?
Yep. So Gray Key is, again, specialized hardware and software used to plug in the phones, can do Apple or Android phones to bypass passwords.
And how does that sort of function, or how does that work as far as when you hook something, a cell phone or a cellular device up to a Gray Key tool? What is it doing and how does it work?
If I knew that, I'd be a millionaire. But it basically installs software onto it, and instead of when you put in 10 passcodes to an iPhone, on the 10th one, if it's wrong, it kills the phone forever. This has some secret software that's able to bypass that and basically keep hitting the phone with passcodes until it finds the right one.
So it essentially runs a bunch of different combinations of passcodes into the phone until it comes up with one that actually opens.
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, did the Gray Key device actually break into the defendant's phone?
Yes, it did.
You know about when that was in relation to when you received it?
Yeah, so we got the phone in January. It took, I believe support came out in, I want to say May or June. I don't remember the exact month, but we didn't actually get the passcode until August 16th of 2022.
And once that passcode was actually broken into by the Gray Key device, then you're able to look into the phone, is that correct?
Yes, once the passcode's obtained, we download the data, and then we're able to take that extraction data and then open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom or whatever tool we're going to use to view it.
And the tools, as far as you're referring to, Cellbrite and Axiom, are you familiar with those tools through your course of your investigator with regard to electronic devices?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of when you say Cellbrite and Axiom, as far as then tools are concerned, how do they work and sort of what is it that you do with the device with reference to Cellbrite?
So what do we do with the extractions once we go to open them?
Well, how is the information extracted, first of all, and then what, if anything, do you do with that?
So Gray Key will pull the extraction. Well, it just, once the code's received, it again uses its software, pulls the data out, puts it into an encrypted, it's MD5 or SHA. It's a encryption key that it's a unique key that, so if you changed anything inside that zip file, it would change the encryption number to show that something was tampered with. We take that encrypted zip file and we open it up in the software, and that's able to say, you know, the call logs, the chats, the photos, the whole timeline of the phone.
Now, in addition to yourself, is there anyone else that works in this sort of capacity within your unit at the district attorney's office?
Yes, 2 other people.
And who are those 2 others?
The director of our lab, Samantha Vogt, and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Now, beyond yourself, Trooper Keefe, and Ms. Vogt, anybody else from the detective unit, as far as the troopers, would they have access to these devices, being defendants, Mr. O'Keefe's, Ms. McCabe's, or Ms. Roberts?
If they're in the digital evidence lab, no. Once the data is extracted from them, normally we give them back to the investigator or return to family. So that would be the only time that they would have access to the devices, or unless we kept them in the lab for just for, I don't want to say safekeeping, but just for storage reasons.
Now, with reference to your review of any of the extractions related to any of those 4 devices, at any point in time, did you observe anything in reference to any information being taken off or deleted from any of those devices at any point in time?
No, sir.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's device, the defendant's device, it was sometime in August of 2022 that the gray key was able to break into the passcode and get into the device, correct?
That's correct.
And so then once an extraction is done, that's then subsequently reviewed by someone within your unit, is that correct?
Yeah, so again, normally the investigators for the homicides know far more information about the crime and what occurred. So if need be, I'll load the phone up for them. They can go through it because they know what they're looking for. If they ask me, I'm happy to go through. If they can say, you know, I'm looking for calls between this time period, or, you know, GPS locations, things like that.
Now, with reference to the defendant's phone, at some point were you made aware that there was some privileged information contained within her phone?
Yes, I was.
So as a result of that, what, if anything, happened with the phone from there?
We notified our supervisors, and we did not look at her extraction until the privileged communications could be removed, and then we could, again, go back and re-inspect the data.
Now, as far as that whole process that was undertaken in regard to that, how long a time period, or when was it that you were able to have the privileged information extracted and then actually get to look at the defendant's phone?
It took months. I don't think we got it back from the AG's office until later, I don't know, springtime of 2023-ish.
Now, with respect to the extraction from each of these 4 respective devices, that being the defendants, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, what kind of tools were used to conduct those extractions?
Gray key, Windows 10, and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer and Axiom, their program, Magnets program.
And so as far as, I guess my question is, as far as the different devices that are used, why are there different devices, and what is it that, say, one does versus the other?
So they both do great work with, you know, decoding the data. I've noticed that Axiom does a better job at pulling GPS spots because it gives a speed and a estimated range of how strong the GPS signals are, as opposed to Cellbrite. They give native locations, but they don't have that extra data with it. So I like to look at both tools to make sure that I'm seeing everything that I need to.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, you at some points reviewed the extraction from the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to that phone, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to GPS locations associated with that device?
I didn't see that many, maybe a handful showing different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or
turned off or on by you?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
So what I'm asking though is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Yes, if it's turned on.
And there were no real GPS locations to speak of that you observed in your review of the extraction of the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain from that as far as GPS locations were concerned?
There's quite a bit, especially on January 29th.
Now, sir, before we get into that, if I could ask you some questions in regard to Ms. McCabe's excuse me, phone extraction. You had occasion to review that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in regard to that, also, you had mentioned that you had reviewed an affidavit from a defense expert or defense witness named Mr. Richard Green, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your review of that, what, if anything, based on your review of what Mr. Green said or did, what, if anything, did you then do with regard to Ms. McCabe's phone?
So I basically went point by point through his report to confirm or deny if what he was placing in there was true.
And what, if anything, were you able to ascertain or learn from going through Ms. McCabe's phone with reference to what Mr. Green stated? Objection.
I'll allow that.
It was mostly incorrect.
And when you say mostly incorrect, what was mostly incorrect?
So he states that there's a Google search that's done at 2:27 in the morning. That immediately stuck out to me because when I went back and looked, that file that was parsed was not from the database that should have showed searches. This came from the session state tabs for Safari, which is a big red flag. It also came from a wall file, which is a dropping ground for where data is put before it's actually put into the main database itself. And then once it reaches a certain point, that data is automatically deleted by the device, not by a user, which Mr. Green had stated that a search was done and then it was purposely deleted. There was also items regarding phone calls being deleted. Again, they came from a wall file. Looking at it, again, it's stored in the knowledge seed, the main database. It's also stored in the biome, showing in the extraction, which is another storage area that Apple is using. Again, nothing, most of the stuff that I was reading in his report was either incorrectly, I don't know, written down, or he's interpreted it incorrectly.
Now, with regard to the phone calls or the contacts that Mr. Green indicated were user deleted or deleted by the user, what, if any, information did you look in regard to that? What, if any, did you ascertain in regard to that?
Yeah, so he stated that Ms. McCabe had deleted 18 phone calls from the morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Looking at the data from her call log, those calls, while they do show marked as deleted, again, they come from the wall file and they're also located in two other parts of the database. Again, as a user of an iPhone, you can't go in and just delete these files. They're handled by the operating system. It's impossible.
So as far as what, if any, opinion do you, well, let me ask you this first. As far as a wall or a writing log file, can you explain that, what you understand that term to mean to the jury as it pertains to these particular items?
Yeah, so as I said, these files are dropping ground. So when you're using your apps, using the phone, takes that data, puts it into this wall file until you either close the app or you shut down the phone, or it reaches a certain number of data in the phone. That wall file will automatically delete from the phone. So this can be on a first in, first out basis. Again, like I said, it could be when data reaches a certain level, but those calls that are being marked as deleted, Celebrate seeing, it doesn't mean the user deleted them. It just means they're being removed from the WAL file.
You indicated that from your review of the phone extraction, there were other areas or other databases, within the phone that contain that same information.
Yes. So the main database of the iPhones is the Knowledge C database. They're also using Biome, and then if you're using the newest software now, it's another area I won't bore you with, but depending on the iOS you're using for the phone, it's going to depend on where that data is being stored.
Now, specifically with had was in regard to a contact for Brian Albert, is that correct?
Yes, that was another one.
With respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to find within Ms. McCabe's phone in regard to contact information for Brian Albert?
Yeah, so Mr. Greener's report said that he located a deleted screenshot of Brian Albert's contact. That was in her phone. The contact for Brian Albert was still in her phone, not deleted. So I don't know, maybe she just deleted the screenshot.
Now, with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the call log history in Ms. McCabe's phone?
I exported it all out to a PDF so I could view it. And again, like I said, there's, I think, 1,104 phone calls from going all the way back to October of 2020, I want to say. And phone calls, FaceTime, they're all, the calls are there, all the records, and they're all stored in different areas of the phone. The only ones that show the WAL file deleted were the ones from the 29th going up to the end, towards the end of the day on the 29th.
And now, with respect to the call history, where or how is that typically stored within an iOS device?
I believe that's stored in the call stored dash SQLite database.
And with reference to what, if any, difference storage-wise is that SQLite database versus the WAL file?
So again, yeah, that database where the call logs are sent, it's going to have a corresponding WAL file where the data is going to be put temporarily. And then, as I said, it gets automatically deleted by the iOS, by the operating software. It's not user enabled.
And so from your review of those 1,104 phone call history records extraction of Mr. McCabe's phone, what, if any, opinion you have in regard to whether or not those items were deleted by any user?
I don't believe they were. And I will say one of the phone calls was from the actual main call stored database. That could have been user deleted but again, it's in two other spots in the operating system. So I don't know how or why the iOS stores it the way it does. And then marks what.
Now, sir, from your review of the 4 phone extractions that you reviewed in this case, were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or between from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, like a forensic.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48.
Okay.
You recognize, excuse me, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
The first page is Facebook Messenger chats between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed from the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with reference to those chats between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you also reviewed that material from the defendant's phone as well?
Yes, I did.
Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request certain portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 48 being published to the jury as we go through them.
Okay.
Sir, if I could just start you out on page 1.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that up on the screen. Now, with respect to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
I'll grab it for you as Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Now, within this particular, from the perspective of this is from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So there will be blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct as well?
Yes.
And so who, as far as the blue bubbles are concerned, who is speaking in that?
The blue bubbles will be from Ms. Reed, and the green bubbles are from Officer O'Keefe.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could please scroll down. Now, with respect to what's contained on this page 1 at the bottom, if you could read the date and the time and indicate who is speaking and what is said there.
Yeah. So the blue bubble is Karen Reed and 1/28/2022 at 3:30 p.m. Hello. John says hi at 3:35 p.m.
Sorry, may I
Yeah.
approach, John?
Yes.
Yep. Those are the Facebook ones.
I'm sorry. What's contained in Exhibit 48 is the entirety of the chat report from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I apologize. Showing you another document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
These are the native chats, native messages from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
So these are just specifically broken down as far as the chats between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as your review of both of the extractions from both of those phones, the material contained within Mr. O'Keefe's phone is consistent with the material contained in the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce you.
I heard that too, range minded. I didn't know if he said just kill me or they're gonna kill me, but definitely something that said kill me. They're gonna kill me.
Yes.
I'm about to isolate
That
that
could
a
be
little bit
returned to
later.
the witness, Your Honor, if we could, with the court's permission, if we could publish that.
Yes.
And I don't know that he's in on the cover up. I think he's just incompetent.
And now, Trooper Garino, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit, sir? Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could scroll down just a little bit.
Is this where
Yes.
he's looking for nudes, or what was he doing here?
And again, from this first page, if you could, blue bubble is from Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Being from Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, again, read from this first page as far as date, time, who is speaking, and what is said.
At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time." 10:02 a.m., "I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy." At 10:09 a.m., Karen says, "I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gone to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made the point, I made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help."
If I could stop you there, sir. If I could direct your attention to my apologies. Sir, if I could direct you to page 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, bottom of page 4.
All right.
And starting with the blue bubble on the bottom of page 4, again, if you could indicate as to who's speaking, what is said, and the date and time.
Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, "Maybe you can call someone."
If you could continue on and through page 5, sir.
On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, "Like who?" On 1:47 p.m., "What time are you coming here?" And then there is, at 2:05, there's a message, but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir.
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. "I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head." 2:06 p.m., John writes back, "Okay." 2:06 p.m. again, Karen says, "Text me later when you guys settle in later." Text me when you guys settle in later. John says, "Sure," at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, "I feel pretty shitty about this, feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said."
If I could ask you to continue on to page 7, sir.
Okay. At 2:17 p.m., John says, "Not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it." Karen replies back at 2:17, "Things in my own life have been difficult too, you know." John writes back at 2:17, "I know." At 2:25 p.m., "Tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." From Karen.
You could continue on to page 8, sir.
At 2:25, John responds back, "Nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" That was at 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, "Kids are here, not in the mood to talk."
And how does the defendant respond to that on the bottom of page 8?
"So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this." At 2:29 p.m.
If I could direct you to the next page 9.
Yep. Ms. Reed says, "I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow." At 2:29. At 2:30, she says, "Last night you're basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future. So why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore?" At 2:30, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I said 2:30, John says, "Not how it went down, but okay."
Now does Ms. Reed respond to that?
"Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?"
If you could, sir, please continue on to the top of page 10.
Okay. At 2:32 p.m., sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. From John. And then John again at 2:32. Oh my God, stop calling.
Okay, stop you there for just a moment, sir. With regard to January 28th, you were also able to extract a report specifically in regard to calls received by Mr. O'Keefe on that date.
Yes, I was.
I mean, on that date into the next date of January 29th.
Yes.
I approach Ron.
Yes.
Well, they had a rocky relationship, then she definitely killed him. Case closed. You got the case cracker, me in the shower. Did you hear where he said kill me, John?
No, I sat down right after that, apparently.
Here it is right here.
The first page is Facebook Messenger chats.
From your review of
Shit. I'll show you later.
All right.
Okay.
you recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's John O'Keefe's call log.
And that's the entirety of the call log from January 28th into 29th, is that correct?
Yes, from 28th at 9:19 a.m. to the 29th at 6:03 a.m.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're now showing you another document. Just ask you to review that, look up when we finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's call log from January 29th at 12:33 a.m. to January 29th at 6:03 a.m.
And those are specifically calls between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Thank you.
Now, Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates OMG stopped calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
There's 18 calls from 9:19 to about 2:59 p.m.
Those calls are listed within those records as various as far as rejected, or missed, or answered, or things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How many of them are rejected?
11.
How many of them are missed?
4.
And how many are answered?
3.
Now, following that text message at 2:32 p.m. from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant asking her to stop calling him, does the defendant keep calling?
Yes, she does.
And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th. Double check.
Thanks. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Guarino, I can take
All right, here's
each of the
it.
call logs. I want you to keep. And what's contained in there is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed from the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with reference to those chats between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you also reviewed attention back to page 10 on the text messages with respect.
Okay, so Mr. Lally, when you put your head down and when you walk away, we can't hear you. And so there won't be a record of this. So you have to keep your voice up.
I will do, Your Honor.
Well, you just said, you just put your head down and your voice went down. So keep your voice up. It's really important you do so.
Trooper Guarino, turning your attention back to page 10 of these text messages, which read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32.
Yes, so 2:32 p.m., she says, why would you start with me this morning? And then followed up by 2:33, you're setting me up to fail.
If I could turn your attention to page 11 and ask you to continue from there.
Ms. Reed says you start a number of fights from your end. John, and that's at 2:33. At 2:33, John writes back, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again.
And how does the defendant respond to that?
So you're not into this anymore. And then John says, not into fighting all the time, correct. That's at 2:34 p.m.
If I could turn your attention to the top of page 12.
Yes, 2:34, Ms. Reed says, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. John writes back, but there's no content at 2:34. And then at 2:34, she says, then stop starting with me.
How does Mr. O'Keefe respond to that?
At 2:34, he writes back, I'm not answering, stop calling.
And if you could, if I could turn your attention to the top of page 13.
Ms. Reed says, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? John responds back at 2:35, Kaylee is right here. Ms. Reed says, you're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me at 2:35. She writes at 2:38, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit.
If I could direct you to the top of page 14, sir.
She says, can you answer please at 2:38? He writes back at 2:39, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun. Karen writes back at 2:40, seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me right after that?
And again, if I could direct you to the top of page 15.
John writes back at 2:40, have to take him to the doctor, he has practice. Ms. Reed writes back, yeah, 5 minutes. John writes back at 2:43, my father just walked in. Aaron writes back, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes at 2:44.
The top of page 16, sir.
2:44, John writes back, not right now. Aaron writes back, I'm there when anyone else needs me at 2:44. 2:46, yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minutes.
And the last one from that page, sir.
Yeah, 2:47, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things. And if you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail.
Sir, if I could draw your attention to page 42.
Okay.
And sir, if I could ask you to start reading from the top of page 42.
Yep. At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. John writes back at 7:42, why? Now you're not coming? Karen writes back, I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42. John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. Karen writes back at 7:43, he's not going home after. John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. He may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. And that was at 7:44.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 49.
If I could ask you to start from the page 49, sir.
John, what is
8:29
this
p.m.
proving
Yeah,
here,
but
dude?
he lives right down the road.
I think he's
Motive?
just setting up that they were arguing right before he died.
And can't drive. 8:30. She writes back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. John writes back, I'll do it Monday. Karen responds at 8:31. Ha, I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32. I'd like to know, I could take a hot shower here if I need to. John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday.
If I could direct you to the top of next page, 51.
John, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Karen writes back at 8:33. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33. Blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere.
Sir, if I could direct you to the top of page 52.
Okay. Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 AM on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant, 12:55 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the top of page 53.
Yes, 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
Did you hear it that time, John?
Oh, no.
When he said, kill me. I'm sure he knew he had to read all that stuff, and he's like, man, kill me, dude. Right here.
Excuse me. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as portions of what's been marked as exhibit
I had it,
48?
man. It's so hard to find it with this big ass long timestamp, but yeah. Yeah, he just whispered under his breath.
Oh, I just heard it.
Kill me. It's like, fuck it. It's like, dude, you have to read all those text messages about how they had some relationship problems. The kids are home alone. Do you really still want to be with me? I got this fat fuck ATF Brian Higgins that's trying to mac on me. And he's like, why don't you just break it to him and break it off with him? And she's having these
This
hostile
witness, but can we go until 4:15? I know it's been a long day, but
relationships.
does that work for you all? All right, thank you very much. So why don't we do that, and then I'll talk to the scheduling after.
What I find funny, they're having trouble
You
hearing.
are unmuted.
Picks him up whispering.
Yeah.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
So there's going to be no cross today. Is that what we're talking about? So they're going to go 15. We're talking
May I
about
approach this for
10 more minutes or something. They got 12 more minutes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now, Trooper Garino, you were also able to get some chats as well as some phone calls between the defendant and certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're all falling asleep, Lally. Jesus, get to the fucking point here. Karen Reed wants to kill him because she's watching his kids. Is that what we're talking about? Karen Reed has motive to murder because they were having relationship problems.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, that's what this is all about, right?
Yeah.
That she has motive to kill. I mean, they saved the best witnesses for last. So obviously we got this guy, the Celebrite guy was earlier, and then you have the two medical examiner doctors that are going to be the very, very last word. They must think that this guy is the best testimony.
Documents, et cetera, do those.
And you can tell he does not want to be up here reading this shit. He's like, man, kill me, dude.
Okay.
And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The single page is Karen Reed to Laura Sullivan phone calls, or I should say, yep, calls from Laura Sullivan to Karen Reed. And the other one is Karen Reed and Laura Sullivan's chat messages.
What's contained in those documents, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you were able to extract from the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
Approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes of the next.
Now remind me who Laura
Go
Sullivan
ahead.
is.
I have no idea. But I mean, if the car didn't hit John O'Keefe and cause that, it doesn't matter what the hell he was texting.
No.
Well, not unless she says, I think I'm gonna run him over.
True that. Or I did run him over to someone else. I ran him over last night. I can't believe I did that. If they have something like that, maybe.
Thank you.
But this is the same guy that couldn't even find the Haas Long to Die in Cold at 6 o'clock or 2 o'clock or nothing, or none of the deleted messages. It was Alan Jackson and the defense team that found all of this from Celebrate.
Oh.
May I approach, Your Honor?
He never found any of that on the original search when Jennifer McCabe gave up her phone. He was the guy in charge, didn't find none of it.
So this is not his first time on the stand.
Sullivan is the blonde Aruba girl.
Oh, okay. Forgot about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Dante's the expert here. We gotta.
Dante's on it.
I know.
Recognize that.
Yes, these are Karen Reed and Aaron O'Keefe phone call.
And what is contained in that, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed conducting the extraction of the defendant's phone with regard to the communications with Aaron O'Keefe?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes of the consider.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr. Yannetti, right?
I think this guy could be just straight incompetence. I don't think he's in on it. He doesn't seem like he's enjoying this.
Okay.
6:32.
I'm very sorry, Madam Court. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's previously been marked as exhibits 51 and 52. That's if you recognize those.
Yes, these are phone calls from Karen Reed and Katie Camerano. And 52 is chats between Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
What's contained in those exhibits 51 and 52, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the extraction of the material from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
I mean, if you can't prove that she hit him, at least prove she had motive, I guess. I mean,
may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
and then have the medical examiner say it's consistent with a car crash.
Marked as exhibits 94 and then 95.
Yes. Sorry. They are chats between Karen Reed and Jen McCabe, text messages. And 95 is Karen Reed and Jen McCabe phone calls.
And again, what's contained in those records before you, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the defendant's phone during the course of your extraction of materials from her phone?
Yes.
I approach the retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes. So these are already in evidence, Mr. Lally, so that you don't need the fair and accurate depiction.
I could only imagine if I was sitting in that chair being tried for murder and this son of a bitch is running all this bullshit through on me, man. Oh my God, dude.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
or if you've ever been convicted by this DA's office before, I'm sure you're finding great relief that someone's finally exposing how corrupt they are.
Yeah, and I'll be the first one to admit sometimes I'm impatient. I would be chomping at the bit right now.
If you were the defense team?
No, if I was somebody that had been convicted sitting
Oh,
in
yeah.
prison because of this.
Well, I don't think they're watching court TV in there, but maybe who
Well,
knows?
no, well, that's true.
I mean, you might read the newspaper, but you're not getting this kind of stuff and all these social media where it's showing all these things. I don't know if it's going to be, you have access to all of that. But I think a lot of like ambulance chaser, attorneys, I think they're seeing a lot of this, like potential cases that they can revisit and take another look at and get some exposure here, if nothing else.
Juris, you know what? I'm going to send you home. Okay. So
Lally's taking
I need to
too
see
fucking long,
outside
dude.
for just a minute to figure out the next 2 days.
You are muted.
So there's no court tomorrow because they're going to spend the whole damn day doing a voir dire on these 3 expert FBI witnesses. So you're going to hear that tomorrow, but there's going to be no jury tomorrow. And then court with the jury will resume, I guess, on Wednesday. And then you have the 2 medical examiners, the 2 doctors that are going to be testifying, which is, what are their names? Whatever the hell their name. Yeah, that will be like the good one to hear, the medical examiner at the very end. And then the prosecution is supposed to rest by Friday, and then starting Monday morning, the defense will start making their case. So who do you call if you're the defense? Who do you think you would call first? Would you call some kind of expert witness like the crash experts first, or save that for last? Like the most damning thing, you want to save it for last?
I mean, well, that was the first thing I was thinking. I mean, who are you going to call as a crash expert witness unless you call somebody from another agency from another state?
Yeah.
I mean, because Massachusetts State Police investigated this. I mean, you'd have to call somebody in from another state if you're going to go that route.
And another thing I was thinking is the shoe. Like the other shoe that's possibly a different color, you wouldn't want to call it while the prosecution's making their case, because then they're going to have some expert witness that's just going to say the story that sides with the Commonwealth.
So, jurors,
You are unmuted.
tomorrow, but you won't be. All right. So it's very important that you don't watch TV or listen to anything, or read about anything. So we will be here tomorrow. Wednesday is the federal holiday, so we're not in session.
Oh, Juneteenth,
There's supposed to be some
George Floyd
big heat
holiday.
wave this week. I really appreciate that everybody dresses respectfully for court. I suggest you come in comfortably. It's an old building. The air conditioning's been great today. I don't know that will hold up when really pushed. So feel free to dress comfortably. We'll plan on seeing you on Thursday. If that changes, the court officers have your contact information. But we're planning on seeing you on Thursday. All right, so please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you Thursday.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, John, let's hear it.
So if I could, I would call a vehicle reconstruction witness or 2 from another state. I think the Celebrate guy, I don't know that I would go into that because I think he's debunked all that other stuff. So I'd leave that alone. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what the MEs have to say. I think and I forgot that those veterinarians, they're on the defense witness list. So I definitely want to hear from them. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the report that they were showing earlier from the Celebrate guy, and you see what's in yellow over here, where it shows the Google searches actually happened at 2:27. The YouTube, and then the how long to die in cold was at 2:27. You know, the other one was 2 seconds before that, where you clicked on a video real quick and then you searched in there how long to die in cold. But you know, I don't know. I mean, I think they did a pretty good job of saying that, oh, these two experts both said that there was no search at 2:27, that couldn't have happened. This other guy, Garino, he never found that search or the 6 o'clock searches or any of the stuff that she deleted. So I don't know. I think I would definitely want to call a witness that if you know exactly what that person is going to say with Celebrate, I would definitely call him. I would definitely bring up the shoe, and thinking about it, I don't know if I would kind of argue about the shoe and what you found with the shoe. I might even call that one guy who was with the CERT team and then ask him about the shoe, the 2 different shoes, or one of the lieutenants or something, Tully, and ask him about the other shoe that they found and how come it has a different color. Probably not Tully, but since they finally brought the second shoe up after the CERT team guy just showed the picture, but we didn't see the other shoe, I would maybe get the CERT team guy back because he doesn't seem as strong as Tully is. So get him back up there and talk about the shoe so the prosecution can't call a witness to debunk it. I would do that. And but their best evidence would be the FBI reconstruction people. I would put them probably last.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to why nobody has questioned them using a blower to blow away the snow.
It's like not having a chain of custody and not doing this correctly and that. I mean, where are you going with that? I mean, even though it's fishy and it doesn't sound right, it's like you've made your point. I don't know that you can call anybody at that point. When the defense is making their case, they've already made that point.
Yeah.
And very well too, I would say.
I mean, I don't know that it would. I don't know that it. Well, I don't know. It might help if you could find out who was actually operating the blower, and did you see stuff blowing around? I don't know. I mean that would just go to show that the evidence was found where it originally was not. I don't know that that's at this point. I don't know that that's crucial, but it would go to show that the evidence was not where it originally was.
Sure, but that guy is not going to contradict him.
Yeah,
I think the Lucky Lochran, they're definitely going to call. I know for a fact. So Lucky's going to say that he didn't see no bodies out there. So that's going to be one for sure that you're going to have. Do we have that defense list?
That's what I was getting ready to say. I haven't looked at it in a while. I think I've got it here. Let's see.
Yeah, and then someone also posted this today.
Sorry about that. Clicked on the wrong tab.
Yeah, it's all good. They said this is what 22 hours in reverse looks like. Yeah, I don't know. If they're making any points there.
Looking for the defense witness list.
Yeah, I don't know. This case is getting crazier and crazier. Big Ron, are you still out there, brother?
I don't think he is. Here we go.
Send a private message on here if you're in here. I'll add you back on there.
Witness. Defendant witness list. All right.
But the how long to die in cold is definitely very damning about they knew that that John O'Keefe was dying in the cold. That's very damning. They had to get past that, and I thought they did a pretty good job. Those expert witnesses for Celebrite and that other lady, whatever, you know, they say that there's just no chance that she searched for that at 2:27. It just never happened. You know, two people saying the same thing. You know, it seemed pretty believable. The lady had a lot more education than the other guy who didn't have any degree or certification whatsoever, but he was writing codes for, you know, his computer system or whatever. And they're like doing infomercials, but those are the experts, you know, the experts that are contradicting the Celebrite information. I don't know, man. I guess they made a decent point there that Jennifer McCabe is more than likely innocent and she had nothing to do with it. And she didn't search for the Hoslong died of cold. And the reason why they have to prove that, because if she did that, then Karen Reed's not guilty. So they had to do that. You know, I don't think they're just cutting for Jennifer McCabe. They just had to do that. But the reconstruction expert, that's not an expert, just had 3 classes or, you know, 24 hours worth of training. He didn't do a good job at all. And what he said on, what was it, Friday? What he said on Friday, and, oh, yeah, he hit, and then he turned around, and, you know, then he did the hokey pokey, and you turn yourself, all that shit. It's like, dude, that shit didn't make no sense. How can you have just hit with your right arm, spin around, hit the curb with your head, and then go, oh, shit, oh, what about the piece of tail light that was at the fire hydrant? Oh, the fire hydrant. Okay, then it must have been further up. And then, so you're saying he went 30 feet? You know, I think a logical thing would say, look, I don't know. They were blowing the evidence around with the snow blower. Maybe the piece that was by the fire hydrant was another place, but they blew it around. I mean, you know, I don't know. But based on the majority of the evidence, it was more than likely it happened here. But then the hitting it at an angle and side swiping, and they're trying to say that the tail light just made those perfect indentions into that shirt. Remember, that looked like a dog bite, or it looked like maybe not a dog like biting it with its mouth, but maybe the front paws digging into the arm. You know, because it does look more consistent of dog paws scratching or something, but I don't think they did a good job explaining of how the hell those got there either.
No, I don't either. So I've got the witness list. If you want to bring it.
Oh yeah, there it is.
So Terry Kuhn, she's the vet with the veterinarian lab, and I was just looking. Has Brian Albert did he testify?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, they might have him on there. They were going to call him whether he went up or not, because you put the list up before the trial starts. But Brian Albert, I don't know that they would call him back. I'm not sure what they could get from him being called back. Ken Berkowitz would be a good one to say that he went out there and found that piece of taillight. Ken Berkowitz might be a good one to call.
Yeah.
Oh,
what did I do?
Yeah, you highlighting stuff. Nicole Albert, having Nicole Albert go on there, because Nicole Albert is inside the house. I doubt that she was, you know, had anything to do with the killing, but she knows what happened. Julie Albert, Colin Albert, they already had their chance and their crack at them, but you know, you have them on there, Caitlin Albert, just so if maybe something happens during the trial, you can call them back up. But I don't know that there's any reason to call them back up. Their story was pretty I don't know anything. It had nothing to do with it. It wasn't me. I don't know that you can go anywhere with those. The Maureen Harnett, we already heard from her. You know, you've seen those pictures with the her tail light on the bumper and stuff. I don't know. You got anything? Brian Higgins, I don't know that you have anything with him. He's pretty much damn near pled the fifth.
Oh yeah.
You know, so
I think he's done.
To discredit him, I mean, you already crossed the finish line there. Sergeant Lank, I don't know. Lucky Lochran, the 38. You're definitely calling Lucky Lochran, 100%. The McCabe's, you already ran all those through. The Lance Mello, Ryan Nagel, we already got him in there.
Yeah, is that the lady from Google, Holly Price? She's the one that testified the other day.
I'm not sure about that one. Brian Tully, Courtney Proctor, calling Courtney Proctor. She hasn't been on the stand, I don't believe. I don't know if she'll be a good one because she's all over online. She's not saying anything very nice about the defense, so I'm not sure if she'd be good or not. But the defense might know something we don't. Yeah, I don't know who you want to call, but I mean, I would definitely call want to call someone to talk about that 227 search. Definitely the accident reconstruction people. And I'd want to talk about that 2 different shoes. And I think you really don't need to call too many more people except for maybe like I said, Lucky Lochran with I didn't see the person, the FBI accident reconstruction. There's no way this could have happened. This accident could never happen like that based on our simulations and our reports and experience. And then, you know, I mean, I don't know what they're going to get with the medical examiner, but I think if the case ended right now, she'd be not guilty anyway.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it's going to be a short defense.
Well, they're saying it's just going to be like a week or something.
Yeah,
because I don't think they're going to sit up there with like freaking Lally's doing and is it the best of your knowledge that the sky is blue today? Okay, well, you know, what if anything did you see with the sky today in the clouds? Would it be a fair and accurate depiction of the clouds saying that they're white with a little gray today? Okay. And it's like, dude, you know, get to the point, bro. I think the defense is going to get to the point. They're going to speak loud. You're not going to have to tell them to speak up. I think it's going to be a lot more entertaining. The prosecution is going to have some things to say to discredit them, but you're going to be there. And if they have a Celebrite expert that says no, whoever they called to get the original report says no, I don't know what those guys are talking about. This is what happened. You definitely need to hear someone to say that those searches had it at 227 for sure. But yeah, I don't know where you go from here, but I don't know that you need to. But I tell you one thing you don't do. You do not put Karen Reed up on that stand.
Oh no.
Under no circumstances do you put Karen Reed on that stand.
I agree with that. Just I don't know. It's going to be interesting. So, so they're doing the expert witness thing tomorrow.
Yeah. So, and then there's no court on Wednesday for the George Floyd federal holiday. And did you see that the 15th, Joe Biden, let me see if I
National Elders Day.
Yeah. Did you see that? It's like Elder Abuse Day. It's like, dude, do I? Is that because they're grabbing your hand because you're all over the damn place? So what's going on here? Yeah, the elder. Here it is, right here. It's the share this tab instead. Right here. There now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim June 15th. To 2024 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. And he encourages all Americans to be diligent, work together to strengthen existing partnerships, and develop new opportunities to improve our nation's prevention of and response to elder abuse, neglect, and exploitation. But what a great example for someone who's the spokesperson of this national holiday of awareness.
Thought that had me tear up a little bit.
Yeah, I know. I did have a creeper as well. It was just, is it coming out of this eye right here? It's like, poor guy. They got this guy that should be retired, shouldn't be at home. He's doing 48% of his presidency on vacation. He really just needs to be in a nursing home or senior living center. These visiting angels who are propping him up there like Weekend at Bernie's, and they're just running the country and just say, hey, Joe, just sit in there. I'll grab your arm and guide you around. I know you're embarrassing everyone, but this is the way that a small group of people can be, actually in charge of what the country is doing. And they do not want Donald Trump. They want someone they can control, and that's Joseph Biden and the World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. So it's not even America. This is just for the whole entire world. Joe Biden is saying that you should be nicer to elder people.
Yeah. And who was it? I think it was somebody with CNN was very shocked. Yeah. CNN data reporter stunned by polling on Black Americans supporting Trump.
Yeah.
They cannot wrap their head around that.
And
then Chuck Schumer, I actually saw his tweet. I don't know why, but it comes.
Oh, look at this one.
Oh.
Weekend with Biden. It's like Weekend at Bernie's. I had to Photoshop the heads on there. And then there's that. Yeah. That's my cousin, Thunder Dan from the Rock and Roll Rebel Show. Give him a like on X.
Oh, okay. I've heard you mention him before.
He's actually my real cousin in real life.
Your real life cousin?
Yeah, he's in South Carolina, in the Myrtle Beach area. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like three hours from me. I'm getting ready to head down there in a couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, vacation?
No, my girlfriend's aunt lives down there. She's got some odds and ends she needs done.
So what's our takeaway before we jump off here? What's our takeaway for so far on the trial? Because we've had, let me just go through a few little things I have here. We got the taillight with the CERT team. That was whatever. We got the taillight that looked like it was working, but we were looking at this piece. It was nothing like that. The taillight, there's definitely pieces that shows it's working. And, this one also is from the, from the tow truck driver. It shows right here that the taillight was intact. It was cracked like the one. Honest police officer did report that showed up there. You had the John O'Keefe's injuries to the back of his head and his arm. You have this inverted video from the Sally Port that was done. You have this hair that clearly looked like it was planted. I don't know how it would be on the car for that long, for 60 miles on the back of that tow truck. You have a German Shepherd that more than likely took a bite out of crime. The whole thing's crazy. I mean, looking at all this, I mean, the thing is you can say whatever you want, but that car did not back into John O'Keefe and make those injuries. That's something that you have to prove. And there's just no rational way that she didn't drive on that curb and on that grass. There's no way that she hit him and he got those lacerations to his arm and flew 13 feet or 20 feet or 30 feet or whatever the hell they're saying. There's no way that all that taillight came from that polycarbonate taillight. And the 5 trips to find the taillight, none of that adds up. And if that part doesn't add up, the rest of the stuff is nothing.
Well, that's, yeah. And I think
if she didn't hit him with the car, nothing else matters except for the defense of the McCabe's and Brian Albert and the police. They did a shoddy investigation, so they're trying to sweep it up a little bit. And no, we didn't have any reason to go in there and even consider him as a suspect. They're sweeping all that up, but the facts of the case, she hit him with the car. I haven't heard anything, not one piece of evidence that shows, man, the defense is going to have a hell of a time cleaning that up, because 100%, it looks like she hit him based on this and that. There's nothing.
Yeah. And last couple of days, some people's going to laugh. Last couple of days, I walked by my tail light and I I ball up a fist and just hit it just to
Give it
see
a
if
good hit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe it. I don't buy it.
When Alan Jackson said, "Look over there before that car goes in here," or when he said, "Look at that t-shirt or cloth or towel or whatever the hell it was," and then they're like, "Objection." He was pretty much trying to go down the road of they put this towel over the taillight, hit it with a hammer so it wouldn't have the hammer imprint on it, and they hit it with the hammer and had that towel over it, and then more than likely they put it in that blue bucket that was sitting there, and then took it out and was the taillight fairy. Sprinkling it here and there. And then when Tully said that the people, here we go. Here, what did he say? I'll file a motion to dismiss based on spoliation of evidence. Yeah, there's plenty of reasons to dismiss this. I mean, when they rest on Friday, there's a chance that it doesn't go anywhere. But you and I both know that if they've continued it at this point, it's going to keep going. But what was I saying?
Oh, Ron says move him up.
Oh, we got Big Ron up. 10-4. What's up, Big Ron?
Afternoon, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Sir, yeah, loud and clear. Come out.
Outstanding. Everything that you've said is wrong. You're incorrect. The police are 100% innocent in this one.
Yeah. Oh shit. We're called. Your Honor, let's not get stirred up. Let's not get stirred up here. We know
ejection, badgering the witness. He's aggressive.
The police are. It's nice if you go to a country that doesn't have 911. They don't have trash service. They don't have a number you can call and the fire department shows up in a minute. You're like, oh my God. I mean, the things that you take for granted in America.
Oh, it's crazy, dude.
Like having 911. I mean, going to these smaller countries that I've been to, a bunch of different countries, having 911 where people respond and stuff like that. It's so awesome. But it's these isolated situations where, they just gone too far. It was the fact that it's at the police officer's house or something. Those are, oh man, it's just so hard to watch this. And it's really unbelievable because your logic says these people are here to protect and serve and the community, but they're just protecting and serving each other in this case. And it's sad to see the American justice system on display in this fashion.
No, I completely understand with what you're saying, but yes, sorry I was absent for so long today. I had a bunch of chores that got dropped in my lap. But yeah, going back to the whole car thing that we were talking about earlier, and when some of the stuff that John was saying with that active control system not engaging, I'm really surprised that Lexus limits that to that high of a speed. I mean, almost 30 miles an hour. That's crazy. Before that system would engage, it was like I was saying earlier on my car. My wife was pulling through the gate, and one of the gate guards moved wrong between the camera system and the radar system. It locked the brakes up.
I would say that since I own a vehicle that's in this line here with a similar safety feature, when you're going forward, the one where it has the it goes beep, 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 beep. It's like this big red flashing thing in front of you, and then all of a sudden it's saying brake, 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 brake on the dashboard, and it brakes. That doesn't engage until like 25 miles an hour before it does that. But the backing into someone, I couldn't see how that wouldn't start engaging until you're going 25 miles an hour in reverse.
With my car, that system that you're talking about for forward movement is almost instantly activated. With my car, it senses. At first, it looks for a vehicle, I guess, using a combination of radar and camera, but it senses the closure speed. If it sees that your closure speed is too fast, it doesn't give a crap what you want to do. It's going to do what it wants to do, and it's done it. So, in fact, it did it to me today on the way home. A guy didn't move over fast enough into the turn lane, and I was veering over to the right a little bit to go around him, and all the alarms in the car went off. Brake, 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 because the closure rate was way too fast.
Yeah, or if you're in the where you have the blind spot monitoring system in your rear view mirrors.
Yep, got that too.
And then, like, if you start swerving in your lane, the fucking steering wheel starts to turn you back into the lane. Like, you have to literally force it to go change lanes if it's thinking that you're doing.
Well, there's two ways to fix that, Kingdom. One is to turn it off, but the other one, you're gonna love this.
Reduce the sensitivity.
turn your turn signal on and it will shut it off momentarily to change lanes.
Oh, the turn signal.
Yeah, they just installed them on cars. Like they've only been there for like 10 minutes. Most people in the north don't know how to use them.
Oh, let me guess. The next thing you're going to tell me is there's seat belts.
What's that? What's that, Kingdom?
Go ahead. Next thing you're going to tell me is they got seat belts and stuff.
Seat and rear view mirrors. It's crazy. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, John? You get all those weirdos from the tri-state area in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. What's a turn signal? Yeah. What's a seat belt? What's a brake pedal?
I do have this. I haven't seen these stats empirical, but there is this new seatbelt design. Apparently, it's 45% less car accidents. So
that's awesome.
You know, another safety feature I think is new.
What do you call that? A 3-point harness?
Yeah, it's called, yeah.
Have other people in your household seen that?
You're talking about Laura? Yeah, I'm sure she's seen it. Yeah, this is on my Facebook page. I'm sure she's seen this. Yeah, but yeah, no, I realize there's seatbelts and stuff. I don't wear my seatbelt. I will admit to that. But you know,
how do you deal with that sound in the car not wearing your seatbelt?
That's usually a sound that the music's not up loud enough. But no, in my vehicle, it'll do that until you get to 45 miles an hour, or it'll do it for maybe a minute or something, and then it stops.
Oh, mine's nonstop. And if the passenger's not wearing one, it loses its mind.
Yeah, or if someone in the back, I mean, it does all that. But if you go faster than 55 miles an hour or 45 or something like that, and then once it beeps for however long it is, it'll stop. It's like a minute. It'll do it for a minute. So I just turn the music up for about a minute, and then it's done. Yeah. Did you see the video of my neighbor that was riding on 2 wheels?
No.
Dude, I'm talking about this guy is like 70 years old. And so, but he's a self-made millionaire. Let me pull this up.
Like I said, I need some of that Christmas light money.
Look at him, dude.
I mean, at his age, what has he got to lose?
Dude, he's very in shape. He ran over to my house. Look at this dude.
That's funny.
Then he goes, "Don't try this at home."
Yeah, he don't look 70.
Oh Lord. Get it, Granddad.
That's like a Kodiak, isn't it?
I don't know, dude. I mean, every vehicle he has when he's pulling out of his property, he's like just pedal to the metal like every second of the day, just like. I'm thinking it's like some teenager. It's him.
Yeah, it looks like a Kodiak. That thing's made for off-road, long haul.
But every single vehicle he has it on 2 wheels. I mean, even his car, he's like, man, I think I can get my car on 2 wheels too. It's like everything I got on 2 wheels. Like, what? He teaches the grandkids and everything to, do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not going to get that 4,700-pound beast that I drive up on 2 wheels.
No, yeah, I know. It's just like, for what, dude? But yeah, Lisa says she would file a motion to dismiss based on spoliation of evidence. I mean, watching this trial, I mean, isn't there a chance as soon as the prosecution rests, you're saying, hey, I don't think you've made the case and we're done here?
Yeah, I like I said earlier, I'm kind of surprised that the state hasn't rested on this case yet, and the fact that they keep pursuing it. I mean, they're going to have another murder trial because every time they bring somebody up on the stand, Alan Jackson gets up there and murders them. So, I mean, it's going to be nonstop.
He's going to be a serial killer by the time.
I'm telling you, this is crazy.
Alan Jackson, I tell you what, if he didn't make a name for himself with the Kevin Spacey trial, he's made a name for himself at this Karen Reed trial. And I think if I was in a situation and I had plenty of money was no object, and I was convicted of something, Alan Jackson would be my first call. I mean, if I said who's the best attorney to represent me on whatever, I would definitely consider him as one of the top attorneys.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be like who was that other attorney a while back?
You get a lit son?
Johnny Cochran.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking somebody else. Can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name that defended Johnny Depp?
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can't think of what his name
Can't
is.
think of his name. Yeah, there's people wanting him now.
Yeah, but I mean, and even that attorney that's in Fulton County, where
Oh yeah, Ashley Merchant.
is that the guy's name?
Oh no, that's Brian Steele. I thought you were talking
Yeah.
about Ashley Merchant. She was doing the Trump trial as well.
Yeah, I don't think she did very good. I mean, he went in there and there was really no evidence against him whatsoever, and she couldn't get a not guilty. So I don't know if that's exactly
Well,
what it was.
that's cause of Fonnie Willis. Everybody, she's complaining because people are pronouncing her name wrong.
Well,
Fonnie Willis.
there's a W and there's an L, and every time she's been going to court, she's been getting an L. So I don't think that's a good comparison. But regardless of the situation, it's all leaning against me. That doesn't matter. Every time you go to courtroom, you get an L. So that's not a good track, a record. But yeah, for the guy that's over there in Fulton County, Georgia, for the rappers, what do you say his name was? Steele?
Yeah, Brian Steele.
Brian Steele has made a fantastic job, even though he was just defending his client and not trying to give up some information. I thought he did a fantastic job of that's like a national billboard of this is a good lawyer that will stick with you. He's not going to sell you out. He's even willing to go to jail to protect you, because most of the times the person in the chair is potentially going to jail and the lawyer's going home regardless of what happens. But for him to put himself in the middle of the train tracks like that, and go to jail and still keep his word and stuff like that, I think he's moved up the ranks as well, as far as how much money he'll make and how many people want to hire him.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about that is this guy that was murdered, that they're the DA's office is saying that Young Thug killed little Woody, yeah, under immunity, has said, no, Thug didn't kill him. I did. I killed him. I pulled the trigger. And supposedly he's got specifics that only the shooter would know. And so the judge and the DA has said, no, you say that and we will arrest you.
I thought he had immunity.
Well, but yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That was apparently the meeting that happened last Monday. Because they're trying to pin it on Young Thug along with the other stuff.
And the thing that kind of parallels with the Trump trial in Georgia is that it was a RICO trial. I think they've dropped the RICO part, but Young Thug's also there on RICO. So the RICO case,
Yeah, that's what she's going after. That's what she run her campaign on, was attacking RICO cases or going on RICO cases. That's why she's angry for him.
But something that's interesting is Rudy Giuliani, the person who invented the fucking RICO, I'm saying, bring down the mafia, is caught up in the RICO in Georgia. Like, it's like you hear people make that joke. What a coincidence that Lou Gehrig would die of Lou Gehrig's disease. And you're like, no, that's different. But, Giuliani made this like RICO. Yeah. He brought it like you didn't even know what the hell it was. He brought it together and got all the families of the organized crime and brought them all down with RICO. And then on this, whatever the hell, this election interference in Georgia, Rudy Giuliani gets charged, with RICO. It's like, what are the chances of that?
Yeah. So it's kind of like, be careful what you ask for.
Well, we all know that's a trash. That's a trash, trumped up anything anyways.
Trumped up charges.
Yeah. It's trumped up charges. Yeah, I was trying to figure a better word. Yeah, it's trumped up charges. All that is them trying to get the whole thing. Get Trump, get everybody in his cabinet, teach them a lesson for running against the establishment and winning. That's not the way things are supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of like in this Karen Reed trial. If they would get everyone on some kind of charge where they were scared, like maybe these police officers would say, nah, it's all bullshit. But these younger kids that have a future ahead of them, if you press them with, hey, if you don't sell this other person out, you're facing, whatever charges. I think some of these younger kids who probably didn't have anything to do with it, especially these young female teenagers that were in the house that night at Brian Albert's house, I think they definitely would flip if they had pressure like that, like the RICO is giving for everyone involved. But they don't have any kind of pressure whatsoever. And that might be another reason why everyone's story stayed intact, because there's been zero pressure, like no investigations, no, let me get your DNA. There's been no pressure whatsoever. So there's really no pressure to kind of say, hey, I'm sorry. I know I said this at first. I was scared, but here's what really happened. Here's what I really seen. You're not going to get that unless you put a little pressure.
Well, I think a lot of these stories are starting to fall apart also as they press harder and harder and harder. These stories are flopping back and forth. Each person is implicating somebody else. I really can't talk today. It's really getting bad. I mean, what was the new guy they came up today during the trial with? I think it was a newer guy. I got all the information from this guy. There's a new guy we're going to have to talk to now.
Yeah, and I don't, the Karen Reed murder trial, your attorneys are just to get reasonable doubt and get Karen Reed not guilty, like Joe Lanou says. This is not Perry Mason where we're trying to find the real killer. We're just trying to show that Karen Reed didn't do it so she can go home and this is over and get her stuff back and get a lawsuit, going and start doing her civil court. But the FBI or whoever else that's actually going to pursue and find out who did kill John O'Keefe and maybe get some DNA and maybe take it to the next level. It'll be interesting to see what happens after this trial's over.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't know, I've been meaning to do some research, but like we have a state agency called the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations. They're just under the FBI. I don't know if every state has something like that, but it's I was going to look and see if Massachusetts had that, because an agency can have the SBI look into a case.
SBI?
Yeah, State Bureau of Investigation.
Huh.
So I don't know if Massachusetts has that or not.
What do you think, Big Ron?
What was that, buddy? I'm sorry, I missed it.
What say the case is over, Karen Reed's acquitted. Now it's like what happens for justice for John O'Keefe moving forward from now? There's clearly another explanation of what happened, because there's no way the car did it.
Well, I guess the question is the state going to prosecute itself is going to be the first question. Because that's what's going to have to happen.
Yeah.
Because if she didn't do it, then it was somebody in that house that did it. I don't know if the FBI can do that. That would be a question for one of our law enforcement affiliates, John, or if we had one of our lawyers in here that normally comes in. But I mean,
that's what I was saying. Like you got your local law enforcement, and then you've got North Carolina Highway Patrol, which is the equivalent of Massachusetts State Police. But then we have the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, and then you got FBI.
Well, I know how to figure it out.
And that's what I'm looking at, and I'm not seeing it.
Hey, Lisa, can you answer that question? Lisa, we have a question for you.
Lisa, where are you at? Why are you working? You should be off today like us. No,
I see her in the chat. She's sitting in there. She said, "I'd file a motion to dismiss based on spatula and evidence." I don't know what spatulas have got to do with it.
Spoliation. Yeah, she cracked an egg on it. It's spoliation.
It's like that scene out of Smoking the Bandit too, where the guy said it's not germane to the situation. What do the damn Germans have to do with it?
Yeah, or the fragile contain. Well, it must be.
Oh, that was the Christmas story. Fragile. Must be Italian.
Yeah, must be Italian. Yeah, I don't know what you do. I mean, if the FBI gets in there, or I'll tell you another way that you're going to bring some more stuff out is in the criminal trial. You're limited to the scope of that you can ask questions, but in the civil trial, you can ask way out of the scope of the criminal. So you might get a lot more information that comes up in the civil trial.
So do you think they're going to try to do a wrongful death suit against her, or?
Well, no. I think Karen Reed is going to be suing the state for wrongful and whatever, and all the money that she spent on attorneys and going after her when they really should have went somewhere else and all this other kind of stuff. I think in that one they could subpoena, maybe get the Celebrite for Brian Albert and maybe even get DNA. I think they can go a little further than the Massachusetts State Police did in the civil suit.
Well, I think with as much evidence that we have of evidence being destroyed, lost, mishandled, misused, people not being interviewed until 18 months after the fact,
Yeah.
I think it's kind of set up to where if she's not convicted, then it's probably just going to go away because they're not going to have anything to go on.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job of mopping it up as they're going. I mean, the whole there was no Google search at 227. That's a big one. And they did a pretty good job today, I think, for saying you can think whatever you want to, but these two experts are disagreeing with you. And, you know, that's a mountain. You'd have to climb over that one to see what's on the other side. I think those two experts kind of closed the door there.
I don't really consider one of those guys an expert personally because, you know, if you listen to all the people that lean in the other direction, if you don't have at least 5 college degrees and 15 certificates, you're not worth a damn. And since he had none of it, he's from Britain and lived in Canada.
And he was working with his idea was to work for the police, but he couldn't get in America. So he worked for Canada until a job opened up in America. I mean, I don't know. I mean, who knows the dynamic that's behind the scenes of who this guy's connected to, and why would he have a reason to say something he thought was not true?
No, I completely agree with you.
But the thing is like every fucking piece of evidence, like the Sally Port video, the video at the library, I mean, the Ring camera at Karen Reed's house, like all the fucking videos are missing, or something got cut out, or that Brian Albert's cameras on his front door. I mean, all of these pieces of evidence mysteriously are missing or edited out. I mean, the whole thing. So, you know, when you see other pieces of evidence, like him talking about the Google searches and how those aren't correct, you know, you can't trust anything in this trial. Just because there's so many things that are unbelievable together, it's just no way that there was that many coincidences. No way.
No, I completely agree. I completely agree.
How was
Go ahead.
How was Father's Day?
Wasn't bad. I did a lot of cooking.
Yeah,
not good kind of cooking. No.
Oh, yeah?
I made chicken curry. I made lemongrass chicken curry, and
What?
I made it's a small side note. Ron knows how to cook. So I did lemongrass chicken curry, and I did tiki marsala for my daughter and I, with some garlic and cheese
favorite.
naan on the side. And
Oh, naan bread, yes.
some saffron some saffron rice. It came out pretty good. Now tomorrow,
How
since I've
spicy?
not too spicy because my wife and I are both on meds for heartburn and stuff, so we don't go too spicy on it. That's why she prefers the lemongrass because it's a lot milder.
Mhm.
My mother-in-law, if she even sees the word curry, she's in the bathroom, so we don't let her get near the curry. But tomorrow I'll be throwing some baby backs at my grill.
Baby back.
So, baby back.
Yeah, we bought a big old slab of mahi, and then had shrimp and everything. And Laura hooked it up yesterday.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, dude. I tell you, I had it for breakfast too. I was like, oh my God, it's like better than a restaurant.
One of my customers, he's a big fisherman, and he went to Alaska and got some. Oh, what is a big fish to get in Alaska? Is it sea bass?
Salmon, definitely.
No, it wasn't salmon.
Sea bass, I guess. I thought they were like in Chile and stuff, more in the south. I guess they're sea bass.
There was something that he gave. I can't remember what it was.
Mackerel? No,
it wasn't
that's not
mackerel.
good.
It was definitely a white fish. But I'm not a big fish fan. I don't like fish. This fish was phenomenal.
Really?
And I guess it's the difference between being fresh caught, you know, versus store bought. It just the flavor profile difference was a lot different. But
the same as with crab legs. Have you ever eaten like a snow crab or a paleo crab and the king crab? But you get it like the restaurants get it where you get a crate and it has the caught date on the crate. And then it'll say caught on this date. And when you open the top, it's not like the orange with fucking barnacles and shit all over it. These are like perfectly done crab legs, and every single leg is perfectly over, and you buy them in 5 pounds at a time. That's how we buy the crab legs and stuff here.
I'm not a big crab fan. It doesn't matter if it was a crawl straight out of the ocean, you were to cook it in front of me. Not a big crab fan.
No, okay.
No, not really.
No seafood.
Crawfish. I can kind of do crawfish sometimes. Depends on my mood.
Mud
I'll
bug?
do shrimp. Yeah, I'll eat some. I'm a Southerner, man. I'll eat some mud bugs.
Okay.
But for the most part, I stick to the shrimp, things like that, hush puppies. I love gator. I'll eat the hell out of some gator.
Gator tail.
Love gator tail. Crocodile's good. Emu's good. Kangaroo's not too bad.
Wild boar.
Yeah, I like wild boar. It can be kind of gamey depending on the size and where it was shot. We got a thing down here in Florida. They do a lottery every year where you can go and hunt on Kennedy Space Center. They've got some huge boar out there. I was out there about 5 years ago. We went out to the Space Center, and there was a sow that was up on a garbage can, and she had to be every bit of like 450. This was one of the biggest sows I've ever seen, and they just tear the runways up out there and the launch pads, and it's bad.
Really?
But yeah, little known fact, Big Ron knows how to cook.
Yeah, I'm actually from the Northern Virginia area, like really close to Quantico, Virginia.
I don't know if I'd admit that.
Well, I mean, that's two things they can't take from you: who you are and where you come from. But
right,
that's where I'm from. And in Quantico, like we played golf at the military base there, but it's against the law to discharge any firearms on the military base. And right across the street, they have this other golf course. It's the name of it's not important, but when you're golfing, there's you have to move some deer out of the way so you can fucking putt your ball in the hole. I mean, there's just just 50 and 60 deer just walking around, not scared of you. And you're your golf cart's coming by and they're just 10 feet away from you, not scared. And once a year, they have this thing where they send someone out there and they kill them all, and they must kill 30, 40 deer, and they just throw them in the fucking dumpster.
That's crazy. It's funny you bring up that deer. I got an interesting deer story for you. So, I was stationed in Pax River, Maryland. I'm not sure if you know where that's at or not.
Where?
Pax River, Maryland. So you can't, if you go all the way to the most southern tip of Maryland, you can't get really much farther south. Is a base called Pax River, Maryland, and it's a test and evaluation base that the Navy has. And one of the aircraft that I used to work on, they would come in late evenings, like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And this base is out on a peninsula, so before they would land, we'd have to send somebody in a pickup truck to run the runway each direction before the plane would land to make sure there wasn't any deer on the runway. And one night they did it, and I got a phone call about 3:30. The pilot came in, and they did the run. And in fact, the truck passed under the jet as it was coming over top of them, and a deer ran out right behind the truck onto the runway. And this 707 hit this deer at 130 miles an hour. And just exploded it all over the runway.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the worst smell and mess I'd ever seen. We were digging deer out of that landing gear for days.
Oh, I see. It's on the other side of the Potomac River here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I lived like where Colonial Beach is. I lived over there, Fredericksburg is where I lived.
Yeah, I know where Fredericksburg is.
King George, and you take 3 out there, and you can kind of cross the river at Dahlgreen, and then go on that side.
Yeah.
Captain Bill's Crab House. Yeah. Over there. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to catch blue crab out of the Potomac there all the time. Wife and kids would eat the hell out of them. I'm not a big, like I said, I'm not a crab fan.
If you live in that area, it's nothing to have a picnic table filled up with just newspapers that are turned up on the picnic table, and then you have your choice of beer, and then this dump bushels of crab out, and then you're just sitting there picking them till your fingers are got Old Bay all up in them, and they're all cut up and shit. You're like, I'm not full, I'm just done picking these damn things.
We went to we were down in I'm assuming you're looking at Google Maps there,
Yeah.
Kingdom. Yeah, if you look at the base and go up to the Cedar Point Beach and Rec area on the northeast side of the base.
Give me 1 second. We're talking about where the hell was I at?
Pax River.
Let me I just had it and I was moving around and lost where I was at. Up. Where am I at? Pax River.
But yeah, so I went down to Louisiana for some CBR training. We were down there for 2 weeks, and
it's right here.
At the end of that training, they did a big crawdad boil where they did the exact same thing, just dumped it all out on the table. Crawdads, potatoes, sausage. It was so good.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, so if we used to go up there and do crab and go crabbing right off that little peninsula up there.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Back in the day, I was actually stationed at Bowling Air Force
were you?
Base in DC. Yeah, it's like a half naval, half. It was really a naval base, and then the Air Force had a little small portion of it. That's where I was stationed at in DC. What about you, John? Were you in the military, bro?
I was not.
What'd you do yesterday?
What did we
Barbecue? As any decent Southern
I
person.
didn't do anything yesterday. Saturday, I had a long day, so I chilled out yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were at the pool all day Saturday we fixed bacon, sausage, hot dogs, tuna steaks. Then we had potato salad. We had, whatever.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, having an interesting day today. I got to go to City Hall today, and I'm on the complaint part of City Hall saying that I can't put a billboard in my property. And there's a couple of the things they're talking about, but I need to go against the mayor. I was in there Thursday arguing with them, and then now the actual official town meeting on the thing that I'm interested in. I have a commercial property, and they're saying that I can't put a billboard after my neighbor just put one in. So I got to go in there and argue with them. Me and Laura are going to be up there at 6. I think I might record it and possibly live stream it, but they're trying to put property restrictions on us when there never was one before. So not looking forward to ruffling up some feathers with the mayor and stuff, but
shame on you.
I'm telling you, they come by and they let you know every time there's some reason to collect money or some fundraiser, or they want free Christmas lights or something. I mean, I've donated thousands and thousands of dollars every single year, probably about a little less than $10,000 what I donate every year to them. And then now they're coming after us personally, in my opinion. So I got to go up there and set the record straight on camera and everything at the City Hall meeting. So,
well, you don't say on here, but do you know why they're coming after you?
They're not coming after me. They're just saying that people who own commercial properties on the highway, which I do, are not allowed to do X, Y, and Z. And none of them own any commercial properties. They're just mad about someone on the corner did one of those big, humongous billboards that have 2 billboards on top of each other, but it's on the intersection. So there's 3 facing 3 different ways. So there's actually a half a billboard rents for $6,000 a month, and there's 12 of them that are being rented. So basically I'm saying $72,000 a month. I was getting ready to build my billboard last week. My neighbor just finished his, which is a 36 by 18, a huge one that my neighbor has. And I was going to build one too. But now they're saying that effective would be today that you're not allowed to build one at all. And I was telling them about the devaluation of property. You know, you're saying that you can't have a billboard, and we have a big community that's being built next door, like $800,000 homes, and they have this commercial property. We have grocery stores and stuff. They're saying you can't have a billboard to advertise your business that's larger than a piece of plywood, a 4x8. I'm like, what business or grocery store and stuff is going to go in next door that can't put a billboard larger than a piece of plywood? Like, you're like devaluing this. And then if you're complaining about this other billboard that's such an eyesore, it ain't coming down. It's grandfathered in. All you're doing is supporting this billboard, saying if you want to advertise in where we live, the only place you can advertise is on that billboard. So you're going to make it more valuable. While decreasing the value of my commercial property, saying that I can't do it. So that's pretty much the argument I'm about to make with them.
Oh, okay.
And I might even go as far as saying you must be getting a kickback from the billboard company.
That's what I was going to ask. Is any of them got any?
I don't think they do. I just think it's a one-horse town, small town. They just don't know what they're doing. But I definitely might imply that, but I don't want to ruin my small town charm.
All right, I gotta jump off here. But,
yeah. All right, Big Ron, any closing words, bro? Tomorrow, you gonna be with us tomorrow?
I'll be with you guys tomorrow. Look forward to watching it. For those of you that are watching that already doing, don't forget to share and follow. Don't forget, Night Crew's got some shows coming up. We got some good ones, so make sure you jump in and watch Night Court with Joe Lanu in the Night Court.
Yeah, the Night Crew. What's y'all doing something tonight?
I don't know if we have a show scheduled tonight or not. I haven't looked at the show schedule. John, do you know if we got a show tonight?
I don't know. I saw something earlier.
Y'all are doing 3 nights a week, I heard.
I think we're doing it 3 nights a week right now. Just everything's gotten really busy for everybody.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday?
I think so. But the next show coming up, from what I saw, is going to be on what's going on over in Africa. I think is what the last show announcement I saw.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I appreciate you. We'll talk tomorrow. Until then, peace. Welcome to Michael Proctor on Kingdom Radio.
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus. I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
On Santa's naughty list.
Wasn't sharing anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. She's a whack job. Cunt. C-U-N-T. States, okay, that's fucked up. She hot at least? Yes, she's a babe. No ass. Is that chick a smoke? Nut bag, as Chief would say. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him. Sergeant Mechanic liked it.
Like what?
Going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes?
Objection.
Did it say something for dudes?
No, Your Honor.
No, it didn't.
That would be an abuse.
Hey, McFly,
You indicated fifth, correct?
what do you think you're doing? Hey, I'm talking to you, McFly, you Irish bug. Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think, McFly, think.
You indicated fifth, correct? You indicated fifth, correct?
I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead. In the very least, it's suspicious. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. She's gross. Tribute to Chico. Oh, fuck her, bitch. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
Fuck up must into my shoes. So Pooh's gonna be looking for him.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. I called earlier. Mom was puking in the background. This is your livelihood. In the very least, it's suspicious.
I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him. Correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job. Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is. In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice.
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing? Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
Okay, you got 10 feet, closing. 10 feet, easy. Pull the string, get against the line.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m.
So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
She said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. If you like women who shit themselves, Christ, it was on BWC, which is body worn camera.
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Follow the Karen Reed murder trial on Kingdom Radio.